Hello? I've tried to load the game with mods. Doesn't seem like it's working. Oh! Give it a sec. See if it works. I've even got the cartography mod on. Bear with me. I'm missing a couple things and then we'll get started. And thanks for bearing with me. We'll talk about Rex in a minute, but all good. He's totally fine. We'll show him in a sec as well. Can't see the chat on my other screen, so I just want to be able to. Got it. Oh, alright. We're going to be in for the long haul as well. Yeah, pop out chat. All right. Oh, and I'm missing the chat over there. Of course. I see you. All right. What's the news? Yeah, all good. So this was his first checkup. So, see him there. I just made it a little smaller. And removed the gold stuff. So basically, long story short, took him to the vet. It's kind of far away. So he actually, the vet he initially went to is only 4 minutes away. But for his surgery, he went to one that's like 30 minutes away. Don't know why they do surgeries in the other one, but it's just obviously whatever he got allocated there. So it just means that we have to go there every time we want to. The doctor and the vet wants to check on him. Anyway, so it's been 5 days, so they just wanted to see like, okay, does his wound look okay from this surgery? Like, any infection, anything like that? Is he eating? Has he been sick or diarrhea or anything like that from the medication, for instance? But everything's fine. And the vet was looking at his leg and saying, as both of them, saying like they look like they're healing great. There's a tiny bit of swelling, but that's to be expected. Totally normal, everything good. And then we showed him a video of him walking. He was like, wow, he's actually like standing up and walking around. And I was like, yeah, just a little bit. And he's like, that's great, that's perfect. So he won't be just getting too weak, or it shows that he's not in such pain that he can't even like try to move. So yeah, so all good news. And he's great at taking medication, and he's eating all his food, and he's drinking, peeing and pooping and all that. So perfect. So it was very quick. We were just in and out, really. The guy just looked at him and talked to us about certain things, and then we talked about medication. And he's on something called gabapentin, which it's kind of like he's on a pill version of it. Our cat Nix was on a liquid version actually, but it basically makes them chill, lowers their anxiety, kind of like a painkiller, and just mellows you out basically. So he has that 3 times a day. And I was telling him, I was like, we've only got enough now for 5 more days. I was like, do we need to get more, for instance? And he was like, no, just try 2 a day and extend it out a bit and see how that goes. And he was telling us like signs to look for in case it seemed like he was in pain. Because, you know, even if he doesn't meow, maybe he's like trying to get to his leg more or something, you know, so it could indicate like it's sore. But then he gave us really good news, which was he was like, well, they didn't know that we thought this, but when he said we're going for follow-up x-rays, he was like, oh no, that's included on what you paid already. So we're good. So I've taken the fundraiser down for now, or it's not down, you can go see it, but you can't donate to it, I don't think. I couldn't find a way to like mark complete or anything. It was just like, hey, Darren, you've hit your goal. It's like, do you want to raise your goal? And I'm like, no. That was the goal. So yeah, we did it in super quick time. So just really appreciate that. Obviously, like I said, any excess that we end up having will go to cat's protection. So it'll hopefully go to some cat in need anyway if it's not Rex. But yeah, that was really good to hear that apparently everything's included. We didn't have to pay this time. Only if we buy more medication or if he needs more, I should say, would we have to pay anything additional. But for now, we're all covered. Couldn't believe it actually. Overall relaxant, that's why it was 800. It was a lot for an X-ray. Well, they said, well, so when we brought him to the vet originally, as soon as he was hit by the car, we brought him in, and they said like we need to give him an X-ray, and I was like, okay, like I'll pay for it, and they were like, it's £800. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, well, he would need to be sedated, and then get an X-ray. That's what they told us. That was on the first day. This is a different clinic. I mean, it's the same brand of clinics, but when he went to go get his surgery, they said like, oh yeah, it's gonna be 2.5 grand. They paid 500 of it, or the vet did, and we paid the 2,000, just slightly over that, because he also got castrated and a few other things. So it's like 2,100 or something. So I was just of the mind. They said when you come back in 6 weeks for an X-ray. I just thought they meant you'd have to pay for it, because the other person mentioned that. Like they said we would have had to pay for it before, and we didn't have to pay for it the first time. They did it themselves because we weren't his owner. So, I don't know. We've gotten kind of lucky, and they've kind of stepped up, so we haven't had to pay for it. I just thought, based on the fact that they told us before the price and everything, we would. Yeah, so you can donate on this stream. This stream's still going to count towards any cats or himself, like Rex, anything he ever needs. But really, I think now, real Ogre Bane, I appreciate that. Buy Rex and presents for me. That's a huge amount, so thank you. But yeah, anything on today's stream at all today, or the earlier streams, all of it will just go towards, because I don't want anyone thinking like we're pocketing anything. It's all going to go to him. If once his recovery is done in 6 weeks, then whatever we've got left, that'll just go to cat's protection, and everything is just going towards whatever he needs. So that's it. I didn't want to leave the fundraiser up just because if you want to donate, if people want to donate to a charity to help cats, you should just do that. You don't have to go through me, because there is like a percentage charge with GoFundMe. It's like a conversion fee or something. So just donate directly to a cat shelter if you want. I was just doing that more to like say that if we had anything left over, it'll go there. I don't want to leave it up knowing that we've definitely passed the goal now, for sure. Not just on GoFundMe, but including this stream, like we're well past it. So I just think it's the right thing to say, like, we're good, you know? So look for another cat on GoFundMe maybe, or yeah, a cat shelter itself. But yeah. Maybe YouTube would remove their fee for donations. There is something you can do on YouTube. I probably should have looked into it. It just kind of happened a bit quick, but there is Fundraiser on YouTube. Like there's a style of thing you can do. But I haven't done that. So I have a partner manager, and I could maybe say like on this day, is it possible that you could exempt like anything that came through this 24-hour period from the 30% cut? Because they take 30%, you know, of super chats and memberships and everything. Maybe. So I'll write it down just as might as well try ask. I'm not a big enough YouTuber that I think they would do that, and they have a lot they'd need to verify. Like they have to take me at my word that I'm not just trying to pocket more money or something. But it's worth a shot. I have a partner manager, and they're supposed to be there for things like that. Okay. I made a note of it anyway. Yeah, no, of course, can't hurt to ask. I think it'd be the right thing to do. But anyway, like I said, anything that comes through today, if he continues to come through, it's all going to go to him and other cats as well. That's true. Yeah, I could provide proof of where I send it eventually. But see, that would have to be after the fact. They would have to like... I would just imagine for them, it's quite a complicated thing to do. Okay, like we're not going to take the 30%. They have to do something to make that a very specific thing for one day. And then later I have to prove that I paid. I just think for YouTube as an entity, it's not like I have a boss I can talk to. I've never been able to get them to do anything. Not that I've ever tried too much, but like people's whole channels get taken down. They don't hear from YouTube for like weeks. So I think it's like, you know, it's not that easy to kind of pierce the veil and say like, I have a specific request. Can you do it? They would probably say like, you should have done the fundraiser option. But we'll see. I'll look into it though. That was the whole reason I even did the GoFundMe, because I was originally just going to do everything through YouTube, but then people pointed out like, well, they're taking a cut. Maybe you should try a fundraiser. So I was like, okay. So thanks to the people that mentioned that, I wouldn't have done it that way. Anyways, right. So we're going to be playing Satisfactory. I'm on 1.1. We're in the stream world. I have some mods running, but it looks like this one's not active. Okay, so cartography is not working at all. It's not even showing up. That's fine. What else do we have? Do we have infinite soup working? No. Well, I turned on mods, but it doesn't seem like any are active, actually, so maybe that's just for the better. Quick look. So these are the ones I turned on. I don't know if you have to say something about being in experimental. Like, it says it's many mods will break. That's obviously normal, but some could still work. But the fact that none of them are even being recognized makes me think I did something wrong. But oh well, whatever. Select game version, Steam. Maybe I should have hit Steam experimental. I don't know if that's even an option, but we could try that. I'll just quickly load out and load in to see if this works. And I'll put on some music. Are you... Oh yeah. That would do it. Forgot I had that setting from when we streamed earlier, right? Definitely do it. The mod's on Steam. It just says Steam. That's good. So it's obviously Steam or Epic, I guess. Just hit apply on the bottom. Oh, it's already applied, is it? Okay. So Infinite Soup, Cartography, Sky UI, and Train Interiors. Because I've removed the persistent paintables because we don't need it anymore. And I've removed Vertical Nudge. I don't need it anymore. Or Infinite Nudge. Infinite Nudge does have some other things in there that would be actually pretty good. It lets you like pivot things. So I'll still probably use it every now and then for creative things or making thumbnails or something. But generally speaking, we don't really need it on right now. Excuse me. Cartograph made the game crash immediately upon loading a save. At least it did last night. Plugin Cartograph failed to load because it couldn't be loaded. Okay. I'll just disable that then. At least it was quick. Try to keep the other two on. Thanks for all the kind words, by the way. Thanks for all the support. I mean, really. You know, it's probably going to get a bit tired of me saying thank you, but I do mean it. And people then asking how he got on and everything. It's so nice. Infinite Soup mod failed to load as well. X. Maybe we'll just have to leave them off then. Try Sky UI at least, so we don't play in the dark. Do I just have to click these on every time, or... Oh no, you can turn it off at the thing. Alright. Sorry, my nose. It's, the weather's getting good and I have hay fever, so that's basically what's happening. Even the mod manager itself can't work. Okay. Alright. I tried. Back in we go. Itchy. You're gonna hit 2,000 hours playtime today. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. 1998.9. We'll do it tonight. I just saw for the first time my Anno 1800 playthroughs, where time in it is 1,300. Oh, look at it. They've got all very... This is very PlayStation or console-centric. This game has an autosave feature and all this stuff. That's funny. They're getting very profesh. Good for them. Alright. So, we're going to try and build this... I can't believe all I did in the previous stream was chat with Rex and then basically build 4 miners, but... I guess that's just the way it is. I guess now with the auto connect, we could make the bridge supports connect to each other in the blueprint designer, which would be nice. But it needs to have a section of belt inside of it. I tried to do that and actually work with these for the first time, although I'm almost done building the miners. Excuse me, anyway. Thank you, favorite schnitzel. Have you tried the Satisfactory modeler from Steam? No, I've seen it though. People have posted it. I've never tried using it. I like the way I plan my factories at the moment, so I think it looks great. Someone else pointed another one to me. I keep forgetting the name of it. But I've heard, and Modeler keeps getting updates on Steam, so that's really great. But there was another one. I can't remember. It was just in my Discord recently, in the last day or two, I think. Someone posted it, and they're like, "Oh, I found a new like calculator website." It was posted on Reddit as well, I think. And that also looks really clean. Like, I really like how that looks. But yeah, for whatever reason, I like just planning it out on my own. I don't feel like it takes that long. And a few of the planners, I just had issues with how I was trying to customize certain things, but I'm sure if I just gave it some time, I'd probably get used to it and get into it. Right, so... yeah, the signs are different. The lighting is definitely different on these things. I keep automatically pressing middle mouse to hide the UI, but it's T now. I love this. It's so good. All right. Okay. So the input for that one. So we were doing it over here, and we're hooking up this miner. Got it. I remember where we're at. Right. Can't nudge that building. They could have done it, and they chose not to. Now, just one thing I need to check really quickly. I'll get rid of some of the trees here, and then just make sure that we're lined up. So, back on the aluminum factory. Once we're done hugging this train station up, we can actually focus on building the factory. So I feel like that might be... That was pretty cool. It always makes me think you have to go pick it up, but I guess not. What about the bamboo? Does that just get destroyed? Oh wow, it just explodes. We're gonna make it a factory that will make everything through iron, copper, concrete, as well as stators and motors using iron pipe. It's going so slow. Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. Yeah, so my next video I'm hoping will be out tomorrow. So the plan for me is to end the stream tonight about 3 or 4 a.m. And then tomorrow, that'll give me time to get up tomorrow, finish the edit, and have the video out, so I don't waste the whole day sleeping. And in that video, it's kind of like what you say. I don't use copper, to be fair, but iron, concrete. There's modular frames, reinforced plates, and I don't know, something like 40 assemblers and 3 manufacturers at the end, and like 150 constructors. So there's a lot. But I feel like I built it really quickly thanks to the way it was laid out. I'm really happy with how I did it. I know it sounds weird to pat myself on the back, but it's like it worked. The plan worked. For the first time I've built like a series of blueprints and planned things out where it didn't have any issues. So maybe I'm finally nearing the 2,000 hour mark, getting better at the game. Maybe. Jacob Kasanki, maybe. Drop 10, thanks. Just caught the stream, not sure what happened to Rex, but here you go. If anyone wants to find out more about Rex, you can just check the GoFundMe link in the description. You don't have to give any money, but it was all written out there. So if you were curious, so I don't have to repeat myself, it's all there. Long story short, stray cat, basically, kind of knew him in the area, got hit by a car. We were the first on the scene. We brought him to the vet. Nobody came forward. We paid all his bills because it seemed like things weren't looking good for him. He's recovering. He had his surgery. He's doing much better. And people have basically now fully taken care of his bills, so thank you. And then also with the 5 gifted memberships as well, thank you, Jacob. So Cursed Gaming, Random Guy, Coach Hero, Casper, and Ryan Lynn. And Mock Wes says, hey Darren, doing a cheeky Tuesday stream, I see. Thank you. Yeah, so this is like an almost, it was not quite a 24-hour stream, but like an 18-hour stream in support of my little cat, who you can see the thing there. He's just sleeping right now, but he'll be out and around a bit later. And there was a fundraiser for him, but we hit the goal, like, really early. All good. This needs to go up to this height, doesn't it? And go across. Yeah, just making sure. Alright, we'll start with this belt. And we're playing on 1.1 now, but I'm just going to be... As cool as 1.1 is, there'll be a lot of great quality of life and blueprint stuff. For the most part, we're not going to interact with it too much. We played around earlier, played with the elevators and the belt counters and things like that. Oh. It was to go underneath. Right. I don't know why I built that there then. This needs to be a bit lower. But I was gonna say, as great as it is, a lot of it is just like smaller additions that will make things much better. But yeah, it's not like we're gonna be seeing like crazy big changes all the time. But it'll make everything much nicer to do. Right, so let's just zoop this out. Clear the path then real quick, and then we just feed the miner onto this. How's he doing? Nothing serious, I hope? Oh yeah, no, he had to go to the vet just for his checkup. So he just got an operation, a pretty serious operation 5 days ago. So this is just a checkup to see if he's okay, like how he's responding to the medication, and is his wound doing okay, you know? It's just purely just to see. And he is. Everything was good. Everything was great, in fact. They were like, he's doing really well, so very, very happy. And he was cool. He was cool with everything. He didn't mind the trip. Like an hour in the car, but he was cool. He just kind of slept most of the way. He is on painkillers, so he's having a good time. But yeah, for those who don't know, his two back legs are broken, so they've been set. And imagine like a human breaks their legs and they can't walk, you know? Especially if you broke your knee the way he did, and then your hip. And you'd be in a cast and you wouldn't be able to move for a long time. Like, he's an animal, so he was up and walking this morning. So he's doing great. But obviously he has to be like largely kept on bed rest. He can't jump. We can't let him jump or try to. Not that he has, but he probably will want to in like a week or something. And even then we'll have to kind of keep him confined to his crate, unfortunately. Might bum him out for his betterment. But so far, he hasn't been at his wound. It hasn't gotten infected, so we're kind of out of the immediate danger zone of like just having surgery. So looking good. Looking very good. And the vet said we could kind of maybe start to reduce his painkillers just a little bit. That's what we'll do. I'm on 1.1 now, yeah. Does it knock down other trees when it hits them or something? Maybe. Let's see. No, okay. Oh. Is this on area? Oh yeah, it was. I was wondering why multiple were falling down. That makes sense. These didn't change it where this can be destroyed though. No? Damn. Because we have one of them up here that's... damn you. Come on. Alright, let's put down the walkway blueprint. Yeah, so earlier I was streaming. I just had to go to the vet with him, but we had a quick look at 1.1. Elevators are cool. The blueprint connect is cool. It's cooler than I thought. We couldn't make it work at first, or I couldn't until I realized like how you're supposed to use it. You're supposed to click it and then drag into other things. Seems good. What else? Love the cosmetics. New graphical overhaul to, well, I say overhaul, some of the graphical improvements to things. We just saw like nuclear power plants look different. The glow coming out of the quantum machines look a bit different. They look good. The photo mode's great. I didn't think I'd care about the photo mode, but I actually do. It looks really, it makes things just look really nice. Just for when I like to look back on your work, even if you don't care about like taking screenshots and stuff. I just think doing this and like zooming in on your factory and just looking at it, just while you don't need to record it or anything, but just like makes things look really good. Then you can like focus on different things. Love it. So super into that feature. I actually didn't really think I'd care. Thanks, Martin. Well, that's kind of cool. Does it just keep going? Ah, that's a good effect. It's so easy how they win me over. I'm complaining that they didn't make it so you can destroy these, but then that floats up and I'm like, okay, that was pretty good. Right, oh, this is already hooked in, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, cool. Right, so that's going into there. That's been split by 2, so it's 300, 300. These are all 300 per minute, and this one just needs... This is the last one that needs to be hooked up now. So it's being connected to this one. So coming over from the right somewhere. It only works if you bomb the bottom. We tried that, but I can try it again. To prove you wrong. Let's see. Maybe I'll be wrong. So, tried bombing the top. Here's the stock. Let's see if Chris Baynes is correct. Or Chris. One 0 to me. Do you need buffers at the train station? You know what? Yes, we do. And I forgot. We'll have to build them in the other one now as well. Leave a little sludge mark that slowly goes away. We looked at that earlier too. Thanks for the shout out about the buffer. Yeah, I totally forgot that. Always forget with trains. At least we've got a lot of space, but it does mean pulling this back a bit. So let's just get to that now. I guess I'll just build a little lookout tower. Why look into progression? See, what do I need to get a hover pack? I'm getting kind of sick of floating around. When it comes to building a bigger factory. Alright, and we'll just get a some containers ready for these guys. That's one sturdy tree. Just let me tell you, bless your soul, man. The world is better with you in it. Just take care of this little buddy. The little buddy, and I pray for him and you for taking care of him. Thank you. Thanks. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, the only thing we don't know about him still is if he will get along with our other cat. And that might take some time. So, there's a hopefully a small chance, but if he just isn't agreeable with that cat, then we would have to put him up for adoption at some point. But obviously, we'll stick with him until he's fully recovered and good to go. Either way, that's not even a question. But we just hope he can get along with our other cat. That's gonna be a bit territorial, and it's a girl and he's a boy, and they're not from the same litter, so it'd be a problem. He is a kitten though, so maybe he'll get along with her. You know, learn to love. She came in and was very curious and saw him, but he like kind of growled at her. But he is sick and injured, so that might be why. Plus, it's a little early. We wanted him to be comfortable here first and know his surroundings, and then introduce them more frequently, get them to eat together and stuff. Anyway, are you jumping higher? I said that as well, actually, in the stream earlier today. I was like, I swear it's higher than normal. And I was like, it seems floatier. Like just a standard jump here. I'll just tap it. That seems pretty high to me. Maybe it's the Blade Runners doing it, or it's just there's an overall increase. I don't know, but it definitely feels higher. My experience, boy kitties are way more chill than girl kitties. Jinx is the girl cat that we have. She's super friendly. She only ever wanted to be friends with Nyx. And Nyx was a bit standoff-ish towards her. Nyx never hissed at her or fought with her, but she didn't really like her. I'm used to the hard... I have to normally zoom a lot, sorry, with the old photo mode, but not so much anymore. I'm playing 1.0 with BR, and you are jumping higher. Well, there we go. Here's a test, right? If anyone did want to recreate it. So this is in the middle of a foundation. I'll stand at the one foundation, just over one foundation away from it, right? So that's in the middle of one. I'm over one. I don't know how to aim, I'll aim between the handles. Right, so straight between the handles. And then just tap it. And I just about hit the roof. So you could do a little test and see where do you hit. And without them on, I almost line up with that line. So. Our two cats don't get along. Dominance is being established often. Yeah. They didn't get along. Our cats didn't get along like super friendly, like the way you see some cats climbing all over each other. But they didn't fight. They, you know, Jinx just always was rubbing up against Nyx and wanted to be friends, and Nyx would just like back off and like walk away and stuff. And if Jinx did it too much, like Nyx would just give her like one hit, and that was it. We obviously thought it was so funny. She like would hesitate and stop. Like Nyx is trying to get to her food bowl, and Jinx is like all excited for food and like pushing up against her. And Nyx would be like walking forward, and then she'd stop and like turn just to go around her, and then she'd stop and turn to go the other way, and then she stopped and just like smacked her. It's like, enough. I don't want to be your friend. Or, you know, just leave me alone. And Jinx is so friendly. We always just felt kind of bad for her. It's like, oh, nobody likes me. Alright. Should do. Oh, they fixed the, there was a bug with this where painting Mark IV belts would be really laggy. They fixed that. That's good. Just because earlier in the stream it was quite laggy just doing that same thing. Doesn't seem to be the case now. Alright, there we go. Alright, so that's number 2 done. So we'll have to go back to, or that's number 1 even. Not without me. Ugh. Oof. Why are you empty at the back? I can't run and jump forward like I used to. Oh yeah, they don't let me do that anymore. Why? No. Maybe the physics has changed. Used to be able to, you know, just run, jump, and slide and catch up to the front. I just did it earlier today. Oh yeah, we need to put more of these down. So I'll do that while we're here. Yeah, not working anymore. I can see Rex Cam, so creative. I hope he gets well. Thank you. Yeah, he was a bit more active earlier. And the camera was bigger. But now that we've met the goal, I thought I would just leave him there so people could see him, but made it a bit smaller and less intrusive on the game, I guess. Oh yeah, we can put them all on the same side now. That's cool. Don't actually need one there. Leave it. Train should catch up now, and then we'll just keep putting them down every now and then. I don't really care about the spacing too much. Want the train to keep going. Excuse me. That train stopped. Are you playing on experimental? The train stopped because there's no signals, so there would have been that giant block, you know, so that... Oh yeah, I can't see the track, but the track going all the way around to the next signal would be this huge block, so there's probably a train just in that block, and that's why it wouldn't go forward. I am playing on experimental, yes. Oh god. Excuse me. What would you say the minimum specs to handle this game is properly? I would say whatever the minimum spec on the Steam page is probably what it is. Not to be a smartass, but yeah, I wouldn't be able... Maybe other people could tell you, but that's what I would just generally look at as a guideline. That is the minimum spec officially. You can play this on a Steam Deck. You can go lower than the minimum spec. That's what they recommend. Does the pink forest still have the trees glitch? Actually, I was just thinking that as I was floating looking back. I don't think so. The trees are all loaded in properly. Like, I'm not seeing them load in and out anymore, so that seems like it's fixed. I wonder if they posted, like, patch notes of, like, the actual bug fixes, because there does seem to be a lot. Like, there's pop-in, but it's not like what it was before. That's normal pop-in. If you remember the pop-in before, I would get further away, and things would load in, which was weird. They would disappear as I got closer. Only in this biome, though. But yeah, it seems like it's fixed, for the most part. The great thing now is that railway can, like, blueprints can now be placed with railway on top and signals, and you can just lay them out and they'll all connect to each other. They didn't before this update, so unfortunately I spent the last 3 streams building this rail line and hooking up the miners and stuff, and now they've given us a way to make that happen way quicker. Right, so unfortunately I forgot to put buffers in here, so we'll have to redo this area also. It's a bit more complicated than the other one, because we're sending stuff into the top and bottom. Alright, so that just needs to do the same as this. That can stay there then. Splits 3 ways. Got it. Oh, we can get rid of this now. Oh, we didn't get it to pop or to go up in the air. Wonder is that like a really rare occurrence or something? Because it was really cool. Did I chop it maybe last time? Maybe I did. Did it blew it up? I thought I just blew it up. It would be cool if it was like 1 in like 100 do that. I always think it'd be so fun to do that in certain games, like put in really random like Easter egg type things. Alright, so this just goes into 3 here. What about this one? This goes into 4. Got it. Have to be fairly close then. Oh yeah, interesting. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that goes into 3. Definitely right. Hmm. Oh yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. Right, so let's grab this. I don't know why I'm using Mark III belts anywhere really, because these are all going to be upgraded anyway. I mean, the top one is quite low. I think it's 50 per minute each, but let's just make it all the same. So there's no confusion, no problems, no Darren errors. Oh, you know, one thing I'm missing from persistent paintables is looking at the color I want and just grabbing it. So that would be nice if you could do that. I don't know if you can. Normally you middle mouse click. So if I do this and then I middle mouse click, do I get the color? No. That would be really nice. That's the way it is in the persistent paintables mod. Though I still have to do this where it's like, oh, you gotta flip them. Yeah. But anyway, not a big deal, but yeah, it's just one of those things I'm starting to get used to. So I probably will still play with that mod then. If Sir Digby, I think, uploads, updates it, that's the word. This is just stalled in the air. We had that earlier, actually. Anyway, Nobelisc on the other side of the bulb. No, we just tried that. Oh, on the underside to make it pop? Yeah, maybe. Well, we tried it on the bottom and in the... I don't want to blow up anymore, actually. Oh, maybe this one? No, it's too close to the other stuff. Be late. I guess you have to try on your own. I'd have to look back, but I did just try throw it at the base of the bulb, and it just... the whole thing popped. Then I tried it at the bottom, or in the middle of the stalk, and it's still just all destroyed. So I don't know. Maybe... it's random, maybe it's just the small ones that do that, because the one I did see rise wasn't that big. Those ones are quite large. I don't know. Alright, so let's just now, still have to do this side, right? So this needs to be brought back somewhere around here. Ah, just forgot the containers again. Alright, there we go. Load balanced. We should all be getting the same amount now. Now, I've already forgotten what they're getting. I need to keep track of that in some document because it matters on the other end. So this is Bauxite pickup number 3. One, two, three. Impure pure and normal, right? So 18, 19, 20, 2100 divided by 3 is what these guys are getting. 2100 divided by 3. No, sorry, divided by 6. So 350. Alright, so pickup number 3. Every station, 350 going into it per minute. Alright, let's ride the rail around to the other ones and see what they're doing. Is there any new graphical options with the new lighting and stuff? Frame generation, was that there before? Uses AI to create additional frames between rendered ones. Missing belts? Sorry. Okay, I'll go back and we'll get it. Thank you though. Pop off here, maybe. Oh, the storage containers I didn't hook up, right? Was that it? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Do you think you'll ever use curved belts? I don't really like the look of them myself. I think they look nice. I just prefer sticking to the grid and using right angles. So I probably wouldn't use them either, but I think over time I might try to make the effort, you know? So I do think they look nice. Could the nuclear obelisk destroy the plant that sticks out of the ground? No, it's not a power thing, I don't think. That would be funny though if it was. Permanent ban will ensure if live video does not end in the next 5 minutes. Well, that's just like a weird bot account, isn't it? There you go. Mr. Notification has been timed out. Interesting tactic, for whatever reason. Alright, we're all connected now. We're all good. More buffers. More buffers aren't connected? Yeah. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm so good at this game. Alright, all good. We'll do an inspection of each one. So this place is definitely set. The amount coming in, I must say, looks a little low. Oh, that's actually normal because these are 50 per minute. So it's only... So basically, this is doing 150 per minute. We'll be able to get it to 300 per minute, and then it'll be spreading the 50 per minute across the 6. So they're all getting 300 on the bottom, then they get 50 added to each one. That should balance that out. So 350 per thing. We could just ride the rails ourselves. The frustrating thing with this railway, I still have to do the other line, and I can't blueprint that because it's like everything's already down. Maybe. It does look like the global illumination is brighter on the lights that we have on the rails and on the walkways. Seems to be glowing further than normal. This will be the one receiving 350 per minute. Get the next one over. I'm running on high and bright, yes. Am I the only one that has problems with placing blocks? Yeah, what's your problem? I didn't get a notification that you started streaming. It might be because I was streaming earlier today, maybe. Anyone knows anything about the Rome 2 campaign in my other channel? Yeah, so there's been, again, another like unfortunate delay, which is this stray cat that we picked up got hit by a car, and that's just... Then I decided to do a fundraising stream like all day. It'll be back, but it won't be back till tomorrow. But then it will be back every day. There's always something. I'm either sick... Cats are sick. Something's always going on. But anyway, hopefully now there's no more interruptions for a while. I am purchasing an apartment, but It's gonna take another several weeks apparently. We're good. What's the storage container glitch? I don't know of any glitch. Oh, Avish has said they have a glitch. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. These miners were never hooked up to power. Oh yeah. Just doing power in a lazy fashion until now. For now. Drag it underneath. Oh, and I haven't connected this one up still. God, I'm such an idiot. Right, we're almost done then. With the actual miners. I can't wait to be done with the miners so I can just focus on the build. Been a pain. Super pain going out here grabbing this stuff. Alright. That's not even hooked up yet. See if curved belts will work here. Yeah, it would. There we go. Love it. Ooh, placed any train buffer stops yet? No. I don't really see the need for them. They do look cool though. Cosmetically, I definitely will, but yeah, I haven't placed it because I don't need one yet. Like, there's nowhere even for me to place it in terms of cosmetics yet. Can I get out? There we go. I'm just doing power in a lazy fashion until we get some walls and stuff on this. Power will be the last thing I do. We will do it. I wouldn't even know where to put it right now. Ogden, thank you so much. You've lost the game. Oh, I actually can't remember what the game is again. Isn't it just talking about the game or something? Something like that. Thank you, though, by the way. I think the pathway blueprints are different directions, so the power didn't connect properly. The power has connected, I think, but you're right that they are flipped so that the power nodes weren't evenly distributed across them. Does that make sense? But I'm pretty sure I still connected it the whole way. Power lines don't connect between blueprints, just belts, and they don't connect vertically. Belts will only connect horizontally to each other in the auto connect. So we ran a bunch of experiments with it today, like to see how it worked. Tried floor holes and a few other things to see, like, could we get them to connect vertically, but I couldn't make it happen anyway. Right, so last one is just out here. We have a dismantle crate. Let's see if I can go grab that. Oh yeah. Wonder if these reappeared, because I feel like I would have grabbed that by now. But it's not marked, so maybe not. Oh yeah, we can get rid of the hard drive sites. Have you seen any crazy creatures in game yet today? No. I've seen them before. Last year. April Fools, the Sanctum creatures. I know that the bean can be, like, really small as well. But no, we haven't actually seen it. I might have that stuff turned off. If there is a way to turn off that stuff, it's probably off. Disable seasonal events. Maybe that might have gotten rid of it. Because I didn't want Fixmas on. I was recording videos. New videos tomorrow. Not hallucinating. Yeah, so the creatures that you might be seeing, they're from a different game by Coffee Stain called Sanctum. Which was actually a really cool game. Gotta turn all this biofuel into fuel soon. Or I mean, turn this biomass into fuel that we actually consume somewhere. Oh my god, so many trees went down. To be honest, I like the fact that only belts connect. It makes it so that we really have to consider stuff when designing blueprints. To have everything just auto-connect would feel like cheating to me. I actually disagree somewhat. I feel like it makes it so that everyone's going to design their blueprints the same way, because it only works one way. But I can see both sides of the argument on that one. I kind of feel like if it was more dynamic, then you wouldn't be so constrained to saying like, well, now every time I build a blueprint, I have to include a belt aiming at the side, otherwise it won't auto-connect. But everyone's going to do that. And mostly in the same place, you know? So, we'll see. I'd rather have that feature than not, though. I just think I feel like the way I would have done it would have been definitely more convoluted, but it would have been to like almost tag the belts as an input that you want to connect to a blueprint that's the same. Their version works where you can connect them to any other blueprint, which is cool. You can have like rows of different things connect, but it's almost like I would like to say like this is input A1, and this is or just input A, and then this is output A. This is input B, this is output B. And then it's like when you list a blueprint next to another one, the A's will connect and the B's will connect. That's just how I would have done it. It's certainly a lot more involved to be like trying to somehow, I don't know how you do that. Either like a sort of a custom, a type of thing where you paint it, and then, you know, maybe you see like this appear. It's like, okay, this is an A, this is a B, or whatever. Obviously super messy, you need to think about it. But that's how I thought if they were ever going to do it, they would do it that way. And that way you can make power link to power, you could make belt link to belt, you could link belts up and down. But their way, it's like now you have to get them level with each other, and they have to recognize each other, and they connect. And inputs don't connect to inputs. It's only belts that connect to belts. So a merger doesn't connect to another merger or splitter. So you can't do like manifolds. You have to build a splitter with a belt coming out of it, and then a splitter with a belt coming out of it, and then those belts will meet. So it's like, okay, you know, it's like, it's better than not doing it, but it feels like it's a tough problem to solve. I think their way is probably better than what I'm suggesting, but yeah, it still doesn't feel quite perfect to me. They also need to work on those counters. The belt counter things are definitely like not right. But the elevators are cool. Again, I've like a little comment with everything, I guess, but the elevators, it's like we need more than just like 12 icons that you can display on the elevator. Even just all the other icons that you have accessible in signs would be nice to be able to use those. For some reason, they've limited it to just like way less than that. So I would love to just put the number of the floor on the icon. That'd be fine. All you can really do is just like some basic icons, and there's only like, I can't imagine how you could really differentiate anything with that, because they're so similar to each other. It's like I have one floor for assemblers, one for refinement, one for water. And there's no symbols for any of that. Like, okay. It's a bit of a weird one. You put icons in but not give many. So I hope over the course of experimental, maybe they put a few more in. Where is that trying to go? Oh. Want it to be on the grid if possible. And we don't need to go this high. How high do I need to go? Stop ranting. I was going to go high to get over that thing there, but I suppose if we aim this direction, that'd be better. Flow along here. Well, we could test it out now, actually. I could just quickly build a blueprint designer, load that catwalk, and we'll build the catwalk with the belt inside. I'll still have to connect the power, though, but it'll just be interesting to see, like, it working the way it should. Let's give it a shot. They did. They made the slugs extra shiny. Yeah, they changed the VFX on them. And they're definitely, like, brighter. It's like they have higher exposure or something. How's little Rex doing? He's good. Alright, so here we have our blueprint. One, I need to repaint it. I'm doing this now after all the other ones have been done, but whatever. And I'll give that a different color, the same color as these. Panic jump. I don't know if I like the new jump height. I feel like I'm over... I guess you just have to get used to it, but why change that? It's so strange. Keep over jumping things. Like, you used... A normal jump before would be just clearing just slightly over a 4-meter foundation. Now it's like much... It's like a 6-meter almost. Feels like I'm like floating down. But I just need to get used to it, I guess. But are we good? Did I do that side? I guess so. No, I didn't. Okay. Alright, so in order to make this work, we need to build the belt inside of it, and just in the middle somewhere, like a little section. And then they should just auto-connect to each other, I think. Guess I'll start with this section. Like I said, power won't connect anyway, so there's no worry there. So this was called what? I'll just rename it, give it the same name. Steel walkway with belt support. Thanks for answering all the questions in chat. I'm so slow to read chat, but thank you if you're asking me. If you're saying that to me, it might be someone else saying it. Or you might be asking, you might be thanking someone else. Sometimes I miss things and other people answer for me. I can see your side too. You're way more creative than me, so I bet you can see more different solutions. Yeah, maybe. I would need time to think about it as a designer. I don't question any of the decisions they've made in doing it. I'm sure they think these things through more than I have. Right, so we're going to aim this way. That's our first one down, simple as. Now we do blueprint auto-connect. Question is, can I... So, when you do auto-connect... Okay, we can snap. And we face this way. But it didn't connect the belts. Why not? It is aiming the right way. Does that. Maybe they're too far back. They also have to be kind of somewhat close to each other. There. Now we've got the link symbol, so we click. And now we can drag this forward and they're connected. So I don't know, man. It is good, but in this situation, it doesn't make anything... Well, it makes it a little bit easier, I guess. Alright, so now, again... There we go. Click. Now we're attached, and then we link it back up. I just feel like if it was the way I mentioned, which it's never going to be, let's be honest, it would be a guaranteed tag from one to the other. And I could build this out just in a line over and over again without having to worry about this. But certainly when you're placing blocks of machines or blocks of stacked belts, you know those, if you remember the copper Caterium factory that I built, 8 belts, they need to connect to each other as you're just trying to build a track of 8 belts along the line. That was a nightmare to connect them together. We also have pipes connecting together, so I don't mean to be a negative Nelly. It is good. Just not perfect, I guess. Maybe it doesn't need to be. Anyway, belt is doing its thing in there. But this is a flaw in my design, right? If I built these belts closer to the edges, I guess they'd probably detect each other right sooner. So it's a flaw in my design also, I guess. But it was a bit too far away from the edge. I was trying to make it so the belt segments are the same, but I think the rule for belts is it has to be within 4 meters of another belt to recognize the connection. For pipes, it's a whole full foundation. 4 meters is a half foundation. You need to put the belt within a half foundation of the belt it's supposed to connect to. And you just say like, okay, now you're connected. Get faster at it. Yeah, you're right, Todd. You're right. Certainly when it comes to things with lots of belts, this would save so much time. And it works for train lines. That's the really big one. I can scoff at it now easily enough because I've had to build my whole railway just before this update. But now the rail lines will connect to each other. And you can just keep laying them in front of each other. So that'd be awesome as well. Alright, well this is all connected. I'm still going to have to go underneath and just get the power to come with me. Change that music in a sec. Anyway, enough negativity. Let's just enjoy the update and various things. I think they're going to map all these keystrokes to a controller. Radial wheels. And think of it, any individual keystroke, like, okay, sometimes I press E, sometimes I press R, T, P, whatever. So you've got 4 face buttons on a controller. But if I hold something like L2, hold that down, these 4 now can do 4 different things. Hold R2, they can do 4 other different things. And you can map them that way. So, I don't know. To me, there's like just as much possibility on this as there is a keyboard, really, because you can hold different things down. Very rarely will a keyboard game ever ask you to press 2 things at once, but on a controller it's more normal to do that. Yeah, I think they have boosted the vertical Blade Runners. My estimation is that you used to be able to jump about 4.1 meters, something like that, just over a block foundation, like a 4-meter foundation. Pretty sure that's the case. And now you clear it like substantially. So I really feel like I'm floating. I don't know why they changed it. I don't mind a change, but it's like, now I have to get used to it again. I'm going to be missing jumps for a while until, like, you know, get that right. Do an April 1st video where you upload something to Republic of Play. People have often suggested that. They're like, you should review Rome 2 on like the 1st of April. which I think is funny, but no. Alright, I don't like to have fun. Just dour and serious all the time. Try to shift this over and see if it can connect in again. It'd be great if it could. Oops. Come on, coffee stain. I'll give the update a 10 out of 10 if this works. You were so close. Wait a second. Is it the wrong way around again? Oh yeah. Hang on. It might still work. Ah. Go in. Curve it up. Maybe it looks nice. I tried curve, and I couldn't curve. No, I'm not going to curve it up. It wouldn't cover up from there. There's no way. There's no way that would work. The bend would be too high. It's like it can't, you know, it wouldn't be able to curve like that high. I don't think anyway. Because it would be like, yeah, it's too steep, I would imagine. Even that's too steep, so yeah. Don't think so. Got to paint that before I gave in. Alright, cool. By the way, chat, is the 24-hour Fundraiser stream he posted at? This is, yeah. So it's not quite 24 hours. I did say 24-ish. Probably going to be more like 18. Going to go to about 4 in the morning today. So at the moment, it is just coming up to 8. Yeah, so you got like 8 hours to go. So this will be a long time. He is snoozing in the bed there, yeah? He looks comfortable. He's like on his back, so that's good. Considering he's wearing like a little cone. Yeah, tired after his vet visit, I guess. He'll have to check his medication schedule, see when he's due his next thing, actually. This is the last belt though, finally, so that's at least something. What am I building? I'm building an aluminum factory. So at the moment, this is some of the final amounts of bauxite that we need to carry over to the aluminum factory. It has to go into a train station first. Train station's built, rail line's built, we're just collecting the last bits from the miners. That's basically what's going on. We're almost done. This needs to just connect over there, and that's the final one. And then we go over to the site, and we'll be planning out the machines. Right. Belts are lined up. Right, we'll do it manually from here, so it needs to go across into that spot. Really need to see what you need for a hoverback, because floating around like a crazy person. Do this for now, and then we can Pop in the belts, the whatever it's called that we need, the catwalk. Right. See if I can quickly paint that belt. If I just ride the belt one more time on the way back, paint it all the way down. It just bothers me. One of those things. Oh yeah, we need to cut away some of the trees. Some of the sides here. Do this one as well. Alright. A little ton of wood from all that. Use that again in the future. Oh yeah, it required aluminum. That's why. Yeah. Good point. Alright, is this... Oh yeah, so we just need to give this its power. Get that up to 480. Best belt speed we have right now. It'll go up to 600 eventually. Power is going all the way down. Right, so just paint this belt. Final thing. We'll come back out to this area and we'll build little outhouses for them and stuff. It'll look good. We just need to make some blueprints for it. And then we can apply it to each one. But I want to just get into the factory proper now. What's new in 1.1? So it's a lot of cosmetic stuff and some quality of life things. So blueprints can now connect together. You've now got some extra cosmetic buildables like wall vents and... what's it called? Like shelves, things like that. There's new gates, new types of beams that look like cables or like sort of like steel reinforced cable, that kind of thing. They're kind of cool, just nice cosmetics, additional flair, and new beams, new beam types as well, just regular metal beams. What else? You've got some improved graphics to certain things to do with lighting. New VFX, things like trees will actually fall down now. Changes to some audio. You've got a new photo mode where you can like focus on different things more dynamically, and then also you can decouple yourself from the photo mode so you can see yourself if you wanted to. Take a picture next to your factory. But then you could also change the aperture and how blurry things are, but also do dolly. So you could say like start point here. I want to... where's the thing gone? The thing that says tracking. Right here. Have they updated the game since? There was a tracking thing here earlier. I don't see it anymore. Where am I crazy? Oh, you have to set the endpoint, do you? There's one there, but there was one on the bottom though. I know about that one. There was one definitely on the bottom. Oh, you can do a roll. I didn't know you could do that. That's nice. Change focus mode? Oh yeah, maybe. Ah, there we go. Focus tracking. Thank you. Thank you. Then you can set a tracking point with this as well. So that means it'll just focus on the thing you're like... That seems off, but this should now focus on the character. So now we can say set start point. I don't know. Let's set an endpoint. I don't know if the zoom is dynamic. That'd be nice if it was. Set endpoint. Duration. I don't know. Short. Lock on to tracking point. See if it does it already. Yeah, there we go. Kind of aimed at the chest a little bit there. But just that kind of thing, that's kind of cool. And then you could maybe even mess with your aperture while that's happening, can you? Yeah. There we go. pretty good, right? Photo mode, better than ever. And there's all these different filters. You can play in like a cartoon mode and all this stuff, or not play, but like see things in different filters. That power wasn't connected up yet. Could be connected to the station though. I'm surprised. Oh, I didn't bring it across. That's why. I'd have to do a little bit of an amendment here, but generally speaking, we just get that across to here. That's gonna have a belt inside of itself now, actually thinking about it. There we go. Alright, cool. So there we go. So both of these should now be hooked up. This one's still not getting fed yet, so why is that? Because the rail line definitely has power. The train moving. Yeah. Train's moving, so we have power. Does power? Okay. Did I miss a connection? On both of them? One on the end there. Oh my god, this new jump thing is killing me. It's too big. Can't just get into little things now. Eh. That it? Looks good to me. Alright. That one's okay. Maybe I just missed the connection on the other one as well. Two connections are overlapping at some points. Click the wrong under the bridge. Called it. Oh yeah, I did say that. We'd see if you were right about that. Oh, I see what you're saying. So two are overlapping. The cables will look like they're connected, but it's connected to the wrong one. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if that is the case. So we do see a continuous line here. Okay, just wanted to rule that out, so you're right. So that's definitely going all the way through. Alright, well, let's follow this down. I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe it was that one. That's the one that was far away. Yes, it's working. Great. Cool. Thank you. Joe is correct. Alright, 300 per minute. Great. Alright, man, that took forever. Right, so that is all the miners now hooked up. So that is mining outposts. Done. Train junction. I don't think we... It's just the junction going in and out of the thing. Yeah, this is just one more train line to hook up, and then that's done. And then that's delivery, technically. Then we can do water or the machines. Well, really, both have to be done. There's also a dismantle crate out there I'd like to get. Trains are set to load. This is number... We've already done... This is number 1. Yeah, so number 1 doesn't have its train yet, I don't think. Also, just need to work out the numbers on this one. So there's 2 connection points to this one. It's pure and normal. So 1200 and 600. So 1800. 1800 divided by 6. It's 300 each. So platform number 1 or train station number 1's taking 300 per minute in each. Number 3 is 350. I have to go down and find out what number 2's at. All the way down there. So we'll just ride the rail. Nice. Starting to get some activity on the rails. See our various things moving around. I can only see one though, no? Oh, the other one's in the station at the moment. Okay, cool. Nice. Alright, cool. Power lines do not auto-connect, no. Can you show the... I just did. The new blueprint thing. Anytime I built those walkways there, I was just showing that they connect to each other. Is the other node intended to have no shards? They should all have shards, I think. Everything needs to be fully overclocked, but I can only go up to 480 per minute. So we could double check them, but I'm pretty sure the one we just looked at had shards, and the two that are connected in there. Pretty sure anyway. Right, so this one is taking in 3 nodes. Oh, we got yellow now for some reason. What's that? Why is the radar range so short? Weak signals. Oh, now it works. Oh, there's a weird glitch if you zoom in. It changes size. Something. Now it's huge. Okay, so that's bugged. Alright, resources back on. So yeah, we're taking now in normal, claimed. The tooltip now seems huge, by the way, for this. Seems to be changing as I zoom in. So pure, and normal. 600 plus 600. No, sorry, 600 plus 1200 plus 1200. We get 3000 in this place. 3000 divided by 6 stations. It's 500 per minute each. Comes in here. Okay. Game till 4 AM. I'm jealous, man, Darren. Yeah, well, yeah, what can I say? I got nothing, no comeback to that. It is a good deal. When you did them, I worried for a second stream, by the way. Oh, no worries then, cool. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, don't be afraid to ever catch me up, because often I do miss things like that. So if you're like, no, you forgot, that would be good to know. Oh, one thing I did forget. There's a dismantle crate here. I want to go pick that up, it's bothering me. Another train here already. So somewhere underneath here. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Don't do it. What happens? What happens? Nothing. Thanks to my new advanced signaling system. No problem. See you later. What benefit will you get? Oh, sorry, what benefit you get if you use biofuel, since it has just 750 burn time compared to turbo fuel with 2000 burn time? Is biofuel cheaper than packaged fuel? I'm talking about using it in vehicles. It's not that it's cheaper, it's just easier. It's easier than everything. If you throw... So I just did a biofuel factory. I can actually show people really quickly if they're curious. And why they look the way they do. Experimental scares me sometimes. Yeah, so I just built a liquid biofuel factory in my series. Looks pretty good. I might just hop into it very quickly and walk around it a bit and show you an example of how good it is for generating huge amounts. Still do have a little bit of extra pop in. It's better than it was though. Huge amounts of packaged liquid biofuel that you can use for your jetpack. It's great for the jetpack, but I would also just use it in trucks and it would last you for a very long time. Granted, it wouldn't last you forever. You do have to refill manually every now and then. When I say every now and then, I'm talking like every 30 hours, maybe. if you're something like that, depending on how big you go. Because you can use summer sloops to duplicate. You throw in one alien remain. That gets turned into protein, but it's doubled. And then you turn that into biomass. And every one protein becomes 200 biomass. And then that gets doubled to become solid biofuel. And then that gets doubled to become liquid biofuel. So the amount you get out when you're done slooping everything from just throwing in one animal remain is like hundreds of packaged biofuel. And that can run a tractor or truck for a very long time. So that's why I would use it. I wouldn't necessarily use it in burning in generators. Could. But that's a little bit like, you're a little dangerous to do it that way. Although it's probably more predictable actually in some ways, because you'll know exactly how much you'll burn over a certain amount of time. So you could say like, hey, I've got 100,000, it's burning at 15 per minute. I know exactly when it's going to run out. But I would still just rather use it for trucks and trains. I just think it's kind of cool that way. Seems like a good use of another resource basically. And then you can save your turbo fuel for things like drones. Drones actually go faster with turbo fuel and they can't use biofuel. So it's like, hey, save our turbo fuel for something that uses it better, like generators and drones. That's my logic anyway, but you know, each to their own. Did I mark how much this one was? This is, oh yeah, we've marked them all. Okay, cool, they're all connected. I just need to build the train station connecting in. So just very quickly, I'll just show off that liquid biofuel factory. I really like it, so I'll just hop into it just momentarily. The liquid biofuel factory was done, I think it was episode 10, but I'll just go into the prep of 12. This is Final Fantasy 7 music going on. If you've heard it in 14, it's because it's from 7. Little walkabout, just a little walkabout, little tour. Oh, this world runs buttery smooth because there's not as much going on in it. Alright, we're going to go over to my liquid biofuel factory. If we could, I won't really be able to show you how much you get out of one animal, but I'll show you how much I got out of 200 animal remains. 200 protein, which was 100 remains. Yeah, so 100 remains, which, let's be real, it takes a little while to get that, maybe 20 minutes or something around there. Let me just have a look real quickly. Alien protein. Yeah, it is one remain. So I had 204 remains, but they were doubled from the constructor. That means I must have put in about 100, so 100 remains. 100 remains has filled up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to here so far. And this is the factory, by the way. So the way it works is I'll go kill some animals and get some stuff real quickly and we'll just toss it in. But I'm just curious how much is left. So there was 206 remains. There's 103 left. They're not even going to be able to... This place can't even contain the amount of biofuel that's going to be made. Now, this is because at the moment, I don't have truck stations hooked up. But I'm going to hook a truck station up to this place. And then it's going to distribute to all my vehicles. The other thing that I'll be doing is connecting it to a drone port. So that's for the future. The drone port's going to go up here. So the walls or the floor is colored differently. The drone port is then going to fly the biofuel out to any remote truck that needs it. And we've done this in our world. And you can actually then make it so that you don't even have to come here to drop stuff off, right? Think about it. It's like, oh man, what a pain. You're telling me that you want me to go to this one place to drop off my stuff to make fuel. It's like, well, no, you don't even have to do that. With drones, you can call a drone to you, your location. So you just build a drone port wherever you are. Just bang, pop one down. Thanks to dimensional depots, you should just be able to do that wherever you are. You then fill it with biomass, anything like leaves, any bioorganic material, basically. Leaves, wood, alien remains, power slugs, all these kind of things. And you just send it. It'll be sent off, it'll fly down to your drone port, and then it'll be turned into like all of the biofuel that you need, your power shards, everything, and then that goes onto your drone network to be distributed to all your other things and into your pocket dimension or whatever. So you never even have to visit the place. Is the other highlights. So I think it's awesome. But don't get me wrong, I wouldn't do it instead of turbo fuel. I would do it alongside. As long as you're near power. Of course, you need to power your own drone port, and you need to give it the initial fuel to get there and, I guess, back. Although you don't have to, it doesn't have to actually technically come back. But yes, this is true. So as long as you have what you need to make a drone port, and you're near a power source of some sort, even if you could just make your own power, and you could throw in, let's say, turbo fuel, well, then you're good. Let's go. I'll just go chop some trees and then kill like 1 or 2 more creatures, and then we could just throw stuff in. You'll see how it works, basically. By the way, if anyone's curious about this world, this is my desert series world. We're on episode 12. 12 will be coming out tomorrow. And I'm aiming to release every 4 days. I'm getting quicker, I know I am, but there's been just a few random things like lately that have slowed me down. But I am getting quicker at like progressing now, which is good. And all the blueprints that are used in this world and all the factory designs and everything, it's all available for anyone that wants to use it too. What happened there? I wasn't even given anything. Just, this isn't a world I'm saving in, so I'm just testing something. Was it because my inventory was kind of full? Oh, there we go. I guess so. Okay. Alright, so that's just a little bit of a tester, and then if we kill 1 or 2 more creatures or something, we should be good. I feel like there's other stuff that we can throw in. Oh yeah, mycelia and things like that. Wood, just generally, and leaves. But mostly it's from like animals, so it's like the animals that you kill. They'll give you the most. Thanks, Cloud9 Gaming. Yeah, thank you, and everyone to help make the goal get reached. It was really incredible. Didn't expect it. Alright, we've got enough now. Oh, we get a hog as well, why not? Hello, buddy. No space for the hog. But like I said, in future you just call a drone, but for now we do run in and drop stuff off. But like I said also, the 200 remains, the 100 remains that were dropped in here is going to fill all these containers to the point where it's like just going to back the place up. So what normally happens is when you have remains, you'll come in here and you'll drop it into the bio-organic material container. Like I said, it'll be fed from a drone port in the future. So let's just say, yep, there goes our wood, our leaves, the different animal remains or whatever. Let's say I accidentally throw in something that I wasn't supposed to. So then it gets sorted by a programmable splitter. And the stuff that isn't supposed to go into these machines rolls into a kind of a fall-off container. So incompatible materials. What a fail, right? That I sent stuff in there. But the grass will make its way down. Start going into constructors, so if we maybe I can make this look even nicer. Yeah. So anyway, this layer is for like hog remains, spitter, any alien remains goes into this layer here. In this layer, it's any like slugs, right? So the slugs even get processed into shards and just goes into my depot, so I don't have to go collect them. Hog remains, and then down here we have the like wood, leaves, mycelia, and then at the very end, alien protein to biomass. So this is all built in that video. You can see how to do it. It's quite simple, right? It's only 16 constructors ultimately, and then underneath the floors, we can see where everything kind of goes. They go into their there's reasons that the containers are underneath each constructor is because you don't want any of the machines or belts upstairs getting backed up. So if you dropped in like several hundred wood, it would just fill the machine and get backed up and stop all the other stuff from moving. So to encourage as much moving at the same time as possible, best to do it this way, where you have containers underneath each thing. Ultimately, they all basically make the same thing though, which is liquid biofuel, solid biofuel at the end, and that rolls around into our refinery that takes in water and solid biofuel, and that just consistently kind of moves up here. Now all of these machines, they make so much because they all have sloops in them. So the 45 in produces 60 out. That rolls into here. This is just going to be at the very bottom, but because it hasn't ever filled yet. And then the packager just does its thing too, so 60 per minute just rolling out of here. 60 in, 60 out, 100%. Perfect. Love it. No problems. This place is just making canisters, so it's just one miner, a couple of constructors, same thing over here, combining together to make all the canisters for these guys, and that's it. But it just means that all the fuel for trucks is going to be taken care of now for pretty much forever. Even in just that one batch of 200 we dropped in while building it. And that was just the remains I just gathered from the beginning of the game and just held on to them. I was like, okay, cool. Eventually I'll use it. And I did. So I highly recommend giving it a shot. Because it's fun. And it's different. You can find another use for stuff that you would otherwise just throw away. Now, some people use it for DNA points. That could be good too. You can, I would say one of the modifications I would make to this place is down at the bottom where we turn it into alien protein into biomass. I would probably have like some sort of splitter where it just turns it into DNA points if I want at the flip of a switch, and then if I don't want it, flip the switch and it goes the other way. So yeah, that's probably what I would do. Or if not a switch, just straight up. Actually, I don't think a switch would work. Just straight up change the recipe when you want it, if you want more points or not. The biofuel factory is going to fill up so much. If all the containers are full, it's like, yeah, I might as well just switch it to do DNA points instead, you know? Why is your refinery underclocked? Because I'm not looking to gain at any specific rate in there. I'm just matching it to the output of the canisters. So I make 60 canisters per minute. I make 60 canisters per minute. So why not just do 60 liquid biofuel per minute? You also save on power if it's underclocked, so it doesn't need to go any higher. 60 per minute is more than we'll ever use. All my trucks running at the same time wouldn't take 60 per minute. So that's basically the reason. But we could increase it if I was ever like, oh my god, I've got 100 trucks all going. I'm going to go up to 120 per minute. Could easily do that. We have the biofuel, and I would just overclock the water again. Or not even overclock, just turn up the water. The water is also underclocked. You just hop down here. This is running at just 22.5, but again, you save on power that way, so it's better to keep it running low, taking 2 megawatts of power, running at 22.5. It's running at 100. Everything's working as it should be. Because this factory doesn't depend on a high throughput, so... Hey look, it's graphically going the wrong way. That's funny. That's new. That's from 1.1, I guess. The funny bug. Yeah, we are like just full up, so it's I could easily increase it if I wanted to, but we don't need to make it any faster. There's no point unless I added more packagers. But why would we do that? Yeah. Anyways, right, so that's that. I just wanted to show this off. And yeah, no worries. And thanks for asking. Sorry if I feel like sometimes my tone might indicate that. I'm like, why would you ask that? That's not the case. I love people asking those questions. Because then people often point out reasons that I never think of, and I'm like, oh yeah, maybe it should go faster. Alright, let's go back. And by the way, in the time it was from... This save, 79 hours. So to 86 hours. If we just load that real quickly, I'll give you a little preview of the next video. Spoilers, you'll see some of the machines. I'm going to try and look away from them though. Final Fantasy 7-9 music. Oh, you can't see it. It's actually in the distance. There you go. Little mini preview out there. So in the difference of 7 hours, I'm just curious if the rest of those containers filled. I mean, it's 60 per minute, so we'll see how much alien protein is left. There was 100 at the time. different. Alright, so these are numbered so we know how many of them are full. Number 13 is full. 15. 15 is almost full, so we've almost hit the 16th container. And each one is 4,800, so 15 times 4,800. There's 72,000 liquid biofuel here. And it's gaining. So how much is in this? There's 7 alien protein left, so it's almost over, or it's almost out. But once that's done, there's still, I'm sure, the big container underneath here to go through. Yeah. Still got to churn through all that. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, there you go. Liquid biofuel factory. To be continued once we get the drones. Boyless, I know. I know. But yeah, all the blueprints for those roads and everything are going to be in the next video. Actually, they're up right now if people wanted them. It's funny, this looks like I've written streamer or something, but it's stream episode 4 R for Rex. It was a slightly different stream. The following logic? Nice, nice, cool, good. Sometimes I don't know if my tone is wrong. Did the scale of the slots in storage change in the new update? I don't think so. Not that I've noticed, but... Thanks, Chris. Yeah, well, that one took a while, or it didn't take that long, really. But I tried to make it functional and look good and not have any issues. But even then, a great suggestion pointed out was you could build a little annex onto the side that takes some of the packaged biofuel and runs it in... I don't know if packaged biofuel would work or just solid biofuel, but runs what's it called, biomass burners as like a backup generator place. So it's like if this place, if power goes down, like this one will kick in with some batteries or something. I did like that idea where it's like, oh yeah, like a little room off the side that takes in like just some of this, all this excess biomass into old style biomass burners, just to, in the off chance that things go down, like this place would keep running or that would kick in. Quite like that. That was kind of cool. So I kind of wish I thought of that. And then the other one was people were saying like, yeah, it'd be great if you could have a switcher somehow to like choose between doing DNA points and doing biomass. You could do it where if it just overflows, that would happen. So eventually if that container filled up with like 4,800 alien protein, then any remaining alien protein just goes into DNA points. That would be an insane amount that you'd have to be making or killing to do that. But you could do it that way. Or you could use a small container rather than a big one, I guess, to speed that up a bit. Anyways, those are just other things that people suggested. So it's like there's always more you can do with it, I feel. And then we do have to put those drone ports in. Right, so back in this world, we're building the aluminum factory. All the miners are hooked up. Now we need to just connect in the final railway here and build this in. Tempted to blueprint it, but I mean, we just have this last little bit of distance to go, so it's not really necessary. Take longer to make the blueprint, probably. And then we build a train, and then all our trains are running, and we can just focus on what's in the factory, finally. Good afternoon. Sorry if I'm not saying hi to everybody. I need to drink more water, actually, in a minute to stay hydrated. We've got like 8 hours to go, so I want to be crashing out early. Alright, so starting here, I just wanted to get that lined up correctly. And the turn, well, I could just do the turn now, actually. It'll kind of tell me how far it has to go. You can now do this. That's quite interesting. So you can make your turns like much more purposefully sharper. This turn on the end is like much sharper than the other ones because we can now rotate it as we're building it. That's a new feature in the game, or new to 1.1. Cool. All right. Well, that's hooked up. So let's just get a little block signal. So this yeller. Okay, there we go. Bye. We just need to give this an outie, and it'll be good. Right. Be the same as this one. Just go to the halfway point, and then I can rotate it from there. Alright, cool. That's it. So now we just we'll build a train, and this is going to go to number 1. Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Right, there we go. But one is an experimental, indeed, yes. So you have to opt into it by going into the Blueprint Designer, or Blueprint Designer, going into Steam, right-clicking, press Properties on the game, and click Betas, and then choose it. You can choose Experimental from the drop-down. Hop out for a second. Presumably this is getting what it needs. Yep, cool. Nice, looks so good. Can't do photo mode in vehicles anymore though. Is there anything wrong with the train roundabouts? I've never tried building one, so I don't know. I am playing the beta, yes. Thanks, Tim, for the update. You could do a priority power switch between DNA points and biomass, works well. Do you mind explaining how that would work? A priority power switch. As far as I know, all I know about priority power switches is that they kick in when power dies. Down on top of the train while it's moving, that's true, we could do that. God, my nose is super itchy at the front, I have to like blow it, I think. Not to be gross. There is something a bit more crisp about the visuals, I think, since this update. Well, yeah, it is all that cocaine. I mean, honestly, the Fundraiser was all just for my habit. There's no cat. Turn off the power to the awesome sync and it would back up the belt. No, see, I wouldn't be using an awesome sync at all for this kind of stuff. You wouldn't want to throw... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, yeah, because DNA capsules go into the awesome sink. That would back up the belt. Then the DNA machine could get backed up, and then it could go the other way into turning protein into biomass. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, good call. At least it's not heroin. Yeah, not yet. When I really make it on YouTube, we'll move to that. How is the little guy? I feel so bad from having to wear the cone all the time. It always looks so sad. Or just animals do in general. When you put a cone on them, they just like fed up. Rex disappeared because his no, yeah, he's there. He's in the that side. He's in his bed. That's his cone. Or is it? Maybe I replace. Maybe it's just a teddy bear. We haven't seen him move, have we? Alright, we made it. Thank you, Alan, by the way. Or Aslan. Sorry, Aslan. Becoming a channel member. Yeah, we removed a crash site earlier. So earlier we built the elevators. I love the elevators. I think they're super cool. Would like more button options, but generally love the elevators. They build very easily. They transfer power between floors, which honestly might be even a better feature in some ways. We destroyed hard drive site. I checked the belt counters. What else did we do? We knocked down trees. We tried out the bombs. We captured some new slugs, just because they have different graphics and things. Obviously did other things, but I think that was mostly it. I didn't build it in this world. It was earlier in the stream today in a different world. We built it. So I can't show it to you. There isn't actually new slugs. They just have new graphics to them and new sounds. That's all. He's moving. He moved. Oh, yeah. Did he get his collar off? That's so funny, wasn't it? I just was talking about it. Looks like his collar's just come off. How did he do? I won't bother him just because, as much as I really want to go over and pet him right now, if his collar's off but he's not licking anywhere, leave him. Yeah. I say collar, it's a cone. Alright, so job done. We're hooked up. Now we have to do the next phase, the next planning phase, and figure out, yes, that's the train junction or whatever, that's all done. Delivery. So ultimately, I might actually make a trip down to the other biofuel factory in this game, which isn't as good because you have to go pretty far down the cave to get to it. I have Discord open, let me close that. Just because it takes up resources. Mealy note, that's what I was going to look up. Because we didn't really plan that much, but it's just a general plan. So 6,900 bauxite is what's in this area. For that, we would need 6,900 water. Or water. 34.5 refineries. And then 34.5 refineries doing scrap. The scrap will produce water that will go back around. I thought we already outlined that. I guess not. I was just going to do the regular scrap recipe, not this one, where you use petroleum coke. So we're just going to keep it standard recipe. So 120 water per minute out. Okay. 120 times 34.5. Or 140 water. And that's the same amount of coal that needs to go in. So if we looped it around, let's see how much true water we need then. 6,900 minus 4,140. 2,760 water. The dash line, just so we know it's like different. Alright, that's fine by me. Right, so this needs to be coal. I'll have to come from somewhere, from the train tracks as well, from a different direction, but I'm sick of doing that train for now, so we'll leave it for a little while. See if we can get the first bit up and running. 2760 water. 34.65 refineries. We can build a blueprint for that, trying to make them connect to each other effectively. But what we need to really work out now is a better logic map, because we've got a situation effectively, right? So the situation is this. Bauxite delivery 1 does 300 per minute out of each exit, each container. So these are all 300 per minute. Delivery 2 does 500 per minute each. Delivery 3 is 350. Now, we've got loads of room below us. We could go underneath and merge them so that every line is the same no matter what. That might be an option. So what we have then, 300 plus 350 plus 500. 150. I love it because it's just slightly under 1200, which arguably has some issues at low frame rates. So that might not be a bad idea at all. Then we'd have just 6 belts of 150, and we could then divide them up where they need to go. 1150 divided by 240? Ugh, that doesn't look like a nice number. Oh, we needed 200 per minute. I thought it was 240. We get 240 out. I see. .75. So we need 5.75 refineries per line. Is that right? 5.75 times 6. 34.5. That matches the number. So our math is correct. 5.75 refineries. So 6 refineries in a little block. 6 times over for each line. I like the look of this. Oh. Up. Where is this playlist? If you search the description, there's a YouTube channel in the description called Rifty Beats. He's the guy that makes it. He's grooming. Grooming's okay, just I don't want him to be at his leg, his bottom legs, back legs. That's where his surgical scars are, and you don't want him like gnawing at it. He's licking his paws at the moment. I'm keeping an eye on him. A little bit is okay, but if he's at it for a bit, then it's like, okay, cone has to go back on. Get out of here. See that? Let me give him a little pet. Doing his hair. He's on camera. Can you blame him? Right, it reminds me, I have to check, see what he needs next, because he might be due a painkiller or something. Also really warm in here, just bear with me a minute. And that... 9 o'clock, which is in 30 minutes, he needs more stuff. Gonna put the cone back on him. Oh, he moved. I thought he was just going to stay like that. Fun boy. He's really chill. He doesn't mind. I mean, he doesn't like it, but he doesn't fight. The other great lo-fi that he does is Attack on Titan lo-fi. He does Dragon Ball. I haven't seen Dragon Ball. Alright. Oh, hi. He got his cone off. Yeah, he was fine. We were all watching him. The people in the chat would let me know what he's doing, actually, so it's good. Just put it back. Can we leave that? Going to sleep too. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you, Ryden. Alright, so I've worked out that 6 belts seems like a good thing to me. Can't think of anything wrong with it. I did try the new big gate as well. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things. Looks great. In this world, actually, we'll need to unlock these things in the Awesome Sink. Awesome Shop, sorry. So maybe I should do that. I have to go get some tickets. Got some tickets. So let's see. New wall holes. Conveyor throughput. Or why not? Shelf units. No new finishes or materials. So I was kind of hoping there would be. Foundations. That's all good. We have the gate, the roll-up gate already. Personnel elevator. Beam expansion, structural cables, and ventilation. Now we could buy aluminum casing and get the hover pack. I might do that because it'd be nice to be able to fly. Cool. Brains are working no problem. Excellent. All right. Yeah, so without going up and over, I think it's probably better to go under and join these belts together. And they can be joined from the top now, so we can go in a straight line. So that's actually really nice. What the hell is this? The thing is... Train. I can see the train for some reason really far out. Anyway, so yeah, so then the factory floor is going to go over here maybe, and that's where we'll start building the rows of bauxite and stuff. So yeah, we'll just extend out that way, I guess. How are the two cats getting along? Well, at the moment, the only thing that we've done with them is we brought Jinx in, where she kind of came in. She was curious, and she just kind of looked at Rex. Didn't hiss at him or anything like that, but Rex growled at her. So he was only here. It was like his first day, really. I think maybe his second day. Oh, that's so cool. The things heat up. So not great, but I think just because it was his first day and everything, and he just had an operation, he's in a new place, cat walks up to him, he kind of hissed at her, and he had a little low growl going on, so we'll give him time. We've done some scent swapping, and hopefully like we can kind of bring her in and maybe feed them around, like nearer to each other or something, and get them more familiar with each other, until he realizes that everyone's safe here. All good. Yeah, so it's early days. You know, we're gonna have him for at least 6 weeks on this recovery journey of his, where he goes and gets his X-rays and they see how he's doing again. Not that that's like a deadline or anything, but like he'll be here for that long at least. So I'm hoping in all that time they'll start to learn to like each other. Do you have any guide on how to install mods? I saw a map mod in one of your videos. I don't have a guide on how to do it, but just what you need to do is download the Satisfactory mod manager. So just Google that, and it's fairly straightforward from there. It's like a program that you launch that will find where your Satisfactory is installed and then apply mods to it, and it'll uninstall mods too if you want. You can turn them on or off, you know, or whatever. It looks like this. So this is it. Make it a bit smaller. Right, so it opens up like this, and I'm in the game right now, so there's a little bit less than I can do, but it'll say all mods. If you just search them, you'll say like, oh, what was that mod Darren was looking at? It's called Cartograph, right? So this, you click download, it goes into a list. So you have profiles here, so it's like if you want to make a list just for one save over another, you can swap profiles, or you can just leave it as one. Doesn't really matter. So everything can go into one if you want. You just basically click that. It'll try to automatically do everything for you. It'll tell you like there's an update. It'll ask you if you want to switch them off if they're out of date, and you just click play Satisfactory, or you could even just have this on in the background, click play from Steam or whatever, Epic or whatever you use it from, and it should just work. So that's really all there is to it. So you just download the Satisfactory mod manager. It'll understand where your Steam save is or your Epic save is. Not even save, sorry, installation, and then it'll ask you, yeah, you just choose whatever ones you want. If you click into these, it expands out and it tells you like the compatibility. So it's like, is it working on this current version? So currently the game has just released something called the experimental branch, where you can opt into a different branch of the game on Steam. Lets you play with some of the new features, and this kind of breaks all the mods. So mods won't work right now. Like for instance, this mod, the map mod, doesn't work. Yeah, so this mod doesn't work at the moment. So almost none of the mods do, I don't think. So you'd have to wait a while. But if you're playing on the regular version of the game, they will. And this will allow you can switch versions. So you could say like, I want to go back to the one I have for this save if you wanted. So it's great. It's a great tool. It has everything in there for you. Yeah, Rosie's great at playing with Rex. All right, anyways. This is the area that we're going to work with. It's the right height. Yeah, it's high enough that we don't have to do anything. Cool. And then we need to make a blueprint we'll make a new blueprint for all these refineries, see if they can connect to each other. Would be the ideal situation. Well, they're only building 6 per row. Maybe we'll just do 2 groups of 3 and let them auto-connect that way. Their pipes should connect too then, which would be nice to just see for the first time. We'll get rid of anything that's in the way here, like these trees. I'm sorry, yes, for those who don't know, our cat Rex was injured and sick, so I'm doing a longer stream in support of him. We've already hit the goals for all that support. And thanks to Ancient Hero, by the way, for asking that question. So I'm still just going to ride out the stream as long as they said I would. Oh, Jinx has just come in, actually. Panic. Jinx is so cute. She just comes in and like looks. She's like, look over there. What's he doing here? Thought you got rid of him today. This is not a new save. It's a different save than the video series, but it's from my old video series. I did a video series for update 8, and then when the game became update 1.0, or it released into 1.0, oh yes, that's Jinx there. She's on the... It's so tiny. I'll make it a bit bigger. That's our other cat. She's peeking through the door. She's curious. What's going on, G? What's going on? Little friend. Go Rex. like Rex takes her down. Alpha. Right, I need to drop some of this stuff, I think. Good. Anyway, this isn't the same save. It's the save I had from update 8. We decided to start streaming that because I had a separate stream world and I beat the game for the first time. So then I was like, oh cool, we'll use the old save then. My desert video series will always be separate. It won't ever be streamed. Unless it's maybe just cosmetic sometime, but I don't think so even then. You'll never miss anything. Not in the video. Whoa. Oh. So much wood. Alright, let's get rid of this as well, I guess, and some of this power and stuff now will pay the price for being lazy. We have to move this and appropriately place it down. It's going to quickly, that should turn off the trains, I think, actually doing that. Gonna dump this biomass or whatever, and then we'll make our way back up here. Oh no, the trains are still going, great. We'll ride the rail around to, I have to go to here, dumps this stuff for a little while, then come back and then we'll start building fresh. It'll be more daytime then anyway. Put the Rex cam back where it was. And make it a bit smaller. It's gonna be chilling for a while. Are you going to use 1.1 on the Desert series? I was going to. I think so. It seems stable enough. Just a few graphical bugs, right? It seems stable enough, so I don't see why not. My next video is in 1.0. But the one after that will be 1.1. So yeah, sure. No, the trees don't damage you. Yeah, totally normal kitten cat type thing. I agree, Evan. Yeah. The adult cat seems okay so far. I mean, she does that thing where it's like her eyes become big and she just stares. But she's not growling, but her tail is kind of going like a little quick, a little flick. So, don't know how she feels right away. He's in this room and she isn't like at the door trying to get in or trying to sniff around or anything. And when we took him to the vet, we left this room open. There's a camera in here monitoring him. So we were checking it as like I was going to the vet and Rosie's having a look, and it's like Jinx was coming up sniffing all over all this stuff, and it's like, that's good. Yeah, we want her to know like he's in here, and that's cool, and she's okay with it, I guess. She didn't. We thought like, is she gonna just like pee on something immediately, like to mark territory or something, but she didn't. So hopefully all good. I think it's all normal so far. When we had Nyx, she was like 3 when we brought Jinx in as a kitten, and Nyx kind of reacted the same way. She just stared at her, and I can't remember how Jinx reacted, but I think generally they just kind of accepted each other. There was no fights or anything. The only worry is like he did growl at her just a little bit. He was a little unsure. He's like, like that little growl. But I think given his situation, new place, injured, cat looking right at him, I can understand. I would growl too. So hopefully when he settles and he gets comfortable and he eats more food here, and yeah, hopefully they acclimate to each other. Oh, sorry, yeah, this is my original liquid biofuel cave. It's an awesome cave underneath the lake near the the grassy fields area. This is the first rendition I ever did of a liquid biofuel cave, and I was like, okay, everything gets dumped into that box, but this doesn't, because it's built underground, it doesn't go anywhere. And this was done before dimensional depots. It has one now. So as nice as it looks, in many ways, it was very impractical, because it was like, we have to go into this cave, remote cave, every time we want to drop off biofuel and stuff. And collect it. But now at least we can collect it without visiting it. But really what would be ideal is that this should now connect out to a drone port so we can call it from anywhere and feed trucks and stuff. But that's, as you can see, the evolution of my playstyle. Once I got to the Desert series, it's like, right, now I know how to build this like for the future with everything in mind. So this is like iteration 1. It's fashion over function, I would say. But it's nice. It's good. I do love coming in here. It's a beautiful factory. How far back can we go? Oh my god, I'm going so fast. Oops. I don't need to pick it up anymore. It just goes into my inventory now. So thankfully, I don't have to come down here unless I'm just dropping stuff off. We just get it out of my inventory now, so it'll come with me wherever I go. And in the future, like I said, I'll make a remote delivery system. There is already a belt that goes in here. So it's like, yeah, if we put a middle belt on this, that sends in, like connects to a drone port out here or something, just a little sub building on the outside. That would solve all the issues with that place, you know? Oh, we'll do it eventually. And the drones will deliver the fuel to truck stations if we need them in the future. Slug just chilling. Yeah, the slugs keep repopulating. We've got loads of power shards, so it's all good. Could you not nudge a foundation through the roof and build a drone port on the dam? Yeah, totally. You could build a drone port on the dam and try to feed it through the rocks if you want. I just feel like the problem is like you're trying to send stuff in. I don't really like clipping stuff through caves and things. I could do it though. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind in this save if people wanted me to do that. Yeah, I used to have all these things because we didn't have, back in my day, we didn't have dimensional depots. You had to collect what you had to earn what you collect. Whatever. You had to earn your stuff and carry it with you like a man. None of these fancy schmancy cloud technology ticking our jibs. Oh, yeah, I can get rid of these now. See you later. People ask, what do you get? Rods, reinforced plate, and screws. I wonder what happens when you delete them and then the saves reload, because it always seems to repopulate the area with little bits. Like, I've definitely collected these before. Any more stuff? There's a bit of debris. Where is that cave? Yep. Cave is underneath a waterfall. Here. So you've got at the south of the map, the 2 lakes. This lake pours down into that lake. It's at the waterfall. Ah, to take out that biofuel, as that person mentioned. There we go. What's the point of building beautiful factories if you don't go visit it once in a while? Well, once in a while is okay, but I mean, like, if you're really trying to sustain multiple things coming off of it, it's a bit of a pain to have to visit it all the time. The real cool thing is using the teleporters that you get later. Like, then it's awesome, because you can just hop in, hop out, without having to, you know, make your way all the way down there every time. Was it worth it? Oh, okay, I thought he was going to go straight down. Ah, they made it so that the noise of the rock isn't tied to the dialogue volume. That's good. A lot of little fixes in this update. New bugs, but a lot of fixes. You get the teleporters too late in the game. Yeah, no, I agree, actually. It's really late. It's like when you've beaten the game. It's like, okay. It would be interesting. I would love to make a rebalance mod. I know, I'm sure there's loads. But just my own version of like what I think the rates should be, what I think the space elevator should take, when I think you should get things. I would love to do that. There. Right. So, oh yeah, so we're have to go. What's in here? More biomass. I had too much biomass constantly in this place because I was destroying so much vegetation building the railway. Oh, and that needs the walkway thing as well, doesn't it? Alright, we'll head down here, hopefully for the last time in a while, so we can just get building now. Can't wait for Satisfactory Plus to update. Oh yeah, indeed. I haven't actually played it, but they didn't update for 1.0 yet. Yeah, so now they're going to be trying to catch up with 1.1. I don't know if they're actively developing it or if they take breaks or something, but it is... I do feel bad. Like, there's a lot to do, obviously, for them. Catch up with everything. It's like Coffee Stain are outpacing them, which makes updating, like, really, really, really difficult. Still didn't find enough aluminum casing. What do we need? 200 or something for the hover pack. Trees are better, but they're still really harshly popping in and out. At least for me. It's like the whole tree disappears, you know? It is better than it was, though. Alright, here we are. Back again. Yeah. Oh, it takes alkaline sheets. Well, let's find out. It's unlocked by tier 7 hover pack. And that requires 100 sheet. Okay, so that's 100 sheet, and then you need 40 to make one. You can... Alright, I was going to be like, you can automate these. So 140. Might be able to do that. Oh, dude. We were able to do it. I have to run back, though, now. One more time. That would be great. How far is it to the hub? The hub is all the way in the south of the map. Jeez. Or can we drive or do something to get there a bit quicker? Just south is that direction. Ah, we'll just float over. We'll float over all my old buildings. We can drive, actually, once I get to the quartz factory. Let's see if this one gets chopped away, right? We were wondering. Basically, earlier on, we saw something pretty cool with these. Let's see if it works. Yes! Maybe bombs don't work, but if you cut it, it goes. It goes for quite a long time. Oh, I thought maybe it was gonna like pop it because it actually seemed to be tracing after it, but I think it was just going to my cursor. Crosshair. Try to ride one? That'd be funny. Destroy from the top and ride it up. Maybe actually, yeah. Give it a go. See if it works. Ah, would have been fun though. I almost for a second thought the train tracks changed. Then I remembered you put two tracks next to each other because the middle part between the tracks was... Ah, right. let's check this place out. This new update. Nature space elevator, that's funny. They've made the text on these things way bigger. And like brighter, I feel like. Yes, this is the Brutalist quartz factory. I'll tell you what it was, I'll show you actually what it was inspired by. This. I don't know if I'll be able to find it easily, but let's see. There you go. I assume these are just like AI generated or something, but some of them, this is it. I think one of these ones was like, I was like, oh cool. Like, I'll see if I can build that. It's basically just, oh, there it is. This one. It's like the third one. So yeah, that's where I got it from. I'm not that creative after all. More like, we'd have to look at it from like this angle basically to get the same thing. That was the inspo. Came up as a recommended video, and then I subscribed to the channel just because I like the art. I mean, the music's okay. It's just like ambient music, basically. Yeah, super simple inside. Anyway, right. Wanted to pop by as we were visiting the truck station for it. That's where I was saying we could drive all the way back from here. Makes things a little bit quicker. Hey, Spartan. Looks like a SoCal mall. I was in a SoCal mall once. I don't think it looked like that. I can see the vibe, though. Dystopian. Place just farms meat for me every now and then. Because there's trucks that drive by here and they just run over animals basically for me. Captured it well, thank you. Yeah, well, it was easy enough because it's a big rectangle with like just one diagonal line in it. My MAM hard drive recipes are not showing up. Same for you. I have a similar problem. It's like they're displaying weirdly. I can see them though. So when I click the... Oh, now they're not. Oh yeah, weird. Oh no, this is normal actually. For this save, this is normal. In the other save though, when I clicked hard drive library, the list went down the line, but it made the window really large, and then the two options were like cut off at the bottom of the screen. So based on this information, this makes me think that if your list isn't populated, I think what's probably happening is as the list is populating, it's telling the window to widen and widen, and that's offsetting what's going on inside it. So just a little bug. I'm sure they'll figure that one out soon. But yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I'm guessing if you couldn't see what was in there, was your list full? Guessing it was, or like big. Excuse me. Thanks, Ryan. Oh yeah, the buildings and factories in Dune. One factory I really like the look of is, you know, people were asking at the beginning of the stream, play Battlefield 2042 just as a joke, because they saw it in my Steam library, updating. And there's a really cool factory in that one, like it's called like the Nordvik factory, and it's like a big rectangle, but there's something about it that looks really clean and really good. And it uses all like white, it's kind of like an assembly floor for cars or vehicles or probably military equipment, I guess. And just the clean colors, it's like almost all white inside, but they just use like stripes of colors to show you where things are going, and that was the inspiration for doing that factory. I'm only seeing yellow lights in there. There's something gone wrong in there. Don't have the time to diagnose that now though. It's all good. Yellow lights seem to be on the smart plating section for some reason. Oh, that jump, man, that's killing me when how they've increased it. Right, so can we do this? Motors, computers, heavy modular frames. Let's see. Heavy. Nope. Computers? Yes. Motors? Yes. I do make heavy modular frames. I'm surprised I can't find them. Bruise. Weird. I thought I had a different recipe for that. Because in the other factory, I'm pretty sure I have a different recipe for it working in a factory right now. I'll have to go over there and check it. It's not far, but I'm just curious about that. That's where motors and computers are anyway, so let's just go there. You should do an Art Deco factory. No way. That would take so long. I just build rectangles, basically. Boxes. Life's too short. Build anything good. And even if I tried, I probably wouldn't be able to on that. People build insane stuff with their beams. Their free-form beams. 1.1 is out yet on experimental if you want to opt into it. Hey, Fawaz. I'm on experimental, but it's not showing. Are you, so does your build number say 403662? What's your build number when you're in the game? It'll say it on the bottom left or the top left. Art Deco could be a rectangle. Art Deco is like all statues and stuff built into buildings, isn't it? I think. Is it possible the 1.1 build has updated all the recipes you were putting off? I don't think so, because we saw all the other recipes earlier in a different save. I think they're there. It can be. Well, let me just see. If this recipe is available in the machine, but I don't have it, then something has gone wrong. Something's going wrong right now. I'm watching the trucks phase through the fence. They'll be fine. Right, so here we are then. These have all paused, so that's good. No power. Oh yeah, in order to build some of these factories, I have to turn this one off, actually. Vaguely remember that. Well, this will be enough to get what I need. Why did I have to turn this off? Oh yeah, because when we loaded the save, something changed with power in the Turbofuel factory plant. And then I did something where I was like, the only way we can build... I think I was saying like the only way we can build the aluminum factory is if I have like an excess amount of power that we can use to turn it all on. And then, yeah, after the next few milestones, then we could, we'd have the power we need to... Sorry, after the next milestone, we'd have aluminum, so then we could do a bigger power plant. For some reason I needed aluminum. I can't remember why. Rocket fuel or something, I think, needed it. So, 250 motors. I just want to point out, this is all because we've loaded a really old save into 2 versions ahead of itself now. So, things have we've had to deal with situations. For the canisters to package the rocket fuel, that's the one. You got it. You're on top of it. Thank you, Eve. Alright, forgot what I need. Almost. Can you build a dimensional depot for the heavy frames? The machines are off. I could do that anyway, so when we turn it on, it goes in there, but I'm not going to do it right now. Because the machines are off. I don't have DLSS turned on. It's something to do with their global illumination. Why is the motion blur so bad? Yeah, I don't know. It's something to do with global illumination. If you turn that off, that goes away. Something to do with like the light scattering effect, I guess. So if I turn off global illumination, actually still there a little bit. Maybe I'll try. I think I have motion blur on, so let's turn that off, I guess. It only happens on metal surfaces though, so I think it is to do with their lighting. I don't have upscaling is off. Anti-aliasing is TAA. No frame gen, no upscaling. Motion blur, let's see. No, it's still there. Like ghosting. I don't know. It's always been there though, I guess, for me anyway. Probably should have just taken them out of this machine, that would have been better. Alright, should be good to go. Computers are upstairs. Let me turn back on the other settings. That's TAA? It's the TAA doing that. It only happens with metal though. Why would that be the case? You know? I just find that odd. Not that I'm saying you're wrong. I'm just like, oh, why? What is it about metal that does that? Yeah. Just to test that though, I suppose, yeah, why not just double check? So we'll turn off TAA. So I'll turn off anti-aliasing altogether just to see. I don't think... Well, it could be both, right? This looks just as messed up to me. Right, we'll turn that off and this, just to see. If this doesn't do it, then I'm giving up on it. I don't care enough, but I'm kind of curious. So, TAA, motion blur, and what was the other thing? Global illumination. We'll turn that back off. Does this remove... Oh yeah, it kind of does. Yeah. We just have alias lines now. Okay, that's not too bad. But then could it be improved if we use a different aliasing method? Temporal super resolution. That's just using this, isn't it? God, I hate PC gaming. Leave it all the way it was. I've gotten used to it now, I suppose, anyway. TA is better than FX on these anyway. Give me back my motion blur, damn it. Alright, anyway, I was about to say darn tweaking settings. Yeah, I'm not. That makes me want to, like, never play a game again, going into settings. Jeez. So depressing. And doing it in front of other people is even worse. Yeah. Yeah, the motors are metallic surfaces, so they're reflecting, I guess. That's probably something to do with it, right? So they have reflective surfaces. Alright, let's drive back. We have what we need. Did I get the heavy modular frames, actually? Yeah. And I didn't get computers. Let me just go get them. They're upstairs. This is power. This feels fast. Oh my god. Like faster? Oh, the factory out there is still working. Oh, so the motors downstairs are still being produced. It's just the upstairs that's disconnected. Okay. This can all be turned back on just once we get power back, and then it can be ramped up to produce even more. So I might be out of computers then. Oh no, here they are. Okay. Should be enough. Let's get going back. We have a hover pack now. Now I can build the aluminum factory at ease. At least you're able to adjust the settings instead of just dealing with stuff. I'd rather just... I like the idea that they just give me the version of the game that they think is best and it works. That's how I like things. I'm not saying that's best for everyone. It's like iPhone or Android. It's like, yeah, I'm an iPhone user. Just give me the phone that works. I don't need to change anything. You decide how it should work for me. That's my philosophy on things. But I understand some people are like, well, I want to put 2 SIM cards in it, and... Sorry, I shouldn't do internet guy voice. It's like, well, they want to customize it and they want to use it for different things. And one size fits all doesn't necessarily fit them. So I get it. I get it. But I much prefer a tailored experience. I'll tell you this much. I've never booted up a PlayStation game, in my opinion, and said, you know what, I really want to change the view distance on this. It's like, no, it's never been a problem. It's always just worked. It's been great. I never felt like I'm dealing with it. But I don't play... I know I do play a lot of PlayStation games, so I don't know what games you'd have to play to have those issues, but I don't have those issues. Trying to earnestly think, like, was there any time where I was like, man, I wish I could change this. Like, I really don't think so. Like, on PS5, I've just played through, like, 10 different games and platinumed them in the last year. And I'm like, I don't think there's anything I would change about the experience. So... It's different on console, though, right? There's only one set of hardware, so you don't need to mess around with settings as much, in my experience. Everything runs the same for everybody. That's the great thing about it. You can optimize for one subset of hardware. I'm a vanilla gamer as well. One thing I love about PC games is playing mods, though. I like mods. It is nice to be able to take my save and throw it into a save editor and play with things, so I like that. There's obviously good benefits to PC gaming. But, you know, it's like, oh, like, my driver's updated and now my menus have weird artifacts on them. It's like PC gaming. People are like, oh, just roll back your drivers. I don't even know how to do that. I just use the NVIDIA update thing. I shouldn't have to do any of this stuff. That's how it feels to me. But anyway, I'm sorry. I know these are unpopular opinions, so I'll keep them to myself. People prefer me when I don't give any of my terrible takes. Especially when you should read the room. I'm in a PC gaming community here, mostly. Alright, we have our hover pack. Thank you, Farmer Scott, for understanding. Just flush your DNS, bro. Change your NAT type, bro. Actually, NAT type was a console problem back in the day. So, with a little bit of extra help from Alclad, we could get these. We don't need these, though, I guess, necessarily until we turn on the factory. Then we could just upgrade it immediately. But we'll need the power to do so. Hazmat suit would be kind of nice. Do I have enough for that? Yeah, we could wait 5 minutes to get a hazmat suit. Ah, who cares? We'll do it later. Right, let's go back north. Let's get back on this factory. So we have the train junction, the mining outposts, train stations. We need to clear a bit more forest and build our 34.5 refineries. I know where all the belts are going to go. So it'll be just a straight build game from here. And we'll build a new blueprint designer to see if we can connect some together. Although I'll be doing 6 rows of 6. I don't really need to connect blueprints together. I might make a blueprint of 3 refineries, and then they could just, like, 2 of them connect. Oops, 2 of them can just connect to each other. Take the hub with you? I don't know. I like leaving it there. I know I'm weird. Just, I'll leave it there. It's all good. That's where that's where it is, you know? There's no logic to that. It's just, it's where it is. I feel bad enough taking the space elevator with me. Looking for a new place, a new home for it. And then we could decide where the hub goes and build it there, actually, maybe. The reason I decided against the hazmat suit, though, anyway, was because I'd have to make filters. I don't make filters right now, so even if I put it on, I would just use all the filters I have immediately to get radioactive protection. Then I wouldn't have any filters to use it. So right now, it's like, whatever. You know, we'll come back down here when we need to. But it'll be a while. It would be good to get the priority merger, actually, if we could get that. Yeah, so reinforced iron plate. We were testing this out just before my stream, when the stream ended earlier, when I was taking Rex to the vet. Kind of interesting to see how it works. It was possibly unintentionally letting some stuff through that it didn't seem like it should. So we set up 2 containers on either side of it, set 1 priority to high and 1 to low. What do you think would happen? There's 2 schools of thought, right? It's like, well, the high priority, if both belts are full, they're the same speed of belts, so everything has 270 moving on it, and 270 on either side. No gaps on either belt. You would assume, I think anyway, that the one that has high priority takes the entire belt. So nothing from the low priority one ever comes through. But what was happening was, like, every 30 items, 1 was coming through from the other side. When we shifted it to be high priority and medium, it stayed the same. It didn't go from, like, 1 item every 30 to, like, 1 item every 10. It just stayed as 1 item every 30. So it almost seemed like you're not supposed to be letting that through then. I couldn't really work out what the rule was. The output belts are the same speed. 2 containers full of silica and concrete. 2 belts the same, going into a priority merger. 1 output. And we just watched the output. And we could see every now and then a flash of silica would roll along. Or concrete, whatever. So I don't know. I don't know how it's supposed to work. What the intent... Maybe I should read it. That might be good. Inputs can be prioritized to always be merged before others. Well, it's not working then. We could see that that's not working. Only a small bit, but definitely was letting stuff through. Even though the speeds were the same. So, I don't know. Whenever I hear PC Master Race, I think of old Flash Gits videos. I don't know who that is, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone will ever win between... If quote console is better or PC is better. I really do. It's a cop out, but I do think it is what you're looking for. If you're looking to just sit down and play a game and it works, a console is the way to go. If you're looking to maximize what you get out of your game, a PC is the way to go. That's kind of just it. It's the same with Apple and Android. It's like, if you don't want to think about what's in your phone, you just want it to work, and it does what it does, get an Apple, get an iPhone. It's pretty good. If you want to customize it and do something that's a bit unconventional sometimes, or connect it to things that wouldn't, you know, that isn't like quote the norm all the time. Where am I going? And Android's the way to go. You know, my dad has an Android phone. He's like, yeah, he's always trying to sell me on it. He's like, yeah, I've got 2 SIM cards in it, and I've got like a phone that folds over on itself with like 3 screens on it. I'm like, okay. It becomes a tablet. I'm like, great, that's cool. I don't want to do any of that. No interest. Never looked at my phone and thought, you know what? I want 3 screens on this and 2 SIM cards. I don't even use my own SIM card. It's like, I just use it on Wi-Fi most of the time, or I guess when I go out I do use it, but I don't make calls. So it's like, I never thought like I need 2 SIM cards. But it's, you know, I'm happy for him that he has the option. Man, I did not mean to go in this cave because it's leading me away from where my target is right now. Anyway, meds, question mark? Rosie said the meds are at... Oh yeah, I thought she was going to give them to him. Good point. I'll get the meds for him. The meds are anti-inflammatory. Not a painkiller, but yeah, we'll give it to him in a minute. Thanks for the reminder. 9 o'clock is his schedule for that. I thought Rosie said she was going to do it. Maybe she did. I don't know. I'll ask her. Yeah. Get to safety here, away from hogs, and then we'll check it out. Yeah, I didn't mean to go through there. I just need to go up and over, really, but my bad. Don't remember that being a thing. Now we can do this. Oh, can't be nudged. Why? Why would you do that? Hate buildings that can't be nudged. Right, let me just stay here for a sec. I'll check up on Rex. What is going on? I definitely didn't leave it like that. Right, safe. What do you think Satisfactory is missing in terms of decorations and stuff? Loads of things. I'll talk about that actually in just 1 sec when I get back. If your dad had just handed you a Samsung Galaxy Fold for your birthday, would you use it or trade it? I would trade it for a new iPhone. 100%. And I wouldn't feel bad doing it because I bought my dad an Apple TV and he never unboxed it. Sorry, I gave you the most boring screen to look at. Right. I'm an Apple hater. Based dad, yeah. So, Rex has to take something called Noraclav. It is a tiny pill. It has to be crushed up into his food. Eat it. I had a Zune. My dad like gets a new phone every year and tries out different things. He is like, he's got everything going on. He's mostly a Samsung guy though, I think, ultimately. But he's really into tech. Always has been. And he's really into how things work and making things work. He like does his own electronics and stuff. Hard to explain, but he's really knowledgeable about that. He used to be like a radio officer, and I don't know, he just knows loads about electricity. He set up his own solar panels, but they're like industrial level solar panels. They're massive. They don't sit on his roof or anything. They're like huge. They sit outside in a field. And he like connected and hooked it all up himself, and he was like really excited and telling me about it, you know. And it is really impressive. And he was like, yeah, I had people come in to help with it and they didn't know how to do it, so he had to like teach himself and stuff. And he was like, I loved it. He's like, oh, it's a big project for me and it's all working. And he has this whole server room set up showing like how it's all working and stuff. And then he made like a backup generator, so it's all about that. So he's just like that when it comes to phones and tech and everything. So his main annoyance with Apple stuff is that, yeah, you can't customize it. Like he has a bunch of cameras, or used to, and he was like, oh, on the iPhone I can only look at 2 at a time, but I want to see like a wall of like 10 cameras. So he got like, that was what made him I think I lost it. Oh, there it is. I got it. A little piece just flew out of the carton I have. Make sure no other piece did. I think I'm good. Anyway, he's all about that kind of stuff. But to me, it's like, I just want it to work. I want turnkey solutions to everything. I'm lazy, I guess. And sorry, I know this is kind of unusual, but gotta keep the boy fed and well. I know, he's really not into games. That's the unfortunate thing. He's very much like... So recently, he came over and I showed him like an Oculus for the first time. Like, oh, I say recently, it's like 2 years ago. And he was like blown away by it. And I was like, it's yours. I actually got it for him as a gift and it was a surprise. I wanted him to see it first and see what he thought. So he's super happy with it. And then I showed him like Flight Simulator. And he was just like, this is so awesome. And then he was like, can we fly over, like, he wanted to see all these different places. And he loved it. And then he showed all his friends and stuff. It was great. But he was talking about like how he'd like to like set up his own PC and do that. And then I mentioned the word game. I was like, oh yeah, you just get it on Steam, like it's a game or whatever. He's like, it's not a game, it's a simulator. And I was like, okay, because you know, he kind of looks down on games a little bit. He's never berated me for playing them or doing it as a living or anything like that, not at all. But he's just like, I have no interest in games. It is like, I just feel like I'm wasting time. And I was like, okay. Watches a lot of TV though. But I feel like it's each to their own. Right, he has his food. I'll just take this out and let him eat away. I have to take his cone off so he can eat it. And then when he's done, we'll just pop the cone back on. Ricky with his brekkie. Looks like I'm rolling a joint. I'm like crushing up pills on a stream. Anyways, but yeah, to me, I think my dad would love games if he just gave it a chance. I really do. And he'd see the value in the thought process of certain games, you know? I think he'd be into strategy games, and games like this, honestly, where it's like, you have to make stuff. But I know what he means overall. Like, he kind of feels like there's no real end tangible goal or product or something that you get out of it. Whereas when he's working with his hands, like, you get something, right? You get something at the end of it. So I get it. Right, anyways. Anyway, my dad's great. I love him. Super classic dad where he just, like, knows how to do everything, you know? Or feels that way. And always there. Thanks, Michael. Alright. Keep an eye on Rex for me, would you? If he starts licking his balls, or his lack of, his scars, I guess, and or his legs, let me know. We'll let him groom a little bit. It's okay if he licks anywhere up here. If he starts going down there for too long, anywhere near his legs, let me know. Well, I'll keep an eye on him too, but just generally speaking, I want him to allow him to groom himself a little bit. Doesn't feel so constrained all the time. And then I'll probably just lock him in the cage for a bit so I can air out this room. It's really warm. I need to open the door. My dad decided I wasn't worth continuing a relationship after I told him I was having my SRS surgery. I don't know what SRS is, although I guess I can guess if someone was willing to break off a relationship with you. But that sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that. Holy shit. End broadsword, man. Boys for both the kittens now that the goal is met. Or maybe one of those fancy water dishes. To get the most ornate fountain. Dude, that's such an insane amount. Thank you so much. Are you sure that's okay? You know, I follow you on Twitter and I get a little worried about you sometimes. About what you say. And you see big donations like that, I get a bit worried. So I hope you're doing okay. And thank you. I mean, that's just an incredible amount. For people who don't know, End Broadsword's been around with me for since 2017, at least. It's fine, okay. By the way, thank you. I mean, super, super, super generous. And like I said, these are all going to him, and then other cats too. But we'll try to spoil them. Get the most out of everyone's donation. Bankrolling a third cat, yeah. Alright, heading back north. Oh yeah, we can take the, we can ride the cables. I'm not doing okay relationshiply, but fine otherwise. Okay, well that's at least something. I'm sorry to hear that, Ace, by the way. I do consider myself fortunate to have both my parents, and they're both great. Quite lucky with that. People quite close to me, like, are, you know, their parents are divorced and stuff, or sometimes it's just bad terms and that, you know, and that sucks. I really do. It's such a great thing if your parents can stay together, and it's no doubt just beneficial, or has been beneficial to me, knowing that they're like always there, and they're like comfortable. They never ask anything of me. I know I can always fall back on them, and that's just a great peace of mind. It allowed me to take that risk many years ago when I was like, I'm going to leave my job, and I knew that, like, if everything went bad and nothing worked out, I would have a place to stay, you know? And it's not lost on me that not everybody has that. Bad lick. It's okay to lick. Like, we were talking with the vet today, and he was like, look, cats are going to groom a little bit, and if he licks his wound, that's okay. But if he's at it for a while, 10 seconds more, or they do that thing where they, like, bite, you know, it's like lick, 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 and then they start, like, gnawing on it. It's like, that's bad. But it could be natural and normal for him to lick around a little bit. We don't want to see him stuck at it. I'm looking at him now, though, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Just making sure. All right, we're back, and I have a hover pack now. So, oh, I wonder if they increase the range of this. That's something people have been asking for a while. A litter robot. Yeah, maybe. Our apartment is tiny. Oh, and the litter that we have is great. I mean, those ones that, like, yeah. I don't know why I said our apartment's tiny. I was thinking of the ones that go around. Sorry, like the Roombas. But the litter that, like, rolls itself over, that's also really cool. But our cat, Jinx, shout out to Jinx. She, like, just buries her crap really deep. And you'd never even know she went. It's quite impressive. Our other cat was like, I ain't doing that. He's okay. Good boy. And he's kind of the same. He really buries it so far. So I feel like Nyx was just like, that ain't happening. He's okay, still so far. Right, let's bomb this place. I'll put the cone on him in a minute. We'll lock him in his cage. We'll air out the place so it's not so hot. He said 500 for the Space Marine helmet. Oh yeah, that's funny. If I donate another 500, can I have a permaline cut? No, I joked with the vet about that today though, shaving the rest of them to make it even. Oh, sorry, not the vet. Sorry, with Rosie. But maybe we should bring it up to the vet and see what they'd say. It was on the way to the vet. Not like this. Oh crap, I've no jetpack. Shit. Ah. But no, I'm not going to shave him just because it looks cool. He might be cold. You know? Yeah, if he's grooming and he's moving around, it's all good. I kind of am looking over at him. It's when he stays on one spot for real long. Licking his toes, he's okay. Oh, he's fighting someone else. He fought a spitter. Alright. Just to be safe, we'll put the cone on him now. He meowed at me. Being good? You pretending when I look to not lick? Mm-hmm. Okay. Look at that. I turned away and he's like, I think I would lick again. Alright, let's cone him up. I can open this door. It is roasting in here. But as soon as I closed it, he just went to the bathroom, so. The Up movie has forever changed the vernacular to Cone of Shame. I haven't seen it. I know it's supposed to be very sad, though. There's manual ones you can get. Yeah, sorry, I was just talking about, also, the litter that we use is called World's Best Cat Litter, and you can just flush it in the toilet. So, at the moment, our litter experience is actually very good. They bury it. I really, genuinely don't really smell anything. And then we just scoop it. It all clumps, and you're able to flush it. And we've been using it for 5 years, no problems. So I've seen those things advertised, but I'm like, I actually just don't think we really need it. I use that too. Yeah, it's awesome. It's really great. I saw someone on a subreddit recently asking about like what litter they use, and not many people really mentioned it, but one person did pretty far down, and they were like, "Oh, it's like a corn-based litter," and it didn't have many upvotes. And I was like, "This is what I use. This is like awesome. You know? Changed everything." Because I see people use like wood pellets and stuff, and it's like, I get that it can be cheaper and everything, but it just seems like that can't really do the job. Like, I couldn't imagine going back, basically. You want a septic tank or a city? I don't know. No, oh, the city, yeah. But I believe it. So basically, it's like this really, it's like it almost looks like a sand. It's quite fine. And when you put it in the toilet, it sort of dissolves and turns into like a liquid again. So I would be surprised if it's like why it wouldn't be flushable. You know? But maybe there's problems, I don't know. Hopefully not. Yeah, it's specifically, it's advertised as flushable. It's biodegradable, flushable, corn-based litter. Apparently one of the problems a lot of people have with it is that their cat doesn't take to it. Our cats all have, so. Alright, good. Might make another container just for this. We got so much wood in this forest. I know it's a bit overkill, like constantly saving it, but I know I'll use it one day, and then we'll never have to collect ever again, so that would be nice. Alright, well let's just work with what we have. I'll just clear a couple more areas here and here. Just digging and cleaning up right now. How much have been raised so far? Including that 500? It's hard to know because of the YouTube bits go away over time. I'd have to keep it like somehow keep track of that. If I was to wager a guess, I'd say it's been nearly at least 1,000 now on YouTube in dollars, and then in pounds it was 3,100 on the Fundraiser. So if we're to convert everything to pounds, we're looking at about 4, maybe slightly over. Do I hear Song of Storm lo-fi? Yeah, it's a Zelda lo-fi. Hopefully none of this is copyright. Just autoplayed after the last one. Never played a Zelda game. Give him some privacy with that cloth, by the way, for when he went to the bathroom. We'll need an eye drop soon as well, I think. That'll be the last thing. Alright, cool. We've got a nice flat surface to work with, and we know ultimately what each of these has to do. So this is where it gets a little tricky. I'll build down a little bit with walls, and then maybe see if we can get a new vertical merger to work as we merge each of these together. So I'll just use this as a walkway for me for a minute. Basically I need what comes out of here, and it'll be the max belt speed. But we'll be using 1/150 out of each. Yeah. What comes down here is to merge up on a line that comes out of each one. So I'll just build a gap on each one. Thank you, by the way, Nick. Appreciate that. Yeah, so the goal has been well exceeded, I would say, as well, by the way. That's why I stopped the fundraiser. It's complete. And then I just said anything else that comes through here on YouTube, we'll just go to helping him and any other cat as well. Weird, sorry, didn't realize my membership hadn't been redone. Oh, no worries. That's okay. Why do you say stuff like that? Yeah, I don't know. I just never played. It's weird. To me, like Zelda, I could be wrong, was very... Zelda and Mega Man seem to be two games that were on Nintendo that were very much played by Americans. I could be wrong, but in my circles, never knew anyone that played it. Like, we played Mario, super popular, but I also played a load of other things, like, on Nintendo, but I just never even heard of Zelda until, like, I got older. Don't know why. Don't know. Maybe that's just me, though, but no one I knew who had a Nintendo console had it. We all had other things, like F-Zero and any Mario game. Earthworm Jim, you know? That was, like, super popular. Needs to merge down. In order to get a vertical... Do I need a vertical merger for this, actually? I do, kind of. 1, 2... Can I put a vertical merger on that? I can put a merger there, though, because that's just going in from the back. Yeah, it's not going in from the top. Okay. This needs to come down even further to make this work. Kings. He's just taking a peek. He just went to the bathroom. I can get it though. He has to get his eye drop, so I'll do it then. If you want to do it, I would appreciate it, yeah. Right, so that could be removed now. Nice, so that's what I was looking to get. Perfect, right? And this can just travel along now. We'll do this for each one. There, right? Yeah. Making sure. Kind of wish you could just place these instead of having to put them on lifts, but it's all good. And then the same thing over here. But yeah, since Super Nintendo, I haven't had a Nintendo console. I didn't get a Wii. I knew straight away that that was a joke. Like, I'll stick with my PlayStation 3, thank you. Last Nintendo I had was an N64. Wait, neither of these sides are outputs. Oh yeah, the output's only on the bottom. Damn. So, that sucks. So, I did. So this would just stay as a lift, let's say. And that could plug into this one, if that was lowered. But then under that one, we could go under. Yeah, that's a shame. Damn. I know it's a merger, but it does have an input. Or sorry, an output. It's just, it's aiming down. I wanted to have a I guess I want to merge from the top but send out to the side, and I guess you can't do that. You can't have like an L shape. It has to go straight through. Damn, I was excited for that because I thought like, oh, I can just build these in a line. They'll all connect together and be fed from the top. Can't do that. Am I missing something? Is there a way to pull this down and get it to merge onto the same line? Because if I pull this down and it merges onto a line, its back is blocking like the line that's trying to come into the same area. Let me see. No. Oh, I didn't know it was right now. Yeah, so I just gave him an orc left, that's all. Mark that off. So that's marked now. So X's in and then remend after. Yeah. I was thinking we could still give him a gavel. Just because it's over. Put it back tomorrow. You can put its output sideways and build a merger right on top of it. I don't know what you mean. Turn the lift 90 degrees and use a splitter. Yeah, you could do that. And a splitter wouldn't do it though, right? Split. Thanks. Oh. Splitter wouldn't do it because it's only got one way in. Keep forgetting I can do this now, which is nice. Like, they could all do this, so that would work, I suppose. So let's just do that. That's the simplest thing, isn't it? I think it's been mentioned. So just a merger. And it'll just be like on the ceiling. So they'll all just plug into the side. I mean, it doesn't really matter. This wasn't center aligned anyway, so... I just couldn't do it in the line I thought I could. No big deal. Right, so just to do it properly, I guess. You go into that. Mark 4, receive, good. You come down, you're gonna go into here. That's gonna go into a merger, so I need to get a merger. And now I can raise this, thankfully, so there. Okay. Alright, there we go. Done, yeah? Making it more complicated than it needs to be, really. So Mark 4 can just roll forward, and that will go into this one. Put the actual floor hole into this. I think I probably built it too far forward, did I? Yeah. Right. Might blueprint this. I have to do it several times over, actually, so maybe I'll just... Can I even blueprint the whole container and feeder setup, I guess, and then just link the belts? Let's do that. Belts won't connect because they're going to be too far across from each other. How about you just go somewhere here? I raise you. Right, so... I don't like this song. You're a wizard now. Merges can attach to the end of lifts. I know, I don't really like that. That's just a pet peeve of mine. How's 1.1 so far? It's good. It has some issues, I think, anyway. It needs to be ironed out. But generally, it's 90% positive, I would say. I can see that that'd be a nightmare to code. Yeah, I was hoping that when I first saw the mergers attaching to lifts, I was like, sweet, we're going to get 5-way mergers now. So I kind of... Where the hell is it? There it is. I kind of thought like, oh, you'll be able to plug in from the top and in from the bottom, and you just decide which way the output goes. But I guess not. They've cut off 2 ends, so it's always still 3 in. But now they've also determined like your output has to go out the bottom if you're feeding from the top, and vice versa. So, okay. It does feel, that's kind of what this, for me anyway, this update feels like. It's like, it's like everything has a caveat. It's like, okay, the belts will connect to each other in blueprints, but only if you're within 4 tiles initially when you're like drawing them out. It's like, okay, the belts will connect to each other, but they won't connect to their inputs. They only connect to other belts. So you have to have a belt in the blueprint. You can't just aim it into a splitter or a merger. It's like, okay. It's like concessions are being made. It's like, oh, there's a throughput counter. The throughput counter only counts what passes by. If the belt stops, then the throughput counter falls down, even if the average of the number is correct. So you could have 4 machines all taking in 100, so it's 400 per minute. The belt's supplying 400 per minute. Let's say perfect 400 per minute. But because the machines like might have a wind-up time of 2 minutes, and they're full, the belts will stop, and then they'll like consume, and then they stop. And it's like, if you're looking at the belt at the wrong time, the number is wrong. It's like, well, that doesn't really work then, does it? So it's like, but sometimes it might be a good reason that you wanted a free-flowing belt. We'll show you the numbers on it. It's like, okay, concession. The lifts are great. Awesome. Built super easily. Almost have nothing wrong with them. However, when you look at the buttons inside of a lift, and you add floors, you can customize the buttons and name the floors. Excellent. But we're only going to give you like 10 or 15 images. Like there's already about 50 images in the game that you can use in monochrome sections for like almost everything else. But in the lifts, we're going to isolate it to just these ones. It's like, okay, but I can't put a number in it then. So now all my floors are going to look like I have very little options for deciding how the floors look. Now, I want to preface all this by saying the things in experimental, they're looking for feedback. So I'm not shitting on the update. I'm just saying like there are concessions everywhere. So it's like, this is what I mean by the images. You're given this much. This is it. So imagine building an elevator and you're trying to say, I've got 4, 6, 8 floors maybe between it. What ones do you use to say that like this is the manufacturing floor? Maybe this one? What about the refinement floor? Another one? Just change the color, I guess. You know, it's like, well, why not just have colored blank buttons then, really? So, you know, it's like, well, we have like items that could be images. Maybe you could add some new images. I dare say, you know? That might be kind of nice, like monochrome versions of all the factory parts. Like you could throw it into Photoshop, render them out monochrome or outline versions, and that'd be great. But so it's like, okay, but the elevators, there's a small thing that's pretty good. There was a few other things that were like concessions. So it just feels like there's always like a but with everything so far. But I do think overall it's good. I mean, the things that don't have a quote but would be like the wall vents look great, the beams look good, the new build modes for the railway tracks are great, makes it much easier to make turns. Curved mode on belts, super good, looks great. Helped me in a sticky situation earlier, so it's like, yeah, there's lots that are great too. But some of the biggest features, I feel like, have little caveats. But anyway. Alright, so we're going to build this so that we can connect in properly. We have to do it several times, so it'll definitely save time if I just do it once. So, container, I'll build the containers fresh. Oh, that means having to sync all the containers that currently exist. Because if I don't build a container, the inputs won't line up. Okay, the only way I can get this to work then, instead of having to rebuild the containers, which are all full, which would be a pain in the ass because I have to take everything out of them, the floor holes won't connect in automatically. But if I build this a little further out with a belt, they will. Think. So let's do that. So we have a... This is what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, someone said like, oh, I think this is better creatively. It's like, no, it actually makes me have to do one specific thing to make it work. So, I don't know if it is better or not really, but we'll see. Alright, so if I look at this foundation, we want it to be on the edge of 2. Here. That gives you enough room. Oh, this will never work, actually. I can never make this auto-connect. I can only do it manually. Alright, well, I'll just leave it as a floor hole then. And I'll just build all the little lifts myself. Big deal, right? Is that where it's going to go? It's going to go to in front of that. Because unless I build little belts coming out of each storage container, they won't auto-snap in. This will be the floor, so I'll have to just put that in manually. That's okay. And then underneath, we have this on the right, looking to get something in. Like I said, you could snap that on, but I think it looks weird. I mean, it does look too weird on the roof, but it would look weird otherwise, which is the reason I don't do it, because you can see it just going through a metal, like the plates just fly through the metal. There's no black hole, so it looks a bit weird, I think. Anyway, each to your own. I don't mind if other people do it, obviously. Who cares? It's kind of interesting that we have auto connect in the game now for blueprints, but nothing else auto connect. It's like if I put that down and that lift was aiming in, that didn't auto connect. But it's like, why not? That would be nice if we extended that feature, seeing as it works now, because it's not exclusive to blueprints. You can have a blueprint connect to normal world stuff. Why not just have anything connect to normal world stuff? That'd be nice. Anyway. That's wrong. I knew it was wrong. I kept looking at it and I was like, it's still wrong. There we go. Alright, cool. So that's that. And that can just move along now in a line. We just draw the belts ourselves because it's quicker than the auto connecting. The auto connect only connects half a foundation length across, so it'd be too awkward to place them. This should be fine now that we've vertical nudging. By the way, the vertical nudging thing is awesome, so that's a good thing. ALU is the acronym for this factory, so roof merger and lift. You can put the top lift in. No, I can't because it won't connect. We have to do this and then ink it down so it lines up. Okay. That was what I was trying to say. Like, it wouldn't connect if the lift was in. I'd have to draw a belt between it. Was it to the left or to the right? It needs to go to the left. Alright, that should work. My bad, forgot it was straight into the container. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because I was going to push it out. Either way, I'd be drawing belts or I'm drawing lifts, one or the other. You know, it's kind of a pick your poison sitch. I didn't need to get rid of that one, really. Right, so let's try this again. So facing that way, that's correct. Sink it down. Nudge it across. And this should be in the right place now, I think. Why is that one not right? Are these not in the same place? Oh, that might be the case, actually. Oh, no, it is. Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine. We just have to do this for each one. Let me just clear these. I thought that would be... I thought this was like, oh, it's just all going to go in a straight line. This will be super quick. Little did you know. Alright, I'll just have to trust it's in the right place and we'll come back and look at them in a minute. Shout out to the vertical nudging though. Love it. And the nudge limit has been lifted, so that's great. No more, oh, it's exceeded the limit. For no reason. Alright, great. There we go. Not too bad. It's been a little baby. Alright, mark forward out of our minds. These can just go in each. Perfect. All right, we just have to do this 12 more times, and then they can connect underneath. Delete the foundation from the blueprint. That's an interesting one, actually, because I'm used to having to put the foundation in. Because we couldn't vertically nudge, but now you can vertically nudge. I guess you don't need the foundation. Yeah, you might be right with that. Let's just test that theory out. Is it the train that's doing it or something else? That's this. Yeah. Because if before vertical nudging, without doing the foundation, you'd be looking at the foundation, you couldn't bring it lower, you know? But you're right. You don't necessarily need that now. You'd just be able to sink it in where it is. Alright, let's try it over on this group then. Might be maybe some ways harder to line up. So once I orientate it the one time, it should be okay. That it? Like there? I think the foundation might make it easier just to line things up, but... So it has to sink lower than that. Let's see if I can just get used to it. So it wasn't there. I don't even think it's there. I think it might be there, but let's just, I don't know, let's go with this then. But now I'm not sure if it's close enough. There? I'm gonna do the foundation. Just for me. I'm not skilled enough, let's say, to get that right. And I can just see myself getting it wrong multiple times, even if I get it once or twice. But we'll do the foundation. Now though, I have to look again. I should have saved it as something different. So it's gonna go touching the corner. I think that's it. Could it be here? No, it's there. Sorry. No, it's no problem at all. You had the right idea. You had the right idea. Like if the holograms are a bit more clear, maybe, you know, it would work fine. Okay, close. Almost. I'll just do one more time. Yeah, you put a lift at the top for easier visibility. Then it wouldn't connect into the storage container. I'd have to just delete it and rebuild it. Or I'd have to build it further out and then draw belts. I don't know. I wasn't really having too much trouble with it until I removed the foundation once I figured it out, but it's okay. So this has to go there now instead. You meant you're deleting? Seems worth it. Well, remember, I only went back because it was suggested, and I think it was a good suggestion to try it without the foundation, and that made me lose my place again. That's all. I probably should have saved it as a different blueprint so I didn't lose the one I just had. This is fine, you know? Now that we know the gap and the distance, all good. All good. Who knows? Maybe the lift on top would be just as confusing. I don't know. Not super clear with the lift on the bottom, to be honest. Me, anyway. Alright, 6 more to go. See, I think these are actually... Are they all built in the same place? Maybe that's what's actually throwing me off. That is in the middle. That's in the middle. Is this in the middle as well? Yeah, okay. Feels like build dismantle distance might be further now. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really necessarily noticed, but it might be. Building overall has become easier, that's for sure. Just being able to vertically nudge means it's super easy. Not so bad, right? Once you just get that initial layout figured out, all good. Just user error. Learning the new system. What you can and can't do, I guess. Alright, so mark forward out of our minds. In you go. Paint that one. Now our paint transfers. Without any mods, so that's great. Good. Now at first these will be backed up. This thing won't work fully, really, until we get 1200 belt speed. That's going to be quite a while. I wonder, do we need priority mergers? No, I'm sure we don't. We'll just let it be even. Just might mean the ones on the back might take a while longer to get filled. What did I miss? Just struggles. A struggle session. What tier are we at? I don't know. Next milestone is Hazmat, so whatever that one's at. Tier 7, I think? So I'm building an aluminum factory, so it would be the first in this world. And I'm using all the aluminum in the Pink Forest, so it's just going to take a bit of a while to build. But we've got all the aluminum ready to go. It's all been delivered via train. Now it's just a matter of building the refineries next. We're almost at that stage. Just once all the bauxite is... So this is all the train stations. We're just bringing them all together onto one belt, which will be a future belt of 1200 each. And each one will be doing 1150 per minute, each of these belts. That's the idea anyway. Then we have to divide it up into 6 groups of refineries, I think. Slightly low on that, and we're good. Okay, cool. So they now all here have 1150 per minute, or will, logically. And this is the new area that we're going to start building stuff at, so the refineries can go in here, basically. I don't think there's any need for anything else. I mean, coal has to come in somewhere, and the idea was to bring in coal via train as well. Yeah, so it's going to collect the coal from all these different parts. We need... Let's see how much coal we need. 4,140. 4,100. That's for the second tier of refineries. The first tier is just 2,760 water. Plus the 1,400 water that goes in. So, back this off for a second. There, bring that to here. Get another line that says total water after it combines from being recycled is 6,900 as well. So it's an even amount of both. And that cycles around from these refineries. So basically we need to get the coal to go in there, and it needs to be 4,100. I just need to make sure I leave enough space for that to happen. And we'll do it on the same rail line. So there's a rail line going all around this place. It's a double rail line. In one direction is going to be the bauxite, in the other direction will be the coal. But they could still flood in this way, so it could come along here and come in if you wanted to keep the stations in this place, or it could be somewhere further down. I don't know. All that work for the hover pack and you're on the ground? Well, I don't need to float just yet, but when I'm building the refineries, I'll be hovering. We'll get there. But yeah, I'm still trying to work out the space, I guess. Just wondering if stations should go. So how many stations would that be, I guess? 4,140. It's all based on the amount that we'd be picking up and how it gets delivered in here. So impure here, so 1,200 per minute on that one. The radar tower circumference is bugged. I don't know how big the radius actually is. I think it's around there by the looks of things. It gets bigger the further you zoom out. That's kind of... yeah, it's extending to the quartz sometimes. I think it's probably right if it's on the quartz. There's coal down here as well, I think, isn't there? Well, I gotta add this up because we do need a lot. It's a me, Mario. Hey, Mewtwo. We were talking about Mario earlier. Probably get asked this a lot, but what's your reason for not using Satisfactory Modeler? I like just planning it out myself. I've never tried the Satisfactory Modeler, but I tried other online tools before that one came out. And I just felt... it's tough to remember. Like, I'm trying to remember what the problem was exactly. I remember with Satisfactory Calculator, it was kind of showing me everything based on the best recipes, the most efficient thing to do, rather than me being able to figure out what was best for my circumstance and my belt speed. And maybe I just couldn't find the right options at the time. And then I just started drawing it out myself. And I don't find that it takes me much longer or there's a problem. And I find I understand it better that way. But I don't know. The thing that takes me longest in planning is space, not numbers, at least typically. You need the initial like we planned a whole nuclear power factory on stream. And I don't think it took me that long to plan it. But the space took me the longest to figure out where we were going to place everything. Anyway, do you need the initial 69 water to get the 4140 return? No. We'll just start it up and we'll wait until the output. So basically it's like a rolling start. We'll start with 2760. That's all we need. We could do two things. We could use buffers so that they fill a bunch of buffers, and then when they're full, they'll roll into these machines as if it was producing that much, thus kickstarting the extra water here that comes back out and goes back in. Therefore, we don't have to have built any more than just the 57 water extractors. That's one option. The other option is to build loads of water extractors and then just delete the ones after they turn on. There's the third option, which is you could just drip feed it. So we could just send in the 2760 here, into here, no buffers. And as this starts producing, it'll be producing at whatever that number is. So 2760 out of 6900 times 100. So it'd be 40%. It'd be running at 40%. So you'd get 40% of this water out. Right, so whatever 40% of 4140 is, you'd get 1,656 water as a byproduct. That would continue to roll around and feed in here. So now your 40% is just gone up to 50 or 60%. And because of that, the 60% is now feeding more in here, creating more water, which would loop around and come back in, turning on more machines, creating more water, looping around and coming back in. And it would eventually just come up to 100%. You could do that. Or like you said, you could use buffers. I was planning on not using buffers, but buffers might be kind of fun. Why do you need so much aluminum? We beat the game with only making... I don't even know how much. We could actually check. Very little aluminum. Previously, where is my stream series? Do I not have it here? Stream World. There it is. So all the aluminum we made in the game where I actually beat the game, we made 675 casing and 270 alclad, with a little bit more, I think, here, 160 and 30. So why do you need more than that? No reason, just to do it quickly, I guess. Or not to do it quickly, it'll take longer to build, but to have a bigger factory that uses all the aluminum that we could possibly ever need. So that should we wish to build something in high volume, have the option. How are you all feeling about 1.1 so far? Personally, I think it's a mixed bag. Photo mode, curved belts, pipes are dope, but pretty disappointed in vertical merges and splitters. Yeah, I don't want to be super negative because I just talked about it. I have no relationship with Coffee Stain or anything like that, but I just don't want to like go over the same point. But I was saying, like, the best way I can summarize it is everything seems to have a little caveat. It's like vertical merges and splitters, it's really cool, but you can't decide their output. Their output has to go down or up. Like, that's a shame. The elevator can't have more than just like the standard monochrome pictures, so there's almost nothing you can use in there, in my opinion, creatively to make it distinguish the different floors. But the elevators are great. The blueprints, how they connect to each other, it's really finicky. You can only connect belts within 4 foundations of each other. It's really tight. You have to have the belt first. You can't just have it connect to the input of a splitter or merger. I somewhat understand why. How is the game supposed to know what belt you want it to connect? If the belt's built, it just goes, hey, that's a Mark 1, we'll connect a Mark 1 in. I kind of get it. The space constraint, I don't really understand. The pipes have a constraint of 1 foundation rather than 4 meters. So why there's a difference there? Don't know what that's about. You know, so it's like everything has a little bit of a caveat for me. For the most part, I love the new cosmetics and I think they look great. They look cool, they work, there's no problems. The graphical updates, the photo mode, all great. But some of the more functional things I was looking forward to do seem to have big caveats. Yeah, so I agree with Betsy's where it's like, at least they do connect and we can work around and figure out ways to make it work. But it's almost like I can't really think of a use case where I'll ever use it so far. Unless it's just I'm building belt tracks. It's like, in my copper Caterium factory, I had stacks of 8 belts on top of each other, right? Because we're doing high volume stuff, kind of like we are now. If I want to move 6900 bauxite or whatever, it's like, yeah, stacking these on 8 belts together and moving it along, it'll be much quicker, and it will be, to connect these belts in the Blueprint Designer. So that's a great use case for it. Building rows of machines and connecting them is not... to see Rex looking up at me, is not going to work as well. So yeah, but it's experimental. Hopefully they take the feedback. Hopefully there's no rush, and they take a couple extra months and maybe see if they can do something with the things people want. I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one being a negative Nelly with certain features. Yeah, the railways can finally connect, so that means you can plant them down real quick. You know, that came literally the minute we finished building a rail network and connecting it manually, so I'm a little salty just on my own part for that, but any future rails will be built way quicker now. So my desert series, for instance, only on episode like 12, so a railway will be happening in that, and building that will be way quicker. 3 pure coal northwest of you. Northwest. So, normal... these ones? Yeah. That's where I built my old aluminum factory in the other series, actually. That might be just a bit easier, wouldn't it, to get that, something like that, rather than trying to pull all these in. So, the way we've got all the bauxite at the moment is they're all going into a local station. So, there's a station here, a station here, and another station here. 3 nodes are going into each one, except for this one's only taking 2. And then they're all coming into the train station, which is just behind me, right? So there's 3 train stations. There has to be for the volume that we're taking in, especially when we upgrade the belt speeds. So it's like, cool. The question is, do I want to build another train to go along the same track and pull in from all of these ones? Trying to work out where the station could go. So again, there could be like a a station here, and we could go 1, 2, 3 into there, and they could come around and in. That'd be 6, 12, 24. So that'd be 2,400 straight away with these 3. And this one is impure. The negative about going out there is I don't want a train to go all the way out there. I need to build more rail. This way I don't need to build any more rail, really. So I think I will just try to use what's in the pink forest. It seems to make the most sense. The other option is just to not use a rail at all and just drag it over. I think I'll just pop it on the rail network. We did build it for that reason. Okay. Do it. So the rail... So I appreciate the suggestion, but yeah, I'm just going to go with the original vision, which is to make use of what's in the pink forest. So the coal is going to be traveling the other direction. And we could branch it and make this a double line, actually. And then it goes into the ones in the end. The patch notes say railways have gotten some major improvements with their implementation, so they should not be a lot nicer to build overall more than ever. Is it like building belts now? The main difference I've noticed is that you can rotate it. So like, let's say you're building from here to there, right? But you can like rotate it, its placement. I don't know if you could do that before, but that feels new to me. So that just makes it easier. Like if you want to determine the minimum curve turn, like a 90-degree kind of turn, we can go to, like, let's just say we go here and then we want to turn here. What's the minimum I could do this? So instead of like going like this and constantly moving out to see where it fits, I can just say like, no, stay at a right angle. And then I can kind of work that out just a little bit easier because I can actually determine that. Before rotating it, it would just face whatever way you're facing, so you have to kind of like move like this. Now it locks it. That's kind of nice. I mean, it is nice. It's great. So now I know, like, yeah, there. If I wanted the minimum, like, turn. You could turn yourself before? How did I not know that then? Well, then, in terms of anything else that's different with it, I don't really notice it. But I don't really build with rail much, so what do I know? I can't turn it here when I lock it in place, but I can turn it here. I can't believe that was the case before, because I never do that, and that would have saved me a lot. I thought that was new. Yeah, I guess why do people want me to try the modeler? Is there something wrong with the way I plan? I like planning my own factories. I just don't feel the need to like be like, oh, I'm gonna use like something else. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just kind of like, do people think I take way too long at planning or something? I don't know. I know, yeah, I've seen it. People have showed me. I've looked at it on Steam, and it's free. It looks awesome. I think it's great. I appreciate the suggestion. It's just that many people suggest it all the time. And whenever I say, like, I'm just happy with my own layout, people always say you should use the modeler. And it's like, well, I don't know. I like my layouts. This one's a bit of a mess, to be fair. But the ones I do for my series, I put a bit more time into them. There we go. And I quite like it because I can put in notes and stuff. But, you know, this looks fine too. I assume there's a dark mode. Yeah. Go your way. Yeah, unless it was like people were like, look, you're taking way too long. You could do this way, way quicker. Then it's totally valid. But otherwise, it's like, look, I like the way I'm doing it. You misread. You could not turn them yourself before. Oh, thank God. Because I was like, how did I miss that? That is good then. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I did misread. All right, anyways. So yeah, like I said, I think I'm going to go with the extra... We'll go with more rail lines here. And if I shift it to the next foundation over, a bit further back, these belts can run parallel to each other without messing up one another. How much space did I give between these? But from the start point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 between central points. Oh, you have to start with the actual station, don't you? The thing is, this might create more traffic if they're all... Oh no, because they're on different lanes. Should be okay. But instead of going there, you're going to go back one. And then... I know it's the wrong way around, but it's okay right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it needs one more over. Okay, so that could be coal station number 1. I'm just trying to think how many we'd need. Just 2, I think. Could do the 6 again, maybe. Like a game itself. There's so many ways to get it done. Yours is perfectly reasonable. That's fine then, yeah. And yeah, nothing. I don't want anyone to feel like I was disparaging. It's just it's come up so much. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? And granted, I haven't used it, so I really don't know the extent of it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me build that again. I'll use the Shape Z soundtrack for a bit. I can't even remember how to do that. Just type it in. Okay, so just to isolate which ones we're going to use for each station. So there's impure. I don't know if we'll bother with the impure. 1, 2, 3. That one's so far out that it feels like it could just be grabbed on its own. There's 1, 2, 3 here. 1. These are too low down. Normal and pure. And then we have normal, normal. So normal and pure, and then normal, pure. We could link them that way. Or 2 pures and 1 normal each. Oh, these are 3 normal. Goddamn. Yeah, I hide that, no? Yeah. Can't hear the tunes? Sorry, it's really quiet, I guess. Should be building up now, though. It was just quiet at first. I really miss having the cartograph mod because I can't quite see exactly where like the buildings are and the current rail line. And how much do we need again? 4-1 something. 4-1-40. Part of me is also like, it's just, I'm on top of it anyway, so why not just bring it in via a belt? There's 3 normal there, and then it's pure. Is there only 2 pure? And then there's pure up here. So 6, 12, 18. That's 1800 right there. 18 plus 24, what's that? 32 or something. 18 or 36. 42. That would be it then, wouldn't it? 4200. Yep, that'd be more than we need. I only need 4 nodes. I think I could do it in one station then. Just maybe the station be a bit longer. It'd be 700 coming out of each. So as long as the train 700 per minute in each category. So each one can hold 3600 divided by 700. As long as the train made its journey in 5 minutes, it'd be okay. If it only stopped in one place, the loading and unloading wouldn't be too bad. I think that could work. The elevation might be difficult. Yeah. So what I've been using so far is just the these things like little walkways that whoops. Some of them have supports, not all of them have supports just yet. But yeah, these like walkways. This is one of the longest ones actually that just goes over to one of the train platforms. In again. Peeking in. She's so funny. She follows Rosie in anytime she comes in. Alright, I'm just going to commit to that. It's 3200, is it? I'm inclined to believe you. 32. Yep, you're right. Alright, so that's even less time then. So maybe it does need to be 2 stations. It would have to be 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. And if it's following this network, it would take quite a while to get around it actually then. Okay. So we could do 1800 on one. Maybe I could still have one receiving station though, would that? No, that wouldn't work. There had to be 2 receiving stations. 1800 divided by 32. Not the right way. How do I do this again? Just lost my mind. 32. Oh yeah. 3200 divided by... No, 1800 divided by 6. That's what I'm looking for. 6 carriages. Yeah. 300 into each one. So then it's a question of 300. How long would that take to fill up 3200? 10 minutes. Yeah, that buys us loads of time then. Okay, so that's what we'll have to do. The other one will be even less than that because it'll be 1200 per minute. So it'll be 1200 divided by 6. It'll be 200. Wow, 16 minutes then to fill the other one. Cool, yeah, so that's what we'll do. So, okay, ultimately, sorry for the math, we'll just, 2 of these need to be built. These are going to be coal stations instead, in different colors. Let's give it a dark gray color, I guess. Flip it for the front. Underneath, the belts will travel along into whatever area we decide to build on. Be okay. Morning to Rex. Can you hear the music now, by the way? Really enjoy your desert playthrough. It's really helped me out in learning the game and sorting out my ideas. Glad to hear that, Kenny. Modeler will be faster, but your way is more presentable and customizable in my opinion. But perhaps more error prone. That's indeed. Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a good... The best argument against using my own thing is it's definitely error prone. Yeah, good point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So hard to see. Not counting that one, we need 6. 5, 6. This has to be our center point of the next station. Okay. This allows us to use the same merging blueprint that we used before, actually, which is nice. 1, 2, 3. One more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could use a blueprint that has the now has the storage containers built in, actually. It's all connected already. That'd be even better now. Move some of these power poles and stuff. But yeah, cool. Alright. Next layer of stations are ready to go. While we're here, maybe I will just make that blueprint then. Oh, I lost power. Oh. Legs. I like a 1.1. I've just talked about it like over and over again for a while, so I'll spare other people who've been asking. What happened to my jetpack? It was just there, and I tried to hotkey it, like put it on via a hotkey, so I pressed 2. And it's gone now. Yeah, so without being an asshole, yeah, just I'll answer it again maybe later, but as someone said, it's a bit of a mixed bag, and I kind of agree with that sentiment overall. Well, without a jetpack, I'm dead, actually, so this is the end. It's in dimensional storage. Oh, nice. Good call. I don't know how I've done that. Yeah, he's not putting it on my... It just throws it into the... Why does it do that? Oh. So basically, you used to be able to just press number 2, or whatever slot this was in, and it would go onto your back. You could just do a quick swap. Now if I press 2, it goes into the dimensional depot. I don't like that. They've changed that. That's a shame. Alright, well, not a big deal, but I just, you know, got used to one thing. And I need biofuel again. Alright, good. And it's not the preferred fuel anymore, I guess, is it? Now it is. Cool. It's a bug. Nice. Might be something to do with the controller hotkeys and things that might have messed around with some of the mappings. Right, so blueprint time. So we need this blueprint. And it's this direction. I feel like that needs to be closer, doesn't it? That's on the seam of 2 foundations. Is it on the seam of this one? Oh wow, I just didn't think it was that close. Oh yeah, I guess it. Oh yeah, I guess so. Okay, cool. Leave it black with the white stripe. Okay, cool. Now fit in here instead. So, using this blueprint now, I have to get rid of the foundations. I just need to decide how far... The map it the same as the other ones. I just need to see exactly how far we went from the station, I guess, and then it'll look the same. We are... 1.5 foundations across on the seam, okay. So on this seam... Sorry, I'm used to the vertical nudging hotkey. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, cool. It'd be easier if I built both foundations onto it. What county are you from? In Ireland? Dublin. Yeah, I grew up on the Dublin-Meath border, basically, in a little town called or village called the Knoll. Right, that should be good. Save that. I want to watch the live action. I may rewatch it another day. Oh, sorry. I'm curious what you think is a mixed bag. But yeah, I just talked about it. If you wanted to get... Oh, sorry. Yeah, someone said just rewind. I see. Yeah, unfortunately, like I just talked about it a few times. I've mentioned it several times. But I don't think I'll do a video on it. I don't really do videos on reviews or critique or anything. So, all good. Doesn't matter what I say. Alright, so once we lock in one, we can just link them together, correct? Alright, blueprint mode. Go! Nice, finally, starting to speed up a bit. Bring that across here. I'll just flip the bits on these. That over. Okay. Alright, cool. That wasn't too bad. Do the same thing out here. So it's these ones that need to go. I feel like it's the same tune. It's just playing over and over again. Like Taurus. Ooh. W my builds. W build. My builds usually suck. Well, this isn't done yet. I wouldn't call it a W just yet. Could all fall apart. Eye drops. You're doing them? Oh. What purpose are you thinking is there for the priority merger? So I haven't tested it yet, because I'm not sure how it's necessarily going to work. I'll actually just hop in. I'll show you guys really quickly, because I'm curious. I'm happy to show you the next video for people who are curious. Mostly because, and I know I'm finally making progress here, I'm going to stop for a second, but this is one I really haven't thought through fully, and I need to know your opinion on whether or not you think this would be a situation that a priority merger would help it. I mean, we could even build it, I suppose, and test it. Right, so spoilers for the next video, or... yeah, well, I guess spoilers. Right, so I'll show you a situation where I think it's going to be required. All right, so this factor is color coded. The orange is iron plates. Okay, so there's, and everything's normal running at 100%. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 80 iron plates per minute. That's rolling down here. This is a graphical glitch, by the way. It's coming down, not going up. As you can see, it's going out. Right, so this 40 per minute is rolling along and going into a smart splitter. The smart splitter is sending anything forward, right? Any amount forward, and the excess out the right. So just very quickly, we'll open up my mealy note document. You can see what's going on here a bit more specifically. Okay, so the goal is to take in 600 iron ingots. I love seeing Rex move. And send out 360. But I'm limited to a 480 belt speed. So I've got one group of 16 constructors and one group of 4. You just saw the one doing 4. So I can actually show you how it's divided. Like this. The 480 is going into 16, and 120 is going into 4. 80 comes out of this. And what's 16 times 20? 320. So 80 comes out of one, and 320 comes out of another. Where they're going is here. It requires 360. Now, one obvious simple thing you could do is just split 40 off the 80. That's just because it happened to work out that way. But let's just say it's not that easy. Maybe we wanted 25 and 35 had to go a different way. Okay, let's just imagine that. So we know that 40 we ultimately want to roll that way, and 40 we want to go this way. But we can't even, let's just pretend we can't evenly split. So we're doing it via overflow. So anything is going out the center, and overflow is just going to head towards the dimensional depot into my back pocket. So where's this going? This is going into a splitter, and it's going up to 3 floors, right? So there's 3 floors here, so we have a splitter going 3 ways. This is floor 1, floor 2, and floor 3. Each floor does the same thing. It's taking in the iron plates on the bottom, the orange again, right? So orange on the bottom. Hard to kind of see, but it's orange on the bottom, and blue on the top is for the screws. The other group of 16 constructors are here. So they're shooting plates along the bottom, out the other direction. So if we have a look here just really quickly, we can see that they're clocked in a way that it's 17.778. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 6 times 17.778. Is that right? That seems like a very odd number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, that's correct. It's 106.668. 106.668. Now I'm starting to get confused in my own number, why it's divided like that. There is a reason, I'm sure. Yes, so 40 divided by 3 is 13.333. So 13.333 goes along here. And that other number we just saw a minute ago, I can't remember now, should work into that. It was 106 point something, right? Right, that gives us our 120. So it was 106.66. So we've got 13.333 here. And 106, or whatever version that is. Yeah, 106.66. So we'll just say that again, and I can't change the time of day actually. But just again, 103. Forget everything I mentioned so far. The important thing now is there's 13.33 going this way, and 106.66 going this way. Now we're splitting manifold into every assembler. Okay, so it's bang in there, bang in there, bang in there. And then we need a little bit to go into the final machine. There's only going to be a little bit left over. So we'll just keep working with this idea first of all. So there's 106.666. We're taking in 30 per minute. So 106.666 minus 30. And how many machines? There's 4 of these, right? So minus 30. minus another 30, minus another 30, right? So the manifold's taking 30 every time. So we're left at the end with 16.666. Now, if this was a... This has to be a merger. And as you can see, because it's a manifold, you're waiting on the manifold to fill before it can backfill the other machines. The belt's just going to go all the way through. There's no belt I can say only send 16 point whatever it was. What was it? 16.66. Only send 16. It's not going to do that. It's going to try to get into here first, and then here, and then here, and then here. Just the way it works, right? The way it divides along the manifold. And this one's going to be trying to send 13. The problem is, it's like, which one do you take from first? They're pretty close numbers, but really you should be taking from this one first, so that then we can start backfilling the others, right? Or maybe start, I don't know, maybe take from this one first, actually, so that we prioritize sending the iron into the other machines first. That might work better. But then I've got a problem here where I'm waiting on overflow to spill the rest out there. If we prioritize this one, it's just going to keep flowing through. So I was thinking, like, and I haven't thought it through, but I was like, oh, a priority merger might work here. I could choose which one has the priority. Yeah, so I think I'd want to prioritize the line on the left, as this is the kind of overflow line. So use everything you got until you run dry and then send this in. And that would make it work. Because at the moment, it's doing one and then the other, one and then the other. And I noticed that these machines are getting backed up, or they were. There's 38 iron ingots in that, or iron plate in that one. Now, it takes a long time to back up, and this place hasn't been running for very long. But I was like, oh, it's backing up. It's backing up because this is sending in more than it should. And that's the problem. So there's a situation why you might want one, I think. You can prioritize based on the proportion you're intaking from each side, no? Not normally, but now there's a priority merger in the game, and you can say take from the left before you take from the right, and that's what I would want. I think I would want to do in this situation. I think. The only question I would have is that going to make it run short on these ones or something? I don't think so. I'd have to test it. I'd have to build one and test it and give it some time. Maybe I can do it right now. I don't know if I can. No, not really. I have the reinforced iron plates, but not the crystal oscillators. I can make those. Put one down. But I don't want to run this test. I want to get back to the other build. But that just seems like a situation where it might work. It's like, okay, I've got two things coming in. I'm trying to feed a machine, but they're very low numbers. One of them is connected to an overflow line and one isn't. It just happens to be the way the factory's done. It's done that way because I'm limited by belt speed. I've got 480 per minute. I actually think the factory is really well designed. I know I've built it, but it's one of my favorites in terms of how it's designed. We've got 480 belts. Everything's based on 480 per minute. So this is the max amount of machines I could take with that. The reason they're underclocked weird is just because the way I was placing the blueprints. You don't have to underclock them. I just happen to do that. But because it's fragmented where the other iron plates are over there, and some of them need to go to an overflow, it does leave a slight problem with how this receives what it receives. If you keep taking from the right, which it could do forever, if the priority was on the right, it would just keep taking. It would never have to roll anywhere else. It doesn't get backed up on that side. And the number would be so low that if you kept taking from here, you'd never meet the demand of the machine. Remember that what comes in here is 13. It's requiring more than that in here. It's 30 per minute. What it needs from here is 16. So it does seem to me like you'd want it to go from here first, then there. Because that's the overflow line. But I need to think about it. But that seems like a situation where maybe you might need a priority merger. But yeah. The cat did escape. Now he's okay though. We left it open. The door is closed and he's sitting on a little beanbag, not a beanbag, backpack actually, but he just likes it. Right, let's get back to enlightenment. I'll turn the camera on to him though, but he's just snoozing. Thanks for the heads up though. The door could have been opened. Can't move the camera any closer, but Simeon, Angela, thank you so much, by the way. Appreciate that a lot. Very kind words as well. Not only I love your content, but the thing you did for Rex is just amazing. I'm glad to help, even if it's not that much. I also saved a kitten 9 months ago. She's part of my life now. So happy about what you did. That's awesome to hear, and thank you. Really appreciate it, so thank you. All right, we're back. Yeah, sorry, I can't give you a better angle of him. He's at the furthest point in the room. The wire isn't that long. All right, cool. Well, anyways, oh, I forgot to paint these. Not a big deal. That should be our coal ready to be hooked up once we build the stations for them. I'll try to be as quick as I can with that now. We have to just also give them their belts going in. So copy this. These are all hooked up and their merges are ready to link together. Nice. I'm sure there's other cases for priority merges because I have seen people asking for it, and I'm sure in the past I've asked for it. Like, only let something onto this belt when there's a gap, you know? Gotta be a reason for that. As for the, I still don't really fully understand it because it has 3 priority settings. I guess it's because it has 3 inputs. That makes sense. Hey, Raquel or Rachel. Holy crap, I just booted up 1.1 for the first time today after work, and if you sample a building and build it, it copies the recipe along with it. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. I know it copies the paint now. Ada just said I'm judging you. Why? Building a constructor. To cast screws. Bonk. That is actually pretty good. Nice. Keeps the color too. No mods needed. Alright, so underneath I'll just connect these belts together. There's only 2 for this one, so it should be easy enough. They might even reach the whole way. Maybe. Yeah. Oh my god, that scared the crap out of me. Jeez. We need to gas this place. Alright, well, they're all connected, so... We haven't worked it out yet, but they... well, we did work it out, actually. It's going to be 1200 plus 1800. No, it's not. I think we said... Oh yeah, 2400, that's it. That's it. 42, yeah. And then that'll be divided by 6. $700 on each belt. Nice. Yeah, so each of these will now be sending 700 over that way. So the refineries can go somewhere along here. The refineries are going to be pulling from the bauxite. And the refineries after those refineries will be pulling from the coal. But at least we've got a one-stop shop for all the trains coming in. I don't need to build concrete out that far, but we'll just do this to the same distance as those ones at least. I look forward to going over this place and just cleaning it all up as well once the locations are set. Also scaffolding, lots of scaffolding and temporariness. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to change how these work. I know I could blueprint the rail, but I don't think I need to for this section just because the segments where they're going to be segmented is going to be different for each one. So just for now, so they're going to be on the left and the right. This is going down the center. It needs to be just shifted over to the left. The rail, that is. Everything else is fine. So I'm going to have to delete them. Nothing's hooked up now anyway, so it's not a big deal. But this will be our first junction. I actually don't have a junction yet. All. So we'll need to use block signals and path signals, or path signals, I guess, for the first time. But I'll just hook up this lane again, at least, so that I can keep running. Not that it's really doing anything anyway, but... So about there. That's totally fine by me. Sharp angle. Love it. Now, you can go this way. Sharp angle your way through as well. Until it just works. I can just connect there. So that is easier than before, for sure. Do the same with each one of these. What was with that Ada line? I don't know. I just built a constructor and she said it. I'm judging you. Okay. Oh, this... Okay. Didn't connect, really. Oh, did I cut a piece off of this? I might have done that, actually. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know there's new Ada lines, but I wonder... yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know that, that's good info. But what was the context? Build a constructor, or just build anything, or... Maybe because I didn't build a single machine in a while? I don't know. I like it. She's judging me. I could turn the voice lines back on now, actually. Why not, at this point? Okay, she pops up again. Alright, so these have been reconnected in. We need... Yeah, signals at each one. Well, not really. You don't want them backing up behind each other. I guess one here might be okay. Oh no, because then that would back up here. So until... Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, yeah, the blue... Whoops. Can I grab that? There we go. But once you cross this point, you have to have passed, like, one of the entrances before another train can come in. That makes sense, right? I think that's fine. I think that makes sense, because we don't want to back up this junction, so you have to have cleared one of the entrances to get in. And if you stopped here, you wouldn't back up all the way there. You'd be kind of close, but you shouldn't. So that seems okay, as long as trains can keep going through. I do feel like that's a little close. Maybe this should be a bit further up then, actually, in that case. It might be the safest thing. Build this to here or something. That guarantees that you're going to have the space to get in. And there's still definitely room for another train in front of you. Why would you set it to 39? Did I? That's very unusual as well, actually, because I would normally, yeah, round it up. There. 1/3. That'd be a funny thing if she, you set the voice dialogue down to, like, 10, and she speaks really loudly, like, I can still hear it, or you can still hear me. You'll never silence me. That'd be a funny one. Has he shown the vertical split as emerges yet? Yeah, we've built a few and played around with them before. I'll go back and watch. Okay. It's not that crazy, I don't think. We This morning I did a separate stream where we just like focused on the features as soon as they came out. So I went into a blueprint and we just had a look at them, saw if you could use them from different angles and stuff, but found that you can only really use them in kind of specific situations, which is fine. But yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more functionality. I would really just like to be able to set the output, where the output goes. That'd be nice. Like the output has to go up or down if you're receiving from up or down. And that just seems weird. If you're receiving left or right, well, I guess, yeah, you would always be receiving, you'd still be on that plane. It just feels like you should be able to receive in from the right and send it up at the top. Something like that. But oh well, what do I know? Nope. This isn't a dual, this is a dual lane but going in the same direction. It's a bit weird, but it does mean that coal shouldn't block bauxite and vice versa. They'll be traveling different directions on the main line though. For now I'll just, I don't know, build it to somewhere like here and then cut across. You're really coming from this direction actually, so I'll have to tuck that in further. Good, it's come together. Is it crazy to try and make 1200 of every main production item until you're forced to go down? What do you mean until you're forced to go down? No curved mode for rail lines? I think the default mode is curved, if you know what I mean. So, yes. There's no straight mode, I guess you could say, other than literally going in a dead straight line. Turn two belts with different throughputs into one with full... Turn two belts with different throughputs into one with full belt throughput and the other with the rest? Question mark? I'm not sure why you're asking that question. Is that related to the priority mergers that we talked about before? Sometimes people write... sorry if I'm wrong. But I do see sometimes people are watching the stream a little further behind and then they write a message and it's like... That might have been from before. Unless I'm mistaken. Until you run out of ore, I guess. I haven't gotten that far. Yeah, I would say it's not crazy to make 1200 of every... I mean, of every main production item. It's an interesting goal. I don't know if there's any reason to do it. Like, you'd ever need it. But that's a nice goal. Like, I'm going to try and make 1200 iron plate. It's like, yeah, that's okay. Seems a bit hardcore though. Yeah, I don't know. For what end? I would try to take on different challenges where it's like, if you're trying to look for a challenge, it's like, well, what if instead of just trying to make every production item at a high rate, it's like, well, why don't I use every bauxite node like available on the map, or every uranium node, and build a nuclear power plant? And like, what would that take? Because there's not many of those. Because I would say, like, building a ton of, like, iron plate and rod and screw or whatever it might be, you're better off using a converter to convert that material into something more useful later on if you get the power. So the challenge would really be building power. I think so anyway. But, you know, each to their own, as long as you're having fun. Justin Strickland, thank you very much. Tier 3'd out of his mind. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hey, a question I just thought of as well when people were mentioning like using the modeling software and stuff. Do other YouTubers use that? Out of curiosity, if so, what's the tool of choice they use? Is it Satisfactory Modeler? Has that become the king? Has that become the king? Making pretty good progress with this, I think. Hey Darn. Hey Justin. Really enjoy your content. I don't usually get to catch you live, but I always catch up on your stream. Keep it up. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, we're streaming really late tonight, so half 11. I'll be going for another 4.5 hours or thereabouts. Let's get some dinner soon. All I've had today, I had a pizza. I don't know if people remember, by the way. I said I was gonna have a pizza roll at like 2:30 or something, and I put it in the oven. I just totally forgot about it. Rosie came home. She was gone. I thought she was here. Didn't even know. Just forgot. I forgot that she went out she had an art class thing. And she was like, dude, there's like a burnt crisp left in the oven. Like, of just nothing. I was like, oh. That was potentially super dangerous. So. Normally I always set like I set a timer on the oven, but I obviously just couldn't hear it, I guess, in here. It would have beeped for quite a while. And then I was like, was it beeping when you got home? And she's like, no, it just went off eventually. It must give up eventually. Like, oh, it should really like shut itself down or something maybe. But yeah, that might be the first time that's ever happened to me, where I just left something in the oven. Remember back in college, my roommate at the time, actually he didn't even, he just crashed at our place. He didn't even live there. It used to be his place though, the year before. He'd come home drunk and put like he'd go out and get like a kebab. He's a super nice guy and totally normal, but I'm talking about him like he's an asshole. But he'd often get like a kebab out after a night out. So he's in a club, goes out, runs to the next kebab shop, gets a kebab in like tinfoil, brings it home, sticks it in the oven, and then passes out. And it's like, dude, we're in like a dingy apartment. The whole thing could definitely go up. And I remember we came in like maybe an hour after him, and the place was just covered in smoke. Well, not covered in smoke. A layer of smoke on the roof the whole way across. And he just passed out in his bed. Just didn't even know. It's like... And to add insult to injury, he was passed out with his little member in his hands. Like he didn't even make it, you know? So he had other things on his mind, I guess. Imagine that's the way you go out. He died of smoke inhalation while masturbating, basically. So it's like... Anyways, these are all done now, right? To change the topic. I think so. We have to do the outputs, but then other than that, we're looking good. This is a separate line. It's listed as blue, but I think we can separate it out, so it's not the same. Just want to say that I love your content. I just like to say I apologize. And you got me into this game. Keep doing great things. I can't wait for the next episode. Thank you. Hopefully tomorrow. It's really close to being done. It should have been out yesterday, really, but couldn't quite finish the edit. And I knew if I stayed up late, then I'd be wrecked to do like the long day stream that I was planning. The main reason for not doing it, or not getting it out yesterday. I put this on this side. Do you want? Let me. You're now different. Good. Figure out changing these to path or block in a moment. It's on the way in, it needs to be path. On the way out, it needs to be block. We don't want the block to block the thing there. I want it to go somewhere like here. I guess there is fine. This would need to be a path, right? See, that's after breaking that one. Where signals go a bit crazy. This would have to be a path, because from this perspective we're going in. We need a path. That's a graphical bug, but I guess it works. Not getting the error anymore. Let's go further than that, so about here. Over the next junction. There we go. The right side forward, left side. Now the right side going in this way, so that's all good. Cool. Alright, so I just got to build this out and connect it all the way around. And then we have to decide where we're going to put the coal stations. But in future, you'll just be able to blueprint this. It's just because half of it I've already placed down manually. Only the connection blueprints have just come out today. Unfortunately, I missed the boat on that one. But not a big deal. To be fair, he probably was having a good night, so at least he passed happy. Yeah, he would, maybe. Ignorance is bliss, right? You wouldn't really know. Go sleep and never wake up and think everything was good. Think think in any minute now I'm gonna have a kebab. So it's gonna be great. His name was also Darren. Nice. Alright, cool. So this will have to be another junction as well. Oh, I just linked all the way across today. I shouldn't really do that here. Bring it to the edge. Or like there. So one of the lines coming out of here will turn into this one. Yeah. And ideally we'll separate them too, I think. I think that might help things slightly. I don't know, I'm a little unsure of that, but I don't think it'll hurt things. I just don't know if it's worth it. You're now path signals, all path signals on the junction. Next block signal will be down here. Yeah, that works. At all. If I paint this, will it change or anything? No. We don't need to slide jump anymore, we can just run across them all. Yep, so these three have to combine onto one place. Seems like not a bad spot for it, really. There's one really close by. And the other two are kind of far, but if we bring them together and up. So along a track together and then up here might be okay. A bit awkward, but I don't know. We've got other walkways. What's the big difference? Now, ideally, we'll have the second track. So the second track is actually going in this direction. These tracks are going to have to go like out and around it. At the moment, yeah, so I have to build a little loop around the station. None of the stations use multiple trains. We worked out that they'd just be, you'd either need a super long train, because we're using 1200 per minute. They can only hold 3200. So some miners are going to be doing 1200 per minute. So a freight car would fill in 3 minutes. It's like, okay, so let's say we add 2 freight cars per miner. Okay, it's like 5 minutes now. It's like, still takes a little longer than that to get all the way around the whole loop. We'll do it by 3. And that gives us about 10 minutes. And that's kind of where we've landed for all of the different things. So there's 3 freight cars for every 1 miner, generally speaking. I think one of the routes, it's 5. So 6.5 minutes. That's as low as we go. Yeah, because one of them is taking 500 per minute. One of them's taking 300 per minute, so that's 10 minutes. And then the other one is 350, which is 9 minutes. So nothing can go shorter than 6.4, because that is cutting it a bit fine for me. Now, at the moment, we're only using 480 belt speeds. These are all going to come into effect once we get like better belts later on. Thanks, Robert. Are there look ahead signals? So there's 2 signals in this game. Most train games have 3. I'm not very good at trains, but this game uses block signals and path signals. Path signals, as I understand it, operate like chain signals. So basically a block signal just creates a segment. That's all it does. It's super straightforward. If one segment is free, the train can go through it. If not, it doesn't move. Path signal attempts to look at the block in front of it, I think. So it is a look ahead, but it looks one ahead. So, and it tries to reserve a path through. So it says like, okay, this one's free in front of me. I'll reserve that path so you can go through. As far as I understand, as long as you put path signals before junctions and block signals after junctions, it'll understand what it's looking ahead into and reserve paths just that way. Right, so we're going to wing it a bit. We don't want the Bauxite trains to get slowed any further than they are. They have to wait behind each other already a little bit. But they're generally all moving roughly at the same rate. They're not, but generally they kind of shouldn't ever really back it. We haven't seen them stall behind each other ever yet, so I'm happy enough with that. They should all be arriving in their stations generally on time. But we can't add more stations to that because it would just start slowing it down too much. Then they'd be waiting on the coal. None of them have to wait till they're full or anything. They just pick up and go. That's fine. But yeah, for the coal ones, we definitely would want this track going out and around and then merging back in. Just avoiding like the station. Because the station's going to be along this line. Keep it central. I don't want to pull off into a station. It's fine. I know it's a bit weird doing that way, but just for this specific area, it's a closed loop specifically for the Pink Forest. No other trains will run on this other than these are just for one factory, basically. Whereas other trains later on, like a train leaving this area, will have its own network. That's a broader network. This is like a local network, if that makes sense. So anyway, that's the plan. So try to get this new station built. I'll add some new stuff in here on the right. So we'll say Bauxite has been delivered. Coal stations and then coal delivery. So we actually do it. So coal stations are coming up next. We need 2. So 1 less than the other ones. So that's good. Not too bad. Nothing is hinged on this factory right now, so we could just remove some of these, maybe. Might actually... I think I moved a bit too far down. We should probably do it beyond this bit. Here would probably be better as a start point. So we can clear those things. I'll put that back in. Path do and don't look ahead. It just reserves a path, which means if you use path signals on intersection, only the path will be blocked, not the whole block. Path signals are advanced signals that are especially useful for bidirectional railways and complex intersections. They function similar to block signals, but rather than occupying the entire block, trains can reserve a specific path through it and will only enter the block if their path allows them to fully pass through. Caution, signals are directional. Yeah, so you're correct. It does reserve a path through. I thought it looks ahead, though, to know... Couldn't you say that it's looking ahead to know if something's going through it or not? Not like the kind of... Like, it's knowing whether or not something is going to cross its path. So I feel like, isn't that just like another way of saying it looks ahead? I could be wrong, but... I don't know. Like, what would be the difference with a look ahead signal then? I guess is my question. Why is there 2 foundation? Oh, because they're lower than they should be, yeah. Not in my experience? Okay, yeah, I trust you, because I don't know much about them. They signals are really this simple, or are we complicate? I think you asked that earlier. The signals really are that simple, as far as I know. There is only 2 types of signal. And as far as I know, if you place them, these ones, before an intersection, from the perspective of the train you're driving, so only on your lane as you go in, you place the path in, and then on the way out, the block. On the other side, it's the opposite direction. So path in from that side, and then the block out. I think it's that simple. Alright, I have to put the station down, then I can gauge how far these need to go. Put these lines for a moment. And I suppose I have to go for it. So each one takes up 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. So we need 6th carriage and then the train station itself. Should be that. Give ourselves a bit of extra room as well. Why not? Okay. Ooh, I know good music. Factorio would be good. Seeing as we're doing trains. Right. I stopped playing the game after burning my head for 1 hour when they first came out, you know. When trains first came out for me, I stopped playing too. I'm not good with trains. But now at least I know that rule and it seems to work. So, path signal in, block signal out when it comes to a junction. Keep your trains typically 4 carriages long with an engine at the front, and you get the best acceleration if you're going up and down hills. If you're on a flat plane, like this is a flat railway, there's no hills. Using something like, I have 6 carriages, it's totally fine. Because it's not going uphill. Driss, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Driss. Oh my god, building train lines has become insanely easy. I made 2 blueprints, and while testing, I accidentally built a train line from grassy fields to western oil fields in like 10 minutes. Nice. That's awesome. Unfortunately, I built my line with 1 rail on one side the whole way, so I don't get to use these blueprints yet, but I will in my series in future. Right, so train station. So the train station is actually going to be facing this way. On this side now. Okay. Great platform. Easier to do everything from the other side. Alright, this is where we'll do our merging and splitting again, because we want to evenly fill all of these, and I won't forget the container this time. We'll plug that back in, so this is going to have to work its way out and around to bypass. Ah, so maybe we should do the splitting on the other side then, if we're bypassing around on this side. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, kind of sorted itself out for me. So I'll just go to somewhere like here, and then we'll begin our little curved turn. These will be facing the other direction, so is there any reason not to be this close? I don't think so. That looks quite nice, actually. Where did that start from? One... That's 10. Yeah, let me just so it's set and we can kind of do this for all the other ones. 10 across is totally fine by me. Pop it right at the edge. If we go further, would it look better? I think it looks fine the way it was. And then we'll extend the railing thing out as well. This will be our little bypass. Thanks, Driss. Yeah, so is the kitten on the camera? It kind of is. It's pretty. The camera is as best as it can be positioned right now. He went to the far corner of the room. Really, you can barely see it. That black object is a bag, and he's sitting on it. There's like a pink cone around his head. He was walking around on camera earlier and stuff, but yeah, for now he's chilling. But no, he's doing really good. We took him to the vet today, and they said his surgery and everything has gone really well so far. He's healing great, so all good. Alright, so we need this to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now we can rotate this on the spot. That should make it look kind of even, and then we'll just reconnect this. There's an interesting change of lighting between here and there. Everything gets very bright suddenly. Right, so these were facing the wrong way, so we'll just turn them around. We'll do our feeding from the other side. Means we don't really need this or this anymore. This can all go. There we go. Trains are running again. Past our station. And we'll do the nice scaffolding underneath this. We'll do the cosmetics a bit later, or a lot later. I want to get a lot of the machines built and the infrastructure up and running. Once we're set and happy with the location of everything, then do the cosmetics. No, that's 4 meters. I'll use a 2 meter one. All my floors are going to be 2 meters generally. Right, this one needs to turn. Cool. This is going to be coal delivery pickup 1 or whatever it's called. Coal pickup 1. Glad he's doing good. Thank you. Yeah, same. He's very, very, very lucky. For a lot of reasons. One of them is to have so many kind people helping him. Is the rail symmetric when building from the opposite side? Yeah, I don't know. I thought about that and I kind of didn't want to look. I think so. Yeah. I think so. It's curving in the right... I think so. I'll just assume it is. It's good enough for me. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's just reconnect this one then as well. Symmetrical enough. If we don't look at it too long. Where's their power here? So trains are set to load. That's good. Right, so This is 1800 divided by 6 carriages. So each one needs to take in 300. This should be very easy because each one is doing 600 per minute, so they just all need to split twice. So very simple. Just do that super quick. Don't need any fancy schmancy. Oh, we do need, almost forgot, keep forgetting today, the buffers. So buffers will do just that first. Is that right? One. Alright, cool. Looking good. Let's give these guys their stuff. Feed them. They're hungry. Alright, nice. We could paint the stations as well. Be the reverse there. Okay, cool. Getting there. Nice and quick. So, we'll just extend this out just a tiny bit further. And then it's just a matter of feeding each one of these inputs. That can take a while, but we've got the blueprints for it. Hopefully it won't take too long. Let me see. We just use the walkway. It's the steel walkway with belt. Need a bunch of that. So just give me these things really quickly out of the blueprint designer, or it's the dimensional depot, I mean, and let that fill in anticipation of getting more. The iron plate. Crystal. That way we can just put down more and more, hopefully quickly enough, an iron rod. I don't need. Guess I'll throw all these tickets in. I don't really need them right now. Cool. Okay, splitting time. So just split from one side each. We could do them. I guess we could do the middle actually. All right. Okay, and then each one of these just needs an input that we're going to feed from below via several walkways, and each one is taking in 600 per minute, therefore dividing into 300 per minute each. Super simple. Matter of working underneath here now. So, one of the nodes is coming from the north. Might grab that one first. Looking to go along this foundation if possible. Drag this out temporarily. That's where we're trying to get it up to. Well, along this line, but it could go lower than this. They said they have new VFX for the smoke, by the way. Looks okay. Yeah, it does look better, actually. Blow it up. Trees be damned. Anything I wouldn't be a fan of is the VFX is orientated to your face, so it spins when you spin. I think it kind of did that before, but that seems pretty noticeable now. Trying to destroy your ecosystem. Alright. Do this thing. Oof. You remain. Alright. That's alright. I like the new explosion graphic as well. It's kind of cool. It warps the screen. Looks like a big stone pillar in the way for it to go lower. Yeah, it doesn't have to go that low, but you're right. As long as it just goes... It can be right over that. It'd be fine. Okay. Here could be the line that we follow along as the bridge. Yeah, that'll be totally okay. So this will be the walkway that goes underneath, and then we'll feed it into the... thing up above. Overhaul. Now, I have to redo this blueprint because I remember that the connections were a little too short to be able to auto-connect to each other. Just redo that real quick. So, it turns out, things can only auto-connect if they're within 4 foundations from each other. Sorry, not 4 foundations, 4 meters. So that's a half foundation, so there. This means the belts are going to create tiny segments between each other to connect, effectively. Well, the segments could be elongated. I suppose just it's easiest to pop it right next to the edge. Yeah. What direction are we facing? Facing that direction, okay. Or power doesn't move through. Ooh, we have a chance to change the color of this, so let's do that. Keep the orange kind of bauxite color I have going on though. Alright, so done. You can take them right to the edge. What would happen then, though? And then matter of right says, place the support in the middle and remove the ones in the end. And it's too awkward to place that, though, then. We had that problem before. A support in the middle, first of all, you need a belt. The support on its own won't work. As far as I know, you need a belt. So a portion of belt has to exist in the middle, which is what we had. But if you notice, there was a full foundation in from each edge. So then when you're placing the blueprint, you would have to like nudge it along until it recognizes the connection and then nudge it back out. And that was just kind of frustrating. So the natural recognition point is 4 meters. So I've now built a blueprint where it's just 4 meters in from the edge. They should automatically know where to connect. Maybe I should have done it 2 meters actually, because it'll be 2 meters either side. Let's test it out. I'll just leave this here for a second. I think probably 2 meters would be right. So not right to the edge, because I feel like they wouldn't connect then. Just as an example, just real quickly, there's one. And then we do blueprint auto connect mode. So they've connected now. So that's way quicker than I did it before. Oh, I didn't actually click it, sorry, but I always do that. So just grabbing this. So yeah, see, without me having to even nudge it, it knows to connect. That's I keep doing that. It's a double click to place them down. I don't think that did it that time. Hang on. One. I'm not getting the link symbol. Oh, it's because it's facing the wrong way. That's oh, cool. It even knew to connect to that. Perfect. Love it. Great. It's slightly off, so I have to rebuild it again, but at least that does work. I don't need to really change it then. It's auto-connected. You can nudge it while staying connected. No, I know that, but I don't like... It's much quicker to just build blueprints one off the other. I don't really like to kind of stop and have to nudge it, you know? This way I don't have to, I think. I think I've got it now where I don't have to. So let's see. That was just my whole goal. Like when I'm building a road, I don't have to stop and nudge it every time. Obviously it's not connecting things. But that would be the goal for me with anything that would want to connect. So like that knows to connect just in. That's perfect. Let's get it on the seam now. So that's fine. The first one there, that's totally cool. Now let's see. Oh god, damn with the double click. Every time. Always gets me. You're clicking to confirm the connection, then clicking to build it. That's, I just keep forgetting that. Right, so now rotate it around. Double click. This is what it's all about. Double click. Unfortunately in the way. Yeah, now we're talking. Belt's connecting the whole way, yeah? What I'd like to see. All in the design. They don't connect power, no. Oh, and they put down the default belt color. Ugh. It's always something. Still good though. Better than having to do the belt every time. But no, there's no way to make them connect power. Do that manually. Do that now in a sec. That's kind of cool, the way it's lit up the roof here. They do connect if they're right in the end, but this works too, and probably less finicky. More belt segments though. Yeah, that's the only thing, but that's good to know. If they just auto-connect, that's great. So that you're saying they don't even build a segment, they just connect each other. That's perfect, that's even better then. I'll do that. I thought you couldn't build it right to the edge, so even better. But yeah, we'll do that in future. On the next one, I'll just modify the blueprint. We'll check that version out then. Need to do this 5 more times. Okay, and as I've mentioned many times, we're being lazy with power until we clean it up later. The walls and stuff go on, we can bring power along the walls. Is that it? This isn't actually hooked up to mains power yet, I don't think. Won't turn on until we connect the whole rail line. Don't need the concrete anymore, that can go. And I don't know if this will still work. Yeah, it will. Cool. Oof, I like the clipping on that, but that's alright, whatever. Right, so we're connecting to this node. That's one node hooked in. Get some concrete for that. Whatever. Can we raise this up a bit? Have to make some portable miners. Well, I might see what I can do for food. I'm running low on energy as we get towards it's just hit midnight. And all I've had today was, I ended up having a pizza baguette when I got home, but I made sure to cook it properly. But that's all I've had. Pretty hungry. Okay. Alright, so we just need to send this along and then up a lift into the thing over there. Oh, love the Factorio music, so good. I hate to say it, I'm just not a fan of the Satisfactory music, really. I liked it. I'd always feel a bit bad that I don't ever turn it on. Cool. Yeah, curved is cool for hooking into the miners, I guess. At the very least. 300 per minute, please. For now, we'll just do power along here and up into the little thing we have. Alright, so that'll be power hooked up once we hook up the mains. Now we'll come back out here, and the idea will be like this will come down, there'll be a staircase here that we'll build with the walkways. Like basically, I could just even do it really quickly here. So there, and then this will be a corner piece. Simple. This maybe, and then we start coming down. Oh, actually I could go further. The point was to go further than that. Something like that, and then this would just go across, I guess, to there. Up actually double staircase, I guess. Oh, it's so good it copies what's in that. That's so good. Copying lights without having to set them every time. Yes. It's such a small thing, but it's like, yes. So many time savers. Anyways, something like that, and then the idea would be that this would come all the way down. Have some sort of structural beam through the center of it. One of these big pillars. So yeah, we've got new things now we could maybe think about, but just keep it simple. Big metal pillar right in the middle. Usually best to actually work from the top down, so I could try that quickly. Thankfully, we can do that now. Have the technology. Something like that, and maybe cool, just something, you know. They made a bit of an effort somewhere. I wish there was a T intersection staircase for double stairs. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Anyways, right, so that's one area done. We'll have to do this a few times over now. I didn't get the slug, oh well. So that's connected and feeding in. So this station will be all good. And we'll do something similar in this one in the future. Ideally when it starts powering up for the first time and it's doing that manifold where it's like building and building, we can go around and do some cosmetics. So the next two nodes are a little further out. Whoops. they're going to require building more of that stuff, those walkways. So I could try and modify it and see if that works. The connection from point to point, I believe I believe it does. So down south to the left of me. And we only ever detect 3 nodes. There's another one down here that I think I wanted, right? So we'll have to head off that direction first. I guess to gauge the path that I want to go on. Build this out for now. We'll be getting rid of this though, just to work out where we need it. Now, these don't have to be this high up, obviously. They can stay low down and then get raised before they hit the cliff, maybe. I guess we'll just start with this one. Maybe there's a... Okay, yeah, we'll just work our way out to this one. See if the other can connect onto it then. We'll need a double belt going through. Looks like we're looking at the... roughly in the middle of this foundation, so let's just go with this one then. Why are you doing coal first instead of water? Trains. I'm bringing in bauxite via train. So just while I'm still working on trains, it seemed like a good idea just to keep doing the bauxite, or to do things to do with bringing stuff into the train stations. I guess ultimately, we had 3 train stations in a line, and then I was mapping out like space, and I was thinking, okay, we could build the refineries and start doing water next, or I could map out like, I know that we're going to have to bring coal in, so we'll need more train stations. Ideally, keep them all in the same place. Just logistically, it makes it a little easier to feed everything along the same lines instead of having separate branching off points for different areas. So it's like, yeah, we'll do that all in one big section. And then we know what space to work with for water then. So it's a space reason, I think, mainly. Just got home from work. What did I miss? Lol. Well, all of our bauxite is hooked up via train now. Wow, I actually ran past that one. That's good. Yeah, so our bauxite is all hooked up via train. We're just hooking up coal now, and we're starting to map out where... I know how many machines and stuff we start to need. So we're just making slow, steady progress now. Been very slow, actually, I must say. For me, because I've been distracted with my little cat and everything. He has his head out. I don't mind it, I'm enjoying it, but I just always feel a little bit of pressure to do things a bit quicker. Now, this line... Ah, that's fine. So we ultimately just have to get it in line with here and then send it up. It doesn't have to go up all this way, though. We could just go straight across here, along the bottom. And then choose a place where it has to go get lifted. So all of that in a second, but we also need to get to the other spot. Ideally, they're going to travel along the same bridge, so we want the... whatever height we choose for the other one has to be the height for all. That one's higher up. This will just be removed. It's just to gauge where it has to go. Alright, so it's just over here somewhere on the right. There it is. So that could just come off. Yeah, I guess we could go up to that height. Why not? It's one more foundation up, is it? Maybe 2? 2 more up. Kinda high, I guess, but oh well. So the bridge is going to rest on this. I was thinking maybe the bridge could rest in that, but it seems like it would have to be on it. Now, we have to adjust that bridge. in the designer to have 2 inputs and also to have their inputs immediately connect. Apparently that's possible, so let's try. Whew. Right. Make it longer, I guess, now that we've a Mark V designer. Do that as well.
I'm not sure this is an improvement.
I think it is an improvement. Oh, the signs have like a... They show the direction now, so you don't accidentally place them upside down. That's good. And they must have had like a million little things on the checklist, and they're like, let's just bang these out like one after the other. Right, so the theory is that if Joe's still there... Oh, sorry, I think it does make a segment, but you have to nudge it... Oh, I don't know about that then. I don't like the idea of nudging it. So I was going to do a pole here, but if I could place it, that'd be nice. There, pole there. But this is what was confusing me. If I have another pole here, there'd be no room for a segment between them. They're touching each other when they're building. Let me just try something though. So let's say Mark IV needs to go this way. I might remove the poles actually and just see like what would it do as it just floats. Could it just auto connect itself in? That can go. Maybe. That could go. Alright, so we'll just save that. And we'll just test it. Build one here. Doesn't fix that. You can't bound something to your hotbar unless you find it in here first. You stop attacking me, please. I'm trying to find stuff. Don't know where anything is in this massive blueprint list. Mission. I would have thought logistics. Machines? No. Architecture. Ah, there it is. Alright, hotkeyed. Good. Right, I know there's stuff in the way right now, but let's just see if this works. So, face it this way, arrow facing away from me, which is the direction of the belt. We'll do blueprint auto connect mode and see if I can... My goal is to just do it while running on top. That's the goal for me. Doesn't seem like it will, but it will do it here. Okay, not too bad. Surprised it won't just auto connect in like it did before. Oh, blueprint auto connect. Oh, sorry, that's how it'll do it. No, it doesn't seem to. What are you saying? You have to nudge it forward and then back or something? Yeah, it's like you have to nudge it and give it some distance and then it works. That's so weird. Oh, and then it loses the connection. Like there, it's connected. Here, it's not. But didn't it do it earlier? I don't know. I'll just leave a little gap. A tiny gap seems to just work fine, so just leave it with a tiny gap. Well, we only need the gap on one side, not on both. But it does create a segment. But it's faster to build. Trade-offs, I guess. All trade-offs. I guess I'll just start with the pole first because it seems to have issues. This is the front of the blueprint, and this will be the back. So the back, it only detects 4 nudges, so it'll have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 meters. I'll play around with it. There was something there, like it did seem to work once, so this, you know, take some time with it and figure it out. Maybe they'll change the distance. It would be nice for a further auto connect, but maybe they found in testing that more than that it was connected to the wrong things, especially if you've belts stacked on each other and stuff. So sure there's reasons for all these things, you know? Don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater on it. They probably do think about it. They probably do get feedback. Right, so we're going to go from this height the whole way. I bound it to number 7. Let's start there. Aiming away from me. Start at the turn. Now, blueprint auto connect mode is on. That's linked immediately. Love it. Love seeing that link symbol. All good. It does create tiny little segments between them, but hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. Oh, I just realized something. I forgot to build a double belt. I have to go back and redo that bit. But at least that theory works now. And I always delete these designers before I'm fully done with them. Right, so conveyor poles. Instead of there, you're going to go here. I'd actually nudge that. Yeah, it's fine. Is it like slightly clips through the thing? So I was like, maybe I will just tuck it in slightly. Gone all quiet in the chat now. Midnight. People have gone to bed, I guess. It wasn't just a challenge for me, guys. You guys are supposed to stay active. Oh, I'm sorry, I never read that actually, speaking of chats anyway. It was lost in translation. I feel like there is a lot of things in this update that really increase build speed. A lot of things that are usually an absolute time sink, like train networks. Yes, I agree. It's a quality of life update with a bit of extra cosmetics. That's basically what this is. But it's great. I'm listening, playing eco mining. Nice. No, I'm only joking. I don't really mind. People, these are chill streams. Lurk in the background. Put me on in the background, I mean. It's all good. The streams I watch, I almost never interact at all. Might be more useful for manifold blueprints to avoid having 3 tiny belt segments between splitters and mergers. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I'll need to play around with this, you know, and really test it out with the current systems I use, like current manifolds and especially vertical manifold. I guess you can't link vertically, actually, and that's a shame. That's not too bad, though, but at least you can now link them anyway. Without having to do splitters outsides and stuff like that. But yeah, I look forward to it. I look forward to just playing around and seeing what works, and then I'm a little hesitant because they might change things a bit, so you don't want to get too used to it just yet. Alright, so there we go. 2 double belts, or a double belt, I should say. As long as we keep our arrow facing the same way. I think it's going to be very important for me to remember that, like, in blueprint design, you have to build, you should aim things toward the little computer in the blueprint designer, because that gives you the arrow pointing forward. And that's just made life a bit easier with determining direction, not having to rotate things, and just knowing which way it's supposed to go forward. Seeing that link symbol every time, love it. Hearing that noise. Ooh. Alright, we'll have to turn somewhere here. That's pretty good, right? So that's connected 2 belts the whole way down. So now we can just get rid of these trees. I'll do area mode. We'll get a little crazy with it. Jesus. Really makes you feel the deforestation. You look exhausted? Me? Oh, no, I'm good. I normally stay up till about between 2 and 3 every night anyway, so it's not that crazy. I mean, playing one game for a long time will wear you down, I guess, a little bit. I wouldn't just sit in one spot for that long. I really should probably get up, get some food. I am hungry. I'll have to I'm just trying to think about what I could even make. Quick. Alright, that's all good. We can put the supports in, remove the concrete. Well. And we still have to connect the other side as well to this. Go as far as there for now. Joe, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. The save game file for this is going to be epic. Awesome job. Hey, thanks. That was always kind of an insult when teachers said, like, you look really tired, or you're not looking very well. I'm like, I feel fine, so thank you. I used to get that a lot. Quite pale. And I've always had, like, dark circles under my eyes. Doesn't look too bad when I'm on camera, actually, but they're pretty dark. GG to that tree. Liner mark 2. And nudge it up. That's alright, we'll just give it a lift. Yeah, I guess we are pretty high up. 1, 2. So, let's see. Mark 4, curve mode, curve to there, please. And we'll just get you to go up a little bit. The merger. Nice, at least that still works. I'll just send this back in because it doesn't look like it's going the full way in. I'm sure it is, but it just didn't look like it. Fine. That doesn't need to be there. This can just continue along now. Straight mode instead. Oh yeah, we didn't need 2 belts yet. We'll get rid of one, just save on a bit of materials. I'm a bit low on encased industrial beams. I will leave this, we'll do the cosmetics later, but we'll just give it some power at least for now and hook that up to the belts. There's a big power pole there, but it won't be there in the future. Alright, let's go. I love doing this, this is great. Yeah, these are the little segments, the connection segments, I guess. Hey, I love your stuff. Keep up with the great work. Thank you. Didn't mean any offense. Oh no, it's okay. It's honestly, it's fine. It just made me think back to that, or a couple times when you'd be maybe playing up being sick a little bit, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you do look unwell." And you're like, Okay. Well, actually, I'm fine. Um, but no, it's all good. Hey, I love your stuff. Keep up the great work. The hard work you put into every video shows. Thank you, Finus. I also hope that Rex recovers. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully he will. And he seems to be. So that's great. So far, anyway. Touch wood. Hopefully he's okay. I don't know if it's real wood, but it seems like it. First few days after an opera, the times where you're most susceptible to something like an infection or something like that, and seems to be clearing it all, so it'll be alright. Such a good-natured cat as well. Now, somewhere here is where we're going to be joining, so I won't destroy that belt just yet. Oh, let me out. There we go. Need to experiment. Don't know if auto-connect is triggered from the supports or just the belt itself. The belt itself, as far as I can tell. Supports don't have a direction. It needs the belt to know the direction to get it. It doesn't work with inputs or outputs either, of machines or of splitters or mergers. So auto-connect is really just looking for a belt, and that way it knows what kind of belt to build as well, I guess. It's like, okay, I detect a belt of Mark 1 here, with its output here. We can connect that to this one. Connecting to the same thing. That seems to work anyway, what I can tell. Actually, I think, no, yeah, I think that's right. But I could be wrong. I feel like we did send it into... We did see it send into a lift automatically, but it wouldn't send it into a merger, from what I could tell. Gary as well, with the gifted memberships. Was there gifted memberships before and I forgot to read them? I feel like it was Driss, right? Oh yeah, well I said thanks for them. I didn't read out the names or anything. But thanks to Driss for those 5 gifted memberships, and thanks Jerry for 5 as well. I really like this update. I feel like the curve mode and blueprint autoconnect makes things a lot easier to work off the world grid. Yeah, work off the world grid. Blueprint autoconnect helps with working off world grid. I'm sure curved mode does, but yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. But I don't know. Yeah, good. I don't work off the world grid. I'm too scared of it. Oh, I'm right on it. Okay, cool. Right on. I like the update too, by the way. Overall. And it's an experimental, so it's totally reasonable. But there are some little design decisions that I find a bit odd, and then there's also some teething issues. And I'm sure they'll iron them out. They always do. So why wouldn't they? You know? They always do. I might just grab this and go straight up into whatever segment we can. There. It's a bit of a shame that that's like right there. If it was just a little further over, it'd be better. So let's try to do that. Not that it matters, but it matters to me. So, it matters. Nothing really matters. But if it matters to you, it does. Get rid of that tree. Thank you, Jerry. Hey, your first time live. Love your vids. They changed how I saw the game. Awesome. Nice. Not to big myself up, but what do you mean? How did you see the game differently? Not about what I did or anything, but like after watching and maybe looking at other stuff, what did you do different or think differently about? Be kind of curious to know. Cool. 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 And this can take this. I don't know if I put them into the other one. Run back real quickly and do that. At least these two are connected now for the most part. Good, looking good. Get rid of this now. I just set machines and maxed them out and didn't worry about if I had enough materials or whatnot. Guess I was just kind of overwhelmed. Yeah, oh, that's fair. When I first played, I was the same thing. I think I could be wrong, but at least first time ever playing a factory game, I didn't understand the concept of rates. Like, oh, 30 in, and it needs 30, and like splitting about to evenly distribute. I kind of just thought like, oh, it needs this, I'll send it in, like somehow. Not really thinking about like, can it run 100%? Does that matter? Because I also wasn't thinking of the output rate either, so it kind of didn't matter. It's like, oh, I just need to make modular frames. Okay, I'll get my rods and my screws or whatever together, and there we go. They're rolling out. It kind of works. But it wasn't until you really start looking into things and you're like, why is this taking long? Why does this stop? And then the power crashes and you're like, something's not right with any of this. And then, yeah, I started to focus on it a bit more. And that's why I kind of like the idea of going back to Factorio now. It's been so long. Because I'm sure I played that game. I played it, that was my first factory game beyond playing Minecraft Beckett way back in like 2011 or something. And part of me thinks like, now I understand a lot more about factory games generally, and like I can pick them up much quicker like any other one. At least a few others I've played. But if I went to Factorio, I'd sure it'd still be really difficult, but I'd probably get it a lot more than I did originally. Looks like I'm catching the tail end of the stream again. Looking forward to seeing what you're doing in 1.1. Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for the super chats. Really generous and kind. Thank you. Well, in 1.1, I'm not doing anything in this particular stream right now that would be show off anything that's particularly interesting. We looked at all the features. I am doing Blueprint Auto Connect. I mean, that's what we've been doing just now. Connecting this over and over and over again. Automatically, and that's been working well. So this has been moved out of its category. So it was in architecture. Back where it was. Try to get some organization back on this. Right, so now if we grab this and we press E, we should get the support. One feature I'm using a lot is infinite nudge that they added. So it's every... That's one... Not that one, but the next one. Not that one. Oh, well, actually, yeah. Next one. Is that blocking anything? No, it's close, but no, it isn't. Because yeah, these didn't auto-connect. This, I'm not a big fan of this blueprint because the further away you are from it, it kind of doesn't look right. I should have used a smaller pillar or something. Up close, I was probably like, yeah, this looks fine, this looks cool. But when you get a bit of distance from it, it kind of glitches a bit. And that bothers me, but I'll just keep doing this one for now and then probably go over it at some point or change something about it. And think about more. Maybe use some of the new materials. Did you ever put the power shards in the miner? I did now, yeah. I almost forgot. Thank you, though. Those are connected. Everything's connected. They're connected to the power. Right, so we just go back up top now. Get rid of this concrete. It's not needed anymore for these two platforms. And we just have to bring the power all along down this way and also get rid of the trees. Still have room. And sorry, am I still working on Wanderlords? Yeah, I haven't been doing too much with them, to be honest. In a while. I'm sort of being, in my opinion, outskilled. He's hiring... I was one of the first people he hired. And I'm just on a contract. It's kind of like... He's just like, yeah, we'll do some... Originally, I came on to do writing. And then I had a few ideas and he liked them and he was like, do you want to do design as well? I've designed small things. I'm like a junior designer, you could say. Maybe additional design you see sometimes in credits. He calls me designer, but I want to be realistic about it. It's like, really, I'm just like a supplemental additional designer. And that's cool. But now he's taken on like many people. And they're really good at what they do, and I'm just kind of like, ah, there's not much for me to do really, because people are like doing like serious deep features, and I'm a very rusty junior programmer who frankly doesn't have much time to devote to it. Like I would, if he came to me and he was like, I want to take you on full time, that'd be interesting. It's like, well, I do really like doing YouTube and everything, but I do really want to be a game developer. So it would be a very tough decision, but I'd be like, I'd probably like, I don't know, try to do this then more. This would become the hobby and that would become the full time, I guess, to some extent. Yeah, anyway, well, that's not happening, but I haven't really been doing too much. Like I'm checking in regularly, and I actually did something yesterday for them, but for the most part, I'm not doing that much at the moment because the update that's happening is deep in like serious feature works. But once it gets closer to the end, then I'll be doing stuff on top. Like I can do like more, let's say you've like your engine programmers doing very serious stuff, and then you've got gameplay programmers that can put stuff on top of that, like UI or balance numbers and like make sure that like little bugs are fixed and things. And then there's even a further top layer, which is like maybe a bit of art and writing. I don't do the art, but I do the writing, so tooltips, again, UI stuff really. That's where I'll come in. So when the update gets closer to being like ready, I'll do like a writing pass on it and things like that. But at the moment, he has a designer doing some deep design work on a really cool part of the game I won't spoil. And Greg himself is working on really technical features. He has other people working on really cool stuff. It's awesome to see come together, but it's like, damn, I wish I could do what they do. I just frankly can't. Or I could, if I, maybe I could, I would just need to devote like all my time to it, and I can't do that. This bridge is for carrying 2 belts of bauxite or coal over to that train station over there. That's what it's for. So we need to turn at this point and then get raised somewhere just over there. So just to get this right, this real quickly, or actually I could do it from here. But anyway, short answer is yes, I am still working on it technically, but the realistic answer is I don't do that much at the moment. And I've been sick and everything, and haven't been very reliable, honestly. Not that I've not shown up or anything, but yeah, just haven't been very hands-on lately. Alright, so let's grab this now. We could probably do auto connect, but I think it'll try to do curved mode, and I don't really want curved mode. Blueprint. There's default auto connect. That's what I want. Yeah. I don't know if this will really work, so we need to face it the other way. Ugh, like that. Oh, I can't do it. I'll just leave it the way it is. It's fine. Nothing to latch onto, so I'll just aim it this way. And hardcore music right there. Default mode, please. Just look at this. Thank you. And then move forward. I'll just connect these bits manually. Be quicker that way, really. How to activate the new photo mode? Same way you activated the old one. You press P. That brings you to photo mode, and then just look at the bottom of your screen, and it tells you everything down there, what to do. Settings tab. Aperture, you lower the aperture, it kind of creates depth of field, so I'd say put it down to like 1, maybe. It might give you a nice soft one. Get rid of that. You can then zoom in. If you press F, it'll focus on things, so that could be the focus, or if we want to unblur this, F again, focus this. Change the aperture and you'll get a wider depth of field, so we could say here, it's not that far away, so we want maybe something a bit more clear. Press R and we can put the camera out from ourselves. That's what I look like. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. That it did. It worked for me. Cool. Nice. Well, the game's been moving in a direction I like. Was curious. Yeah, so the direction ultimately is mostly Greg, and he decides what happens, and that's great. But I think people will be very happy with the next update. It is taking a long time. It is very interesting from my perspective. You know, as a gamer, I would think with a lot of what other people think, which is, okay, you sold really well, you've hired up. Like, why is it taking so long to do things? You know, just hire up. Like, games made in Unreal. Find some Unreal programmers and, like, let's start banging out content. And in Greg's defense, not that he needs me to defend him or anything, but he has hired up. And it's interesting how more hands-on doesn't make things go faster. And he's actually siloed people really well into different categories so they can work simultaneously. But a lot of people have to learn, like, what to do on this project and how to add things. But it's really cool now. It's like, so there's like a period of where you're hiring up and like getting people familiar with the project and stuff. And months will go by in that period. But now he's really got like a team together. It's really cool just for me to see. Like, I'm so not jealous. I'm like proud of him, even though I don't know him that well, to be honest. But I'm like proud of like how he's done everything so far, and a great thing to learn from, to see how he's built a team, and like everyone seems really happy to work for him, and everyone enjoys the game they're working on, and how he's like managed to delegate, and he's still really ambitious. He's not like, oh, the game's gonna do fine, like we don't need to do this feature. It's like, oh, he's actually like, because it's done well, we can do this now. Like, so it's like, damn, you're like really legitimate. You know, you made like that amount of money, you could easily just be like, let's just do the bare minimum to get across the line, good, but and then move on. But he's like, no, like I've got like a pretty ambitious couple of ideas, and we could have done it in a simpler way, but got some programmers hired, like we're gonna do it, you know. So it's pretty cool. But I don't want to say too much more. Manor Lords is the game we're talking about. Why did I do that? Oh yeah, here. Actually, I don't even need it there. You just start pulling it up from this end. And then it needs to connect into somewhere, so I'll have to just carve a path that we know the height needs to be. Need to make sure there's no rocks or cliffs or something jutting out here. Is there? Okay, it looks like we cleared it though, so it can come down pretty far, out to here. And I'll cut these trees down as well. You get a huge amount of wood out of this. This is super densely packed bamboo. And then we'll make this look a bit better. In fact, start here. It can be removed now. Now we grab this, go here. In this direction, and with blueprint auto connect, we should just be able to auto connect to each of these. Let me just get rid of that concrete first. I need a new banner PC. I need a new banner because mine still says update 8. I'll try out the photo mode. I don't know what that means. I need a new banner. Oh, on Steam. Like the library banner. Is that what you mean? Yeah, you can manually get those, can't you? Anyway. Glad to see the Go for Rex was met. Yeah, it was met earlier today. It's kind of incredible. It's well beyond that now. Yeah, the banner in the Steam library. Sorry, I was just slow to realize what you meant. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable, to be honest. I mean, I know people say this, but I really truly mean it. I did not expect to get the goal. I just didn't, because his surgery had been, I did pay for it. And then people chipped in to help me, really. And I was fully transparent about that. And that's why I thought like people would be like, you know, if you put up a thing saying like this cat will die unless we get the money, I kind of expect more people to give. Me putting up a thing saying like I tried to save a cat, but it's kind of financially ruined me. People then helping, it's just really, really kind, because it wasn't like ultra necessary, you know. It's really, really kind. I'll never forget it. And we raise way more than I need. So yeah, it'll just be going to like a cat's protection shelter in the form of a donation. Like, we'll hold on to it for probably like a month and a half. He's due his x-rays in 6 weeks. As long as everything's on the up and up and all good with him, then any excess money is just going to go to charities and stuff. Yeah, super. What I was also amazed by was that not only was the goal met, it's great. It was met in before I even did this. Almost met before I even did the stream. It was 75% funded, or just under that, 74 or something. Before I even did the stream, I didn't think anyone would give anything from just like a Twitter post and a Discord post, but straight away people were giving support. So I just, yeah, I'll never forget that. And I was saying earlier today, like, it just makes you want to like do other nice things for other people. It's like I feel indebted to people being so nice. My whole life I feel that way for loads of things. I don't know if this is part of the reason, but I'm like adopted, and I'm quite lucky for the family that I got. My dad is great. Talking about that earlier today, how my mother and father are both still together, and they're just really great. You know, couldn't ask for better parents and everything. Very supportive of everything I want to do. Did this work? Oh, I did the single click thing again. My bad. Anyways, so it's just another situation where I'm just like, I always feel indebted to other people. It's just like, why is everyone being so kind? I'll go a little bit further forward and then cut it. Actually, we'll just leave it there. Right. It's a little bit overgrown, so I have to cut that away. The music changed right as you started talking about this and made it super emotional, did it? Hey, it's Rosie. You giving him the gabba gabba? Yeah, yeah. Alright, yeah, it's 1 AM. Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna put on food. I'll set a timer on my phone. I'll get it. Let's live a little dangerously. Pretty hungry. I keep saying that and then just not getting up, doing anything about it. And hey, Heart Attack. Great name, by the way. Why the name Rex? We just thought it was a cool name for him. So our cats are named... Well, our first cat was Nyx, NYX, and then we had Jinx, all little long. Rosie's cat before Nyx was actually called Weetabix. So part of us was kind of like, it's cool to keep the X theme going. And he's our first boy cat. Well, actually, Weetabix was a boy. But because he's like battle hardened, you know, and he has like a cut eye and broken legs and stuff, but he's still fighting. It just seemed like the name Rex is good for like a kind of a bulldog or something, like a strong dog. And he's this like cute little kitten. So I just think it works for him. We loved it, and we both had the same idea, so we just like it. Alright, I'm gonna drop this stuff off one more time because I'm super full on it. I'll just drop it at the train station though, rather than go all the way. I mean, he's like one of the friendliest cats ever, so it, like, in some ways it doesn't really suit his name, or his name doesn't suit him. But that's why it's also funny. Gotta watch out for Rex. Friendliest cat ever. Trying to escape. Yeah, he can still see out of the eye. They thought he might have to lose his eye. When we found him, after like minutes after he'd been hit, his eye had a big slash through it, and a few minutes later there's, you know, it's like goop and stuff, so it's like, oh my god, that's not looking good. And they were like, he'd probably lose his eye, like probably. But it just kind of healed with some eye drops and stuff that they gave him at the vet, and we've been giving him periodically. It's naturally like just healed, but he has a scar across it, like on the eye itself. So, you know, the vet was like, yeah, he'll probably always have like a little line in his vision. Like he can see his pupil is okay, but it's like on the glassy part of the eye, there's just like a line through it. So I was just playing with him with like a little string and stuff, and he was lying in a way that he could only see out of that eye. It's his left eye, and I was like moving it, and he could still see and go and grab things. So it's like, yeah, he's fine. As far as he's concerned, it's all good. Not bothered. No, I think it's the gabapentin. Sorry, Rosie's just giving him some meds. So, yeah, it's not marked on his list. Did you take it off the thing? Is that? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe, yeah. So anyway, it's supposed to be at like 1. You give him gabapentin, just this little pill with food and exercise. And then tomorrow we'll just do. He's just getting his little painkiller. Scar would have been another good name for him then. Yeah, Scar. I kind of thought Levi. If you've seen Attack on Titan, you know why. Yeah, it was always kind of the... Rex? Near the door? Close it, maybe? It was always kind of the plan to give whatever... We were always thinking of getting another cat after our cat passed away. So we were thinking like, whatever we get, it'll probably have an X at the end of its name. So we were thinking like socks, kicks, sticks, knocks, all these different names. And then we weren't really thinking about getting a boy, but because he is a boy, it was like, well, Rex is kind of perfect, so... Good shot, good shot. Money shot right there. Right in the camera. Alrighty. Levi's great. I love Levi. Everyone loves Levi, I think.
Your symphony invades our temples and echoes along our lattices. What do you mean?
Growth, the future, an idea, and frankly, you.
Is a tapestry woven with hands or with thoughts?
Both are necessary, yet only one can't function without the other.
Your echo steps
But Rosie hasn't seen Attack on Titan yet.
our
So.
temples, but your song is alien.
How long ago did you notice me?
There's no long, there are only spheres.
I wonder, was it always about survival, or is there something more, something beyond?
Consume our blood and you will see our threads.
He's a tough little guy. I mean, he legitimately is in some ways because he just never seems afraid. Just kind of friendly and happy-go-lucky. Alright, so this is all hooked up. I just have to do the power, continue along here. And I think we're connected all the way. Pretty much. Should we have connected? What's that from? Not out yet. That's a little tip. Cat gold. It's like his little fur boots that he wears is so funny as well. Yeah, we just hope he gets along with Jinx, and we're able to keep him. Like I'm sure mostly sure we will be able to, but there's always that chance that they just don't get along. But hopefully they will. Oh, that. Oh God, I'm stuck. Nice. What the hell just happened there? Just flew up in the air. I can't believe how long this is. Is it normal that it takes this long to move, to just get belts to go over to where you need them to, but they don't look bad? Like these last few streams, all I've been doing, I mean, it is a big factory. I guess the numbers are really high, so it comes with the territory, I guess. But it does feel like, man, I've been just moving, building a train station, just feeding trains like so long now. Where we're going. Put that one, we'll put concrete in and feed it up. Okay, the concrete will have to go below that. Go as far as here. So this one will just go straight up, and I'll maybe just move this over to the right so I don't have to nudge it any further. We'll split it that way. Here instead. Actually, I think it's there. Yeah. Buses are effective, but they often time consuming. Yeah, it's true. Well, like all I'm doing is just going out to the nodes and getting them together. Just, I guess because I'm using blueprints and cutting down trees more manually. I suppose if you're trying to do things really quickly, just bomb the whole place, build some ugly foundations at some really high up height, and just drag it all across. That would just get the job done. Great thing about this factory though is it is all the aluminum, so almost all the aluminum in the world. So I'm complaining, it's like, oh, it's taking me a long time, but it's like, oh, that's the point, isn't it? You only have to ever do this once, ever. So yeah, this can be a little tedious at times. I actually wouldn't mind doing it on my own, but it's when other people are watching, I feel like more should be happening, but I know that I just put that on myself. He's so small. Look how small he is. He's just like the dot in the distance next to the door. I still don't understand why they said he's done growing. That doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, Nyx was like the biggest cat in the world. After watching streamers, I considered building a drone hub as a rally point for a truck or train pickup to carry the rest of the way. Use another drone to deliver the fuel. You could build a lot more natural to the terrain now with that. If you blueprint little belt bus pillars and then use the auto connect mode. Yeah, that's true. I guess I don't need to have all this walkway stuff. It was just pillars, then belts connecting across them. That would be pretty quick. Richard Gladder, thank you so much for the super chat. That's a really big one as well, so thank you. Thanks for your continued help in Satisfactory over the years. As a fellow cat parent, great of you and Rosie to rescue Rex and get him back to good health. Our rescue became a diabetic, so totally understand the fun medicating a cat can be. Oh. Yeah, I gotta say, he's been really easy to medicate. He just takes it. Nice. But yeah, it's not nice having to do it, and I feel like he's fed up. Every time you come near him with eye drops, like a big sigh. He just lets out a big sigh. Here we go. Hope your cat was okay. I'm a bit close to the natural roads, so technically have access. Yeah. I'll try to think about ways to cut down on this time, especially in my desert series. Let's try not to do anything too convoluted in that one. So we need to aim there. Okay. For now, I'll just leave this the way it is. I'm not sure what the supports on the bottom are going to look like in the future. Aiming here. Nice, he's like looking. That'll be the tough things, like they said in the vet, you know, as he starts to feel. Right. Alright, sorry. So basically, just for if you couldn't hear me, Rex is just walking around a bit and he's kind of meowing, so we're just wondering, like, oh, what, is he okay? Probably just wants to play or do something. He's been sleeping so long. Yeah, he's eager to play. Likes this. But also he saw Jinx earlier, so he's probably curious about her. This is all hooked up now. Power's connected. Oh, I didn't connect power out of here, did I? I think that's the last thing. See, the problem is there's 2 more coal nodes to do this to in a different place, which means building another station as well. So that's why it's like, oh man, there's just so much. But maybe just for a bit of variety, we'll just get this train up and running so we can see it operational. This is connected, so give me that. I'm gonna ride these rails. So these ones are going that direction. Oh yeah, we have to build our bypass. Oh, this is a problem. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. We'll have to go like wide out and around. I'm not crossing over this. That seems a bit silly. Alright. What happened to the cat? He fought a car? Yeah. Car ran over him. Or drove over him. So on the other side I did a 10 foundation gap. Where are we gonna have to move from? This will have to go so wide out and then cut back in. Ugh. What do you think? Is it better to go all the way around here so it'll be straight along here and then curve back into this? Or it'll be going along there and it'll cut across this line and go on a bypass there. It'll have to cut across twice. Obviously with signals we can do it. There's a tiny spider on my hat. I don't know what would look. Is it weirder to cross or just go around a longer way? Up and over. I don't want to go up or down. I don't want to go up or down. I'm not going up and over the train station. That's funny though. Good night. Around back, but which way? Left or right? You're crossing, they have to wait, so just merge into a single track through the station. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I did say that we need to prevent waiting, so I'm just gonna have to go around then. Go around. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 9. So from here. Only 2 hours? That can't be right. We've been playing way longer than 2 hours. The stream is 6 hours 30. Oh, I guess because I exited and loaded the same. But the game's been running that long. Anyway, whatever. We're gonna have to roll down that way. But at least that way we stay clear, I guess. This is the problem. I guess maybe I shouldn't have built stations in the middle of the track. Stations should probably break off of the track, but oh well. Live and you learn. This is just a bit too far for 10. Okay. Alright, we'll do it there. I'll build the supports over here too. But... I did restart, did I? I remember loading the other save. Right, so similar thing. I'll just count how many foundations it is on this side so we keep the symmetry of the build. I feel bad for me, he's just staring at the... Oh, you can't see. I'll move that camera in a sec. Staring at the door. He's sitting in his bed thing, but yeah, still feel bad. Ghost freestyle. Time of symmetry was pre 1.1. I don't think just because there's curved belts that changes anything. I don't know. I would still build everything on the grid. It wasn't like that was a preventative thing. You could kind of curve things anyway, couldn't you? Am I crazy in thinking that? Was everything right angles? No. Although it just wasn't that nice, I suppose, when you curved it. Now it's smooth. But you can still go off the normal grid. I don't know. What do I know? I know you're joking anyway. Well, actually, you might not be. There's no sarcasm face or anything. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. So 8. Alright, symmetrical. So much for that walkway. There'll be a train rolling over it. We'll have to put some stuff in here. But yeah, the belt can stay where it is, but the walkway will probably end before you get to it. That's fine though. Be a lot of cosmetic work on this place. So you meant by restart? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I thought it knew that you were playing the game for that amount of time. I didn't know it was per session or per save. I thought the game opened up a lot more angles. Yeah, it's weird that I don't feel that. I don't understand why I don't think that way. I just build on foundations anyway. I don't know. It's more the... I don't know. Yeah. That's good though, but I don't feel like go freestyle now. It's like I could have always done that with rail lines anyway. Alright, so I don't know if that train station has power actually yet. I guess I'll just see if I can put something on it. See if it connects in yet. Oh, it does. Cool. Yay. Do love the way those can turn and curve now, though. They do look good. Interesting thing with factories in like real life are very organized and very regimented and very grid-like. So that's why I just kind of think like, yeah, like you look at a Tesla factory or something, or some gigafactory. It's like a big assembly line in a big line. Right, yeah. What's wrong with this? Oh, there's no exits out to this place yet, I don't think. Yeah. Oh, but each to their own. I think what people do with curves and roads, spline roads and stuff, is like amazing. Alright. Coal train, literally. Right, so to deliver our first batch of coal, those miners need to... Oh, yeah. What about that? To get those train stops in. I haven't actually seen those yet. Oh, there it is. They made something for that, yeah. Well, it wasn't a problem either until now. You couldn't actually do that before. That's satisfying. That's good. Good VFX, good noise, good job. Only for manual as well, right? Anyway. Right, so, to join this back out to its buddies, you need to go out this way. And I need to tuck this over to the right or left. I don't really like the way they stop before the path signal. I guess that's just the way it is. Path signals are very delayed, I feel. Right, anyways, so... should this side go to the right? That might make the most sense. Little boy. Gonna be daddy's boy. Oh, he's trying to climb up. We can't. Little perm machine. I know you can't see him anymore. Maybe I'll try to play with him later if I can. He has just taken a pretty heavy painkiller, so he should be knocked out soon. Alright, anyways, right track pulling to the right would make more sense, I think. I have to delete this and rebuild this. In behind my PC now. I don't know if that's good. You're looping the coal train around these stations. Yes, so we have bauxite stations and coal stations. So the coal is going to loop around them, and the bauxite will loop around the coal ones. So same thing either way. Right of an angle. Oh, because he's meowing so much. Meowing. Breaking my heart. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. Right, so this goes all the way down to the coal. Keep an eye on where he is. I don't know. Underneath me. Okay. Alright, so that one. Alright, this one needs to do the same thing. Basically, so it has to go to here and then turn. So in the middle of this. Alright, so those two stations are connected on the same line. They can head out. They have to go to the right. That's the way they're looping around. The other ones are going the other direction. Because they get fed in from that bottom side. Right. Anyway, sorry. So what's new other than the vertical splitter? Well, there's elevators, there's new beams, new graphical effects, blueprint connect. So building a blueprint next to another one, they can connect to each other. At least their belts can and their pipes can. There's vertical nudging. There's infinite nudging. You can nudge as far as you want. There's new sounds, new voice lines, animations when trees fall down. New lighting paths on certain things, new VFX for bombs and slugs. There's a belt throughput counter. You can put a little counter on a belt and it tells you how much is going past it. Did I miss anything? Mostly it. What's your accent? I've watched most of your Satisfactory videos and always wonder. You sound like somebody who grew up in the Midwest, but your parents moved from the UK. I grew up in Ireland. Grew up in Dublin, Ireland. Not in the city, but in the county. And I've lived in England for the last 10 years. Since 2015. When I moved here. February 2015. February 17th, yeah, so I didn't celebrate it or anything, but that would have been 10 years here. Oh, photo mode, yeah, that's a new one. New photo mode. Pretty good. You can do different things with it. There's different filters. There's a dolly shot, so you can like set up like move from here to here, and it does it smoothly and stuff. Rex doesn't know his name yet. All right. Anyways, all right. I think that's all good. So we just need to put the block signal on this bit. Then it needs block signal or path signal before it goes out. Block signal here would be maybe good. Oop. Does it even need a block? I feel like a path would just be what you need coming out. Right, and then the other ones that are coming out, they're going to crisscross over this line each time. Like I said, I'm not very good with trains, but that's the way it's going to have to be. And then... Oh, I built the wrong one onto the thing. That's not right at all. I don't know if anyone mentioned that. Sorry, my bad. That's a Bauxite train. Bauxite train has to go far lane. There's 2 coal trains, but I've only hooked up one yet. So far. Alright, so we'll just stop that. I guess here. That will then continue into here, I guess. What's your problem, dude? There we go. Alright, nice. Everything should be running again. I think. Cool. This new version, this is the 1.1 version, yeah. It's an experimental, so it's not fully out yet. There's some bugs and things that they're probably going to work on. Investors didn't become doctors in a day. Top of the morning. Indeed. You should come to my work. I'm a project engineer at a large processing plant, and it's a lot of spaghetti. I mean, everything kind of heads in the same direction. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't seen many factories in real life, I guess, but I was just talking... Yeah, just from a few I've seen, it always seems like... It's not that organized, but it's generally like... Everything is going one direction along, like, general, like, long production lines. Alright, so... We can drive our coal train now. I think the loop should be completable. I haven't put in signals all the way around, but it should work. Did I build the coal train even? I can't remember. I don't think so. This is going to be coal delivery 1. I feel like I did drive it, but then I don't know, maybe I moved it. One, two. One, two, three, four, five, six. Hey, Toxic Kung Fu. Alright, coal pickup. Then to coal delivery. Save the changes. Next stop is unreachable. Let's find out why. Let's drive it. Could be that the track isn't built fully all the way around yet, which is probably the case, actually. Coal train went down the wrong track, did it? That's awesome if it's out there. Ah, well here's a problem straight away. We can't go straight. So in future you'll be able to do Blueprint Connect, right, where we don't have to do this. I'll be able to just build a double track at once, but because this save was from before then, I was doing it manually, and now half of it's built, so it's like, well, I can't really blueprint it that easily. But just deleting it and placing it back down, I suppose. Maybe that would be faster, I don't know. Feels like it would take the same amount of time. These curves, I don't know when they were built, but they're not going to be, I don't think they're going to be that symmetrical to each other. Okay, whatever. Do that later. Ah, so this is, yeah, we're going to have to do this a few times. We have to go around. Don't smoke in my face. So, starting here? Do it here? Maybe I don't need to go that far. We'll just start actually at this point. So it needs 8. Probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So on this line here. The fact that you can do that now, that's so much quicker than it used to be, so that is pretty good. Okay, so again, 8. We can count that out ourselves now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 here. Sending trains opposite directions while crossing tracks is asking for trouble. But when you've got two lines, you're supposed to send them opposite directions. And crossing tracks is just a junction, isn't it? Now, I know I'm doing one thing weird, which is I'm using a double line where they're going opposite directions, which is normal. But then I'm sending them both into the same input along a double track. That is weird, to go from a bi-directional double track to a same direction double track. It makes the junctions way simpler though, as a result. But it does mean on the output we have crossover. And on the input we'll have a little bit of... Well, actually the input we won't have crossover, but the output we do. But they can't move until the signals are clear, so I don't think they'll collide. I guess we'll see. That's okay. Don't worry about that. Alright, so just gotta build this now in a straight line for a while. No stations or anything to bypass out this side, I don't think. I should really just take that train with me. They may stall at crossings. I really hope not, because I'd be very bothered by that, and I'd be like, screw this entire save. I didn't want to do the railway in the first place. I was talked into it. Though we did determine trucks probably just couldn't get the job done. The volume is probably just too high. At least building a real... If I had to build the whole thing again, I could do it quicker now, thanks to the blueprint thing. Oh. Yeah, one way to find out. I'm just gonna keep going without thinking about it too much and turn it all on and see if it worked. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, one thing that'll be nice with the blueprints is just building in signals into the blueprints. Like, so it's like every third one you put down the signal one or something. Now I have to run back the length of this and put down signals every now and then anyway. I wonder if they'll add a feature like in Factorio where if you have a partial blueprint laid down, you can overlay a new blueprint and they'll just place the missing parts. I doubt it. That'd be great though. You don't really need to do that in this though, because you've got blueprint dismantle. So let's say you have a blueprint and then you modify it to fill in new gaps or something. And then you delete the original. You can just place the new one in its place and it'll all auto-connect anyway. So it would do the same thing. Factorio needs that filling mechanic because you can destroy buildings in Factorio through attacks and things. Whereas in this game that can't happen. So the only reason you would ever have this issue where you want to fill in the gaps of a blueprint is because you've modified it somehow. And if you've modified it, you can just delete the original and replace it with the new one. That would be my guess, but yeah. Unless I'm missing something. But in Factorio, it's like, oh, my walls got destroyed, these machines got destroyed. Boom, I could just replace the bits that are broken by using the same blueprint. Just logged on to my Satisfactory world and my doggo is huge. Rex, doggo Rex. Speaking of Rex, I think he just... He peed. Aw, he's looking up and meowing at me. I hope he's okay, and he's just doing it because he's bored. I'll play with them tomorrow a lot. Yeah, certain creatures are really big. Certain other creatures are really small. You might see a big bean thing be like really tiny. Baby one. Baby bean. He's rubbing up against my feet. Hello, buddy. Tickling me. For those who don't know, we rescued this little cat. In case you're wondering why there's a cat cam, streaming today was in support of him. All the goals and everything were met, so hopefully he'll be... Well, he's had his surgery. He'll be alright. I'm very active at the moment. Alright, so I think we're done. Do need to put some signals down. Oh no, I still have to... Yeah, we'll have to follow the loop the whole way around, right? So just go on this side again, I guess. Please stop crying at me, please. Breaks me heart. I'd love to like just let him sit in my lap. I'm sure he'd be happy with that, but he might fall. Alright, so this is the one that needs to loop around. Ah. I'd really rather not loop on that side. We'll have to do it on this side, but that means raising this belt up and over. I'll keep the belt that height here, but maybe at this point we can just cut straight through with the train, and we'll just make sure that this goes over. So for a moment, I'll just build a rail line through it. But with the intention of, yeah, making it look better later, and just moving the belt up and over it. Or under, whatever. I'll have to do that to 2 belts now, it seems. This one will have to go up and over. Okay. Then we're going to bank to the left and rejoin. So we'll have to go through this one, join over there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 might be too much on this one. It's pretty far across now. Maybe not. Alright, so while I'm in the area, let's get this done now. I guess 2 is fine. 1, 2. Alright, that'll clear the train. Totally normal and fine. Nothing wrong there. I'll do the same down this one. These trains, they said, it'd be easy, they said. I know, it's a crazy grind. Crazy grind. Is it worth it? I don't think so. It's cool seeing trains move around, but jeez. With the volume of this factory, it kind of just makes no sense just to bring the belts straight from where they're coming from in some way. Especially since it's all roughly in the same area, at least in the same biome. Drag them. Drag them and make them look good. Spend your time on that, making it look as nice as possible coming over here. All totally full. Alright, well, that line's hooked up now. And it connects back out. Oh no, it doesn't. Damn, how did that happen? Such a gamer. Alright. Didn't rebuild that train, did I? Are we totally hooked up now? Let's see, I might be missing one more loop around. That might be it. Such a gamer, I couldn't even get in. Lifts are low. Yeah. I'll get back to it on this loop around. Your box train is connected to the coal line at this train station. Let's see if that's still true. It was at first. Find out. Alright, so the coal line is there. We need another coal station at some point. Be the next thing to do after this, I guess. I'd like to just set up one delivery of coal, would be nice. I'll just slow down really quickly, so... And I'll answer that, sorry Astarix for being so slow, if you're still there. Your bauxite train is connected to the coal line. No, I think I fixed it. It was that way, but I think I did go over it. What do they add in 1.1? Actually, just answer that. I guess I'll just answer it again. Just feel bad for people who just heard me go through it. But we've got blueprints that can connect to each other, right? So you build one blueprint, build another. They can auto-connect now. At least their belts and pipes can. Got elevators that move between floors. They're the size of one foundation. And you can set multiple floors with them. They're pretty good. You can customize the floor names and colors and things like that. New beams. New kind of connection blocks for things like road barriers, things like that. So just like little cosmetic items, basically. Train lines can now be built better, not only through blueprints, but also just in how you lay the tracks themselves. You can kind of curve them better. There's now curved belts, so you've got straight mode, default mode, and now like a kind of a spline curve mode. Same with pipes, got straight and curved pipes, and then default mode. New VFX for slugs. Some new sounds. Trees will fall over when you cut them down, things like that. Just like little polishing quality of life stuff. Small quality of life things like signs will show you their direction before they're built in case you build them upside down. Things like that. New garage door. So it's like a 2 walls by 2 walls. So it's an 8 meter tall, 8 meter wide metal door frame that opens if you get close to it. Looks really good. Vertical splitters and mergers, so you can build a lift and then connect the splitter onto the lift and it'll split vertically or merge vertically with other things coming from the sides. Infinite nudging, you can now nudge forever and you can nudge vertically. I have to build them higher. And that's pretty much it. Pretty much, I think. The hell is this? Oh, the Sims 4 build and buy mode. Music. Just keep doing the Factorio soundtrack now. We'll try the Final Fantasy music again. I've gone this long without food, although I still have 2 hours 15 minutes to go. I do think I should put something on. I'm really getting hungry. Gotta space those block signals out more. Do I? Why? They're way bigger than the length of 2 trains, I would say. The gaps between them. Yeah, maybe not that one. You're right about that one. That one doesn't need to be there. Yeah, normally I try to keep it like to 2 train lengths, but it only needs to be 1. But yeah, no, good call. Sorry. I'll just draw it again. I like it in the center. Just to double check. Yep. Not clearing it by much, but will do. I definitely told us to take an input from the top. I'm so sure. Really? It's not. Damn, I was so sure in that. Now I'm yeah, 4, right? Unless it reset when I rebuilt it. It did. Okay, I'm not crazy at least. So just to check that bug for a second, let's just keep it as Mark 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can see its input is there. But then I'm like, well, I want it to be a Mark 4. And now I'll grab the Mark 4 belt and see if we can bring it in. And I can't. Got one. Alright, good. At least I'm not crazy. I don't care about the bug. Alright, trains are clearing it. Right, so we've got 1 coal station. I think the stations are clear. And sorry, I did say I would reply to Asterix. The question is someone getting into the game. If belts can deliver items as fast as they're produced, why use vehicles at all? If you only care about efficiency, there's no reason. There's no reason for walls, windows. No reason for anything other than concrete. And belts. So it's mostly a looks thing. 100% efficient thing would be massive belt highways. Yep. Just the fun of the logistics, I guess, in building trains, but it only complicates things. Like you said, they doesn't go any faster if you use a train. It doesn't help anything. Doesn't make life easier on the other side receiving. You still have to divide it up as if they were belts coming out of miners. Every deposit can have 1 miner, and when you send that into a train, typically anyway, if you're dealing with like high volume. That one's a bit short. Typically if you're dealing with high volume, yeah, you just would want you'd want to separate it. So think about this. I've got 6 stations here, but coming from 3 nodes. Just 3 nodes, but I'm trying to divide it up equally. I mean, it's a lot of a headache. I could have just grabbed the 3 belts and brought them all the way where they need to go. And I'm sitting here complaining about how long things are taking me. It's all on me. Could just take the belts and bring them along a foundation into whatever place they want, and you wouldn't lose any throughput. And you'd save yourself time. But if you like trains, you might want to do it for fun. But it's a, you know, if you don't, then don't. I want to upgrade the lift going into the splitters at the coal pickup station when you're here again. Are they not Mark IV? I feel like you've been streaming when I woke up this morning and you're still streaming at bedtime. Shout out to you. Hope the best for X. Thank you. Yeah, the idea was to do like a... I said almost 24 hours. I think it's like 18 in total. 10 a.m. till 4 a.m. Whatever that is. With a 2-hour gap in the middle, to be fair. That's Mark IV. That's Mark... Ooh. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Good call, Joe. You spotted it. Well, it has power now, and coal is starting to fill up. Nice. Fill all these containers as well, I guess. Alright, so we can build the first coal train and make the first delivery and let it see if it collides with anything as we add on another one. So there'll be one more coal train after this. Start it a bit further back. Right, so edit timetable. Yeah, I definitely did send another train out here, didn't I? Maybe I did pick it up. I only see 3 rolling around. I must have. Okay. Coal pickup, coal delivery, save. Turn on. See you later. Gonna call it coal train? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I have been, kind of. Alright, I'm gonna get this food on while this makes its first journey. My god, I thought I, like, reversed my chair over the cat. He's in his little bed. Thank God. That we can really see him there anyway, but he is there. Alright, we're nice and full up. I'll be back in just a minute. Gonna put something in the oven. I'll set a timer. Okay, we haven't collided yet. Good sign. The delivery station is still set for load. Oh, no. Right. Where are we? I can hop out. I'll hop out here. I can just run back and get it working. That's funny, Matter of Rights. Good one. Oh, I'm sorry, can you rely on a train's input for building a factory? Like knowing how many of an input you have so you can do the rest of the calculations from that? It's all about what you feed it. So basically, a train station has two inputs. A freight platform. We can talk about it in a second, actually. I'm about to head up to it. Just once I crest this corner. It's the same with trucks as it is with trains, to some degree. Trains are slightly less efficient for throughput, in some regard, but not always. So I'll explain it in a sec. Right, so here's our train station. Each one of these is a freight platform. Each freight platform has two inputs and two outputs. Just really quickly, I need to set these to unload so the train unloads when it gets here. Then I can talk through it a bit, as far as I understand it anyway, but people can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Right. Cool. So, you can add as many of them as you want. Let's just take a very simple example and say that we just have the one, okay? So we have the way trains are built. This has to match what lines up with it. A train cannot stop here and unload just into a few of these. It has to stop here at the station, what's literally called the train station. Freight platforms are just platforms. They just line up with whatever's going there. So you have to match your length of a train to the length of the platform at minimum. It doesn't have to be the full length, but it has to at least fit within 1, 2, 3, or so on. Anyways, so 2 inputs, 2 outputs. Containers have 2 inputs, 2 outputs. Miners, right, ore have 1 output. So let's say we want to ship ore somewhere. The max belt speed in the game is 1,200. We'll just work with a more reasonable number. Let's say 480, because that is the belt speed for Mark IV, right? So you're at Mark IV, you're starting to think about trains, and you have a 480 belt speed. So why do we have containers in front of the station? So when the train is loading and unloading, the belts can't flow. The inventories of these freight platforms are halted, because they're receiving a direct transfer from the carriage of the train. Right, so the cargo is now in, and when the train beeps and leaves, the stuff flows out. And that's an important thing right there to note. That is your stop time. Bear with me 1 sec. That's your stop time. So let's say you're doing 480 per minute on one end. So here we have, I'll just do a little thing. Here we have a miner. It's producing 480 per minute. Oh, Ada. Here we have a train station. The 480 per minute will go straight into the freight platform, right? Through a belt. Right, so our belt just sends it straight in. Miner into freight platform. A train is then going to arrive and look to pick this up. As it's picking it up, as it's getting loaded into the train, this stops. The belt effectively shuts down, right? Can't send in anymore. That's a problem, because you're losing your per minute speed for a little bit. So you might wonder how how long is it or anything. You don't have to worry about that. The way people solve this is they basically feed into a buffer. So we'll build a buffer. Whatever, this is our buffer. And it's a container. Now out of the buffer, we'll build a second belt. So now when the train stops here, we'll send the 480 into here, and then we'll pull it out. Now, caveat, I've used some awkward number. Technically, if it's your max belt speed, you're still going to struggle to get it into the one thing. Because you can only pull out as much as you could put in. Without overcomplicating things, let's just imagine the number isn't quite 480. Let's say it's 400. So 400 was traveling along here. And then it was going all the way in. But then when the train arrived, it stopped. But 400 is still going to continue to build up here. And it'll start filling this container. Right. That's great. It's 400 per minute. Brilliant. When the train pulls away and then we're refilling this, it's now going to fill at twice the speed. It'll be the 480 belt here and the 480 belt here, looking to get the 400 out. Right, so the 400 will be coming out, but 2 belts of 480 will drain this buffer. The buffer will empty. And it'll fill the station faster than a miner would on its own. So that's how you deal with that issue. If you're at the max speed, it's a bit more of a complicated problem. Because even if this was 480 going in, 480 belt can't get it out any faster, even if there's 2 of them. That's a problem. Actually, no, it's not. That's not a problem. It's only a problem if you're trying to send 480 into both inputs. If you're only doing it into one input, then that's actually okay. So 1 in, but 2 out of a buffer. So 1 in, but 2 out. Always solves your problem, actually. But yeah, sorry, I got a little confused myself. But if we were saying, like, I'm going to feed 2 miners in, both at 480, into this one buffer, and then feed them both in, that wouldn't do anything if they were at your max belt speed. You have to just basically make sure, the simple way to saying all of this is make sure the outputs of a buffer are faster than what's going in. That's all, and then you'll typically be fine. The other way is to, obviously, you could just divide it between multiple stations. That's another way of doing it. Anyways, trucks don't have this problem. When a truck pulls up to a truck station, the belts don't stop. They only stop with a train during loading and unloading. The question was, you know, can you rely on trains' input for building a factory? Yes. You just have to be aware that they stop momentarily when they're loading and unloading. But really, it's like Portal. What goes in, speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out. 480 comes out of here, or whatever the speed might be. 480 goes here. The journey time of the train gets to its location. It's dumping 480 per minute, the equivalent of. The only thing I guess to consider is a freight car. A freight car can only hold 32 stacks. Let's say you're moving a stack of something that can only stack up to 100. What would that be? Like reinforced iron plates, I think, goes to 100? I think. So that means you can only hold 3,200. 3,200. If you're filling that at a reasonable number, like 200 per minute, that means you got 16 minutes for one freight car to fill. Before your machines will stop because they can't fill it any faster. You just have to make sure your train's journey time is less than 16 minutes round trip, and you'll be fine. Then your 200 per minute out is received as 200 per minute in on the other side. The only way that wouldn't be true is if you took longer than 16 minutes to get to your destination, or whatever the case might be, you know? Obviously those numbers change then if the stack size is bigger. The stack size of, if you're moving concrete, the stack size is 500. So it's, you can actually transport 100, is that right? No, sorry, 32. 16,000. So to build up 16,000 would take considerably longer, because the rate of the machine still might only be doing 200. So you say 16,000 divided by 200, it's going to take 80 minutes to fill up one freight car. There are settings on trains that let you tell them to only leave when they're full, if you want to. Trains don't consume fuel, so you don't really need to worry about that. But if you wanted to just have less traffic on your routes, you could do that. So hopefully that makes sense. I personally struggle with trains a little bit because of the loading and unloading and the complication with junctions and things. It is a lot of hassle. It's a lot of effort. People just really enjoy doing it. That's really why you would. But as you can see, you're only complicating things. None of what I just said you have to think about if you just took the belt, sent it in. The April Fool's thing was her talking, was it? I am opted out. I think that's just the new voice lines they said they added. I am out of seasonal events. Unless there's another place you get out of it. So technically on paper, they might be a second or two slower, but it's basically negligible because of the buffers. No. With buffers, they're not slower at all. There's no slowdown. You'll get your 480 per minute out the other side perfect. You'll get your 1200 per minute. As long as you use buffers. As long as whatever you send into one, you send two belts out of the other. And then your throughput's fine. I was just trying to... I badly probably explained that if you were feeding it from two ends, if you're trying to send something in here, and then try to pull it out in two places, that's not going to work. Similarly, it wouldn't work if you just use one container. It has to have two outputs. This way you're saying, like, whatever the speed going in here, we're pulling it out twice as fast. Because there is just a tiny bit of downtime. You can eliminate the downtime by having two belts come out. That's all. It's just one little caveat to be aware of. But other than that, you're not losing anything then. And I shouldn't even say other than that. You're not losing anything if you know about this problem, because you can build around it. Yeah, it is. It's like building a complicated belt. Trains are best at, like, why would you do it? The real reason for using a train, generally, is because you might want to bring a train from a high volume good, long haul, like really long distance. If you're happy to use a belt the whole way, that is fine, and it will work. But trains are a sort of way to do that over a very long distance. Like, I'm going to move something like half the map across. And it's like, I could walk it and build the belt the whole way. I mean, either way, you do have to build the train line, so it's not that different. But I suppose with the train line, it's like, well, now I can add more factories onto that without rebuilding the bus every time. That'd be the benefit. Like, okay, like, we've got a big train line here on the, like, long side of the map, and it goes down here. And, like, any factory I build near that, we can put onto the same line, almost like a road system. And they automate themselves and stop themselves and turn enough. So there is some benefit to it. But you could just do a big bus of, like, 20 belts and just bring them the whole way. That would be a lot of material, I guess, but still, it would work without having to think about any of those problems. Train lines do move power with them, so that's also good. Although I think it's not that important, considering power towers are, like, really, really good now. You can go super far with them. But it's a nice benefit. Power on one end comes out the other end, so as long as they're powered, it's all good. It's a little dangerous to supply a factory, say, with oil via a train. Trains can move liquids, because then you might be banking your power on a train network, and if for some reason your train fails, like the junction gets blocked or you didn't plan something right, you could end up killing all power, and then your train won't move anymore. That's another risk. Belts don't need power. And neither do pipes. But yeah. Anyway, that's everything about them, I think. But they're fun to watch. Once you got a few of them going and the signals are working, it is satisfying. Nice. So far, none of the trains are broken. So that's good. Everything's working so far. So I'm getting just some chicken. So I've been streaming for like all day. And the plan is to get some chicken and chips. But I gotta put the chips on now. So I'll be back in just another second. Watch the trains for me, please. Watch the junction. Case. Alright, back in just one sec. Sorry for so many breaks. This is a very unusual type of stream for me today, just so people know. I don't normally stream this long, or just take random breaks, or have a camera on my cat. Radar towers up in the biome? I did. I think I keep tearing them down because I moved them basically. Yeah, I did. I don't think they're powered. Also, the radar towers are bugged in this version of the game. Well, they're kind of bugged. They show you the information, but their ring is short. So the last thing to do now, I'm waiting for my food. I just want to make sure my timer's correct. Yeah, is there's one more coal station to build, and it requires 2 miners connecting to it. And they're going to be doing 1,200 each per minute. Future. Oh my god. Let's clear some of this crap out of here as well. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? I'll be back on Thursday with the next stream. Won't be this as long as this one, but we'll be back to regular scheduling. So normally I stream Wednesdays and Thursdays. So no stream tomorrow. I'll be sleeping and then working on the video, the next video. But after that, then yeah, back to normal. Wednesday, Thursdays, Satisfactory. No, you don't have to tell. You don't have to. Sorry, you don't have to have all the freight cars picking up the same thing. You can have a different item for each car. Empty platforms and spacers. No, indeed, yeah. Things get very complicated then, I feel, with room for more error. But that is the normal. That's exactly how I did my trains back in the day. I'm doing high volume single items at the moment, but certainly it's really, when you have a factory that requires like 6 different things, it's great to have a train network hooked up to every factory hooked up to your train network. So you could have a computer factory, modular frame factory, iron factory, something else, you know. And then it's like, oh, like I need to build a factory that requires 4 of these things, you know, in high volume, or just even just at all. So it's like, cool, I'll build a factory, we'll put a train station in it. And because I'm building all my other factories with train stations in them, it's just a matter of adding a little bit of track into this one and then telling the other ones to come here, and they just will, you know. And sometimes figuring, you could have separate lines, or like Matter of Right said, sorry, I thought you were Major for a second, that he was here before. You can have them all in the same line. So it's like, okay, I know that aluminum's picked up on the 2nd carriage and maybe nothing on the 3rd carriage, but then maybe computers on the 4th and something else on the 5th. And then that gets delivered in and sorted for you. So that could be also a bit of a benefit, because if you've built everything with trains in mind, it can be easy to move stuff from one factory to another without much extra thought. It does require a lot upfront investment, but it does mean you can almost automate how you move things around. So that is probably the biggest benefit. Right, anyways, so the other, I think the other goal was just down this direction, but I'm not sure where the station's going to be just yet. We're looking for 2 pure nodes, I believe. That's 1. And again. You show me the same ones. My radar tower was just hooked up to power. I could see it. We had it before. I just need to know exactly where it is. I could just load Satisfactory Calculator very quickly. Not those ones. Come on, game. You're somewhere over here, I think, down this way. Damn, that's pretty far away actually, but okay, that's the one we need. Now the train line's here, so this would be a good spot for, it's like equidistant between these two. So right here, why not, on this little plateau, might be perfect. But I'm gonna just save it there. This food is gonna be done in a few minutes. I'm not gonna stop the stream or anything, but I'm just gonna eat really quickly. Maybe watch something. Is there anything to watch? Satisfactory wise or something. I don't know. My own video. And then we'll just quickly, I'll just wolf this chicken and chips down, and then we'll just continue on. I'm contemplating either rebuilding my entire phase 1 to 3 factory or at least changing all of the inputs to be cleaner. But it's so daunting. And it works fine. I would leave it. Try to let go and move on and build somewhere else. And if you want to rebuild a factory, just build a new one, but better and somewhere else. And then you can just remove the old one later if you wanted to. Save on power, for instance. This is a specialized loop you've been working on. Yeah, it is. This is a loop for one factory. It seemed like initially doing trains would make it quicker to bring all this ore in. We need 7,000 bauxite, 7,000 water, 4,000 coal. It's a lot. Granted, it could have been done all with belts dragged across the place, but it seemed like, yeah, if we bring it in via trains into one big station, divide it all up evenly then. And I'm being slow with it, but we'll get there. It'll be good. Watching your own 1.0 playlist sounds fun. I don't think I should do that. That'd be a bit weird. I am still going. Yeah. Barely hanging on. Actually, I feel fine. I'm just getting a little tired now. Wish you could make them go even faster, like bullet trains. How long's it been? Well, the first stream started today at 10:30 a.m. It's now 2 a.m. I did have a 2-hour break in the middle. So it's been mostly just a... whatever. So how long is that? Let's say there was no 2-hour break. $14 hours, but with the 2-hour break, 12? Really? Not that crazy. I've sometimes streamed 8 hours just because. I'm just waiting for my... I haven't eaten all day. Oh, well, I had... Actually, I did. I had, at 4 o'clock, I had, like, a little pizza roll thing. But since then, I haven't had anything. And I didn't have anything for breakfast or anything before that. So I'm quite hungry. I'm just waiting. The oven is done in 1 minute. Or just about done in 1 minute. And then go out and get it. I just didn't want to start building, because I'll just start eating and I forget what I'm doing. And I won't, you know, I'll just want to eat quickly and then we can continue. But basically, it's going to be a station here, and we have to just pull some coal over from that direction and coal over from this direction. Meet it in the middle somewhere here. And then bring the track around on the outside. Not the coal track, but the bauxite track, so this one. So the inputs should probably be on this side then. Oh, that is bauxite. Bauxite's going this way. Oh yeah, okay then. Well, the opposite then. This will be the size. We can blow this thing up. Pizza roll is burnt to a crisp? No, there was it's a pack of 2. It's, yeah, there's like 2 little pizza rolls in it. That one was burnt to a crisp, the one that I forgot about. The other one was fine. Got it when I came home from the vet, instead of the one before I went to the vet. That was in the oven for like an hour, so I feel pretty bad about that. I've never done that before. At least it was okay. Alright, there's the timer. Okay, I'll be back in just 1 sec. Up. Alright, back in just a minute. and over the camera. I guess you can't see that camera. This is such a weird meal. It's like frozen chicken, so this like little fillet of chicken, and chips, and then there's like these little puff pastry things. They're like finger food. There's very little food in the apartment at the moment. Normally I can cook like decent food. Just like scraping the freezer for anything that was like never used. It is what it is. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know what to do though while I'm munching down. Maybe something. They did a Satisfactory stream today. Was that any good? Maybe they talked about stuff that we could watch. Studios. Put on theme. God, that was a flashbang. Gaming day, you'll be okay.
I went to punch the mosquito, but yeah,
Which is just all... Well, I won't say it. Coffee Stain Studios devs? The thing? Thing that I do follow Sasha Grey. I haven't been on Twitch in like years, but still.
Am I not finished with 7.2? I mean, today you can literally one-shot all of the content today. Bro, I wonder. I wonder. I have
Oh,
an
yeah.
inkling I'll
This was 8 days ago. Never mind. I thought he's on vacation. I thought they said he was doing a stream today. Or people in my chat did. Listen to this. How much of 1.1 was actually planned for 1.0?
of 1.1 was actually planned for 1.0. Oh, nothing really.
All of it.
It's like some ideas in 1.1 were definitely, you know, talked about and pitched during the 1.0 period. So like back during pre 1.0,
That's funny. I am so lonely.
when we were finalizing the entire game, and we had all the features immediately from update 8 that we knew we had.
Sasha Grey is a good streamer. I actually followed her because she was in Cyberpunk, and then I was like, I heard she was a streamer, and I checked out her stream, and it was actually pretty funny. I was like, okay, but I don't watch Twitch, so I did just follow her, and I probably watched her once. I've seen other videos of her though, but
had to sort out
that's neither here nor there.
For 1.0, and we also had some time to squeeze in what little extra we could. That's when a bunch of features that you now see in 1.0 and features that we pitched and we decided could do, but better saved for later, prioritized lower over other stuff. That content will be arriving in 1.1. So,
since Not Quit, he's had a helper, one of the devs, Hannah Berger. I've seen her on a stream as well, I think. That stream, he was
nothing per se was like cut straight off. This should have been in 1.0, but we just did not have time, and so we sent 1.1 instead. It's more of, we thought of this during 1.0, it would be nice to have for 1.0, but the time we already knew we had left to develop the final game did not allow for anything more to be crammed in, and so we realized, okay, we thought of this, but it's better suited for after launch. There may have been a couple of very small details that were intended for 1.0, but that just did not make the cut because we ran out of time. Like,
some of the things just feel like requested and been asked for a long time. So it's not that I would have thought like, oh, they tried to get it in 1.0, but sure, they've just had a list of these things they wanted. What's for dinner? So it's Bird's eye. I don't even know. It's like a piece of chicken, a frozen chicken from Bird's Eye. That's quite small. Some McCain frozen chips. And then some Tesco branded salmon. I don't even know what they are. Finger food puff pastry things. It was very much a what's in the freezer that hasn't been touched in a long time. Let's just throw it all together in an oven and eat it. Normally, you know, I like to make a nice Thai curry, cook some salmon, do something. But tonight, it's whatever is there. Bird's eye mystery meal, yeah. So, controversially, I used to really, really like this in particular. Bird's Eye Chicken Shop to Sizzler breaded chicken fillet. It's actually like really good. But take note, this image. I don't really like frozen food really at all, but I had this once and I was like, wow, this is really good. And it really felt like proper chicken, like you see what it should look like, you know, when you tear it apart kind of thing. I was like, this is great. And it started at just £2 for 2 burgers. And I was like, this is kind of a great deal. Seems like real chicken. It seems tasty. It's great. A little spicy. I like spicy food. You know, obviously very mild generally, but a little bit spicy. Then they rebranded it and they doubled the price. And it sucks now. It sucks. It's like super artificial. You break it apart. It's like a chicken nugget. Like you can't identify what this is anymore. So I'm crestfallen. Anyway, that's not what I'm eating. I'm eating basically something like that. This one. It's like that, but slightly different. It's not the charcoal version. That's basically what I have in front of me right now.
Literally, you know, this should have been 1.0 content, but time cucked us. If that is the case, they are very, very few, and I can't recall them. So.
Liar. What else we got? Everything new? I'm Kivitz. I've been looking for new YouTubers to watch as well. I've been kind of bored and burnt out with like the various things. This is my own YouTube channel. This is my content creator channel, so I don't really follow anything on this. But yeah, beyond Red Letter Media, like I'm kind of tired of all the people I watch. Watch a lot about space. Where are all the aliens?
Since the dawn of civilization, we have gazed at the stars and wondered, are we truly alone?
Yes. I am still alive. Yeah, I'm just having food, and then we're going to play the game for another couple hours, and then that'll be it. Almost done, about halfway through. This is like a night by myself, right? It'd be so funny to have a camera on me and you just see actually what I do by myself. Like I just watch space videos, play like Mass Effect, and look at pictures of cats and stuff. I'm like, what, you know, get high.
Billions of suns blaze across our galaxy, each offering the possibility of alien worlds teeming with life.
Watch stuff to do with like Caesar.
Yet, when we look up at the night sky for signals, we are met with silence. This begs the question, is life extremely rare or just hard to detect?
I'm always interested in questions where there's a collision of ideas.
Love Brian Cox. The aliens are trying to stay clear of us because they think our behavior is immature. Do you ever see those? I love those shorts where it's like, or just even videos in general, like the scale of the universe. I'll tell you, here's a great video that people should check out if they're interested in this kind of thing. Melody. Although recent data would suggest that it's not quite accurate. But anyway, It's called Time Lapse to the Future, A Journey to the End of Time. I won't watch too much of it. I've got another cool video to show you guys actually after this. If I can remember the name. Basically, the idea of this video is that... Says it here. Maybe it just says it at the bottom. Can't remember where it is. I just want to find where it mentions like the whole shtick of the video. It'll be here in a second. Yeah, there we go. We will travel through time exponentially, doubling our speed every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, speed doubles. It's such a cool video. Highly recommend people watch it themselves. But like, not to spoil it, but like within the first couple of minutes, we've gone from the year 2000 to the year 261 billion. And it's like, what's everything going to be like now? And look how much of the video is left. It's like, it gets crazy. So I loved it. I was like, this is so cool. This is all predicated on the idea that the universe is expanding. Well, actually, not just that. There's a few other things going on too. But that seems like it's not really as true as people thought. Based on JWST's findings anyway. And a new theory that's put forward about gaps in space making time go faster. But anyway, we don't have to talk about that. So yeah, it's just a super cool video. $9,900 if we're still kicking around. There's no way a comet would actually hit it. Like, we'd stop it. Definitely be able to stop it by then. Doesn't matter how big it is, we'd stop it. But anyway, I do recommend people check it out themselves. I wish I could remember the other video I was thinking of. Like, I know what it is, but I don't know what it's called. Like a video about automation. Super cool. Almost done. Oh yeah, I've seen it. This is really cool also.
The years of the history of the universe and translate it into distance.
So double check my math.
200 lights to be safe.
How long did you say a kilometer was?
How many views does this have? 3 million?
We're going to build two models. We're going to build a model of the history of human civilization.
The narrator sounds way too pissed off. The narrators in that previous video change every few minutes. You are Dedicated King, sending love for Rex. Thank you, cutie. Adeptus Ridiculous channel is what I'll watch for background giggles at work. They're peak at what they do. What do they do? That sounds funny. Just the idea of Adeptus Ridiculous. I've been thinking of watching like 40k, or I have been watching a little bit of 40k tabletop more and more lately.
And then we'll build another model that shows the
I don't want to leave other people's videos playing, by the way. I do recommend this though. I've seen it before. I was recently blown away by... Oh, it is this video, I think. They keep changing the thumbnail.
As a
Big...
42
I'm so jealous of big channels that can keep doing that. It makes their videos seem new all the time. Got me to click. But this is a crazy video. Well, about how light doesn't travel in straight lines. It actually chooses the path of least resistance after contemplating all the other paths it could take. Sounds crazy, but it's very convincing how they explain it. It's obviously up for debate, but it's very interesting. I think, anyway. 1 million years and we may only find 70,000 years of human activity? I don't know what that means. What if we're the aliens? We might be. Also, Brian Cox thinks, and a few other people, and I do, that we are the only civilization in the galaxy. Just in our galaxy. I like the idea that he proposes where it's like, we, you know, might just be on average, galaxies have 0 or 1, or between 0 and 2 civilizations. Like, we don't know, you have no idea. But all we know is like there's so much time has passed that it's reasonable to assume that if there was another civilization even just 1,000,000 years ahead of us, we'd see them. Or see evidence of them. And people say like, oh, well, they might have future technology that you wouldn't be able to detect. It's like, maybe. I don't know. Why would that be the case? They just can't see, like, they don't build Dyson spheres, they don't build anything. Like, I don't know. Maybe. There's something going on. Almost done. I can hop back in now in just one sec. That there's a great filter in front of us that we haven't passed yet, and you never do. Could be true. Alright, I'm finished. Thank you for bearing with me. I really don't like eating on stream. Next time I'll try to think of videos that actually be worth sharing. I love space and the amount of unknowns. All I do is read about space, and I read the same stuff every month though. I'm not smart enough to retain the information properly. More just like an endless fascination, but it's not full understanding. Quantum stuff is just like so interesting, but so difficult in my opinion to really grasp. And quantum physicists will say that it is supposed to be difficult. Like, you're not supposed to really get it. But it's crazy what's going on, like with people making quantum computers right now, and they're doing all these processes at the same time, and we don't really understand how it's working, but it is. It's like, and then the theories that back that up is like really tie into that thing I was talking about earlier, that Veritasium video, where it's very quickly he shows like, okay, like we assume light takes a photon just takes a straight path to where it's going, but there's this experiment where there's like 2 slits in a wall. You shoot photons at, I'm gonna just completely butcher it, but I can't remember exactly what it is, but you shoot photons at it, and when you're looking at it, you're observing the experiment, the result is different than when you're not, because you can detect them. But when we observe it, it's like different. And then there's this whole thing about how it's actually choosing like all these different paths at the same time, but the result is you only see one result. But it can take multiple paths. So if you don't observe the result, it can go through both slits. Even though it's a single photon, it can like hit the back wall of both detectors. It's like, how did that happen? Well, if we look at it, it always hits one or the other. Like, weird. It's like one of the weirdest things. And then like the deeper theories and stuff that looks into it is like, well, it's actually doing both. And that's like the whole Schrodinger's cat thing, right? It's like, well, in theory, when you're not looking at it, what's going on behind the thing, both states are happening at the same time. So in theory, like the cat in the box or whatever is both dead and alive, because based on a quantum electron, which is both like whatever, positive and neutral or negative at the same time, it'll break like a little seal that will cause poison to the cat. And it's like, well, in theory, when we're not looking at it, we know that both is happening. That's like being proved, or at least it seems that way. But then when we do look at it, it chooses one or the other. So it's like, oh, so what does that mean? Does it mean that, hey, look, there's the dog on the belt, by the way. I know it's quite small. And it's like, that's what leads to the whole, like, well, technically it's both alive and dead, because we don't know until someone looks at it. But it's like, that's actually like a provable thing. Light will hit both things, even though it should be one photon, we see it twice. But then the whole Veritasium video goes into the fact that it's like, well, light's actually choosing a whole bunch of different options before it gets to where it goes. And there's an experiment that somewhat proves it. It's quite interesting. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this. But I love that stuff because it's like, it's so difficult to grasp. It's so different from our own reality that it makes you, it seems like that would be, it would have to be something like that if we were ever to understand what's really going on, how things work on a subatomic level, or like how things really come together. It would probably be so far beyond like what we can really get or understand. And then it's starting to get into like really weird stuff where things just aren't making sense, but it's like replicable in experiments. So I love that kind of stuff. Anyway. Are we aliens who are living in a simulation? Well, what do you mean, are we aliens? Do you mean, did we come from another planet and we were seeded here? I think that's totally plausible. I'm not saying on purpose, but I think it's called panspermia, where yeah, a planet could explode or whatever, and it can make its way to other rocks. But like, even if that was the case, that doesn't change anything for me. And if we found that out, and we're just like, oh, we're not really from Earth, we're from some other place, and that place is gone. It's like, okay, but that's whatever. It could be from anywhere. To me, that doesn't change anything. I don't, you know, on my perspective anyway. Other than like, oh, life can survive in multiple places, and maybe it's only happened rarely, and it just keeps moving from place to place, which would be kind of interesting. That would mean we share a common ancestor with aliens. So it's like you dissect an alien, they actually have DNA. That'd be interesting. Like, that's really unexpected. You'd expect if you found other life that you'd, under a microscope, look at them and it'd be totally different. It wouldn't be DNA or anything even close to what we have. Which is why it's always funny when like Joe Rogan or other podcasters say like, oh, an octopus is so different, almost like an alien. And it's like, well, it's not really, because under a microscope, a cell would be almost identical to our cells. It's just a collection of them behaves differently. But a truly alien thing would be like, this just doesn't look at all like what we have at all. Like it doesn't have a little energy system. It doesn't, maybe it has multiple or whatever. It'd all be different. Mitochondria, whatever. Anyway. Most people would be raving at this point, this late in the 24-hour stream. Meanwhile, Darren is having deep science and philosophy discussions. This is what I'm always about. I have these discussions with myself at 2 or 3 in the morning. Like I said, I don't go to bed till like 3 or 4 normally anyway. And normally I stay up watching like, yeah, like science videos or red letter media, stuff like that. I also have nobody to talk about this stuff to anyone. Nice to think about it. I don't normally talk about it, so I'm not very well at verbalizing it, but I feel like given some time I can understand it a bit better. Alright, we need 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 12 in total, right? 9. 10, 11, 12. Hey, 2 ounce. Existential science. How are you holding up? Is your body completely replaced by G-Fuel? No, as I was saying, like, yeah, I stay up quite late anyway, so I didn't take anything different than I normally do. Like, I had some of my caffeine early today, like 1. I'm a gamer. This isn't that late. What would really be pushing it if I went to like 6. 6 o'clock is when you'd really start to feel the drain, I think. I'm sure I could keep going. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stop around 4. I just don't want to ruin my work schedule tomorrow. I can't sleep, so I decided to stop by. Nice. Oh, alright. That Rex camera. I'll just turn off the Rex camera. He's just in it. Oh no, he actually is up. guy is got his big cone on, cone head. After 10 hours, the game crashed. 15 minutes autosaves to the rescue. Oh my god, imagine it's like that wasn't saved. That's 90s gamers can relate, I'm sure. Not that table. It's not a hologram, mate. Or is there another way to explain why matter collects or projects? There's also another theory where it's like it's all in. There's no way to prove that everything's not just in your own head. I also think is like a really compelling theory. Things where you just can't prove otherwise is like always really fascinating. It's like, well, I can't know. You just can't ever know that. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I love those little mind-blowing facts. It's like, oh, there's no such thing as like a pointed space. There's no definition of like what is a point. It's all relative to other things. Like, therefore, there's literally no single point in space. We just assume there is because we static on Earth. Right, so the bauxite line is here. The coal line's here. We're feeding the coal line. Bauxite line's the one that has to go around the station a little bit. Put this one. Fields are definable, but everything is relative. A field, anything in space that we can see, is moving. Everything's moving all the time. Nothing stays still. You know, from our perspective, the sun might seem still, but it's not. It's moving around the galaxy. The galaxies are moving. Everything's moving apart from each other. Things are moving at all varying speeds. So, unless I'm mistaken what you mean by field, but field is usually related to the body of some object that's in space, I think. And everything's moving. Anyway, wasn't that solved by Descartes? Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. But that only guarantees that you're alive. There's no guarantee that anyone else is. I can't remember. There's a name for the theory. It's not even a theory. Well, it is, kind of. But it's just like a... There's a name for it. It's like a... Just like an understanding that it's like you can't know if everything has been just constructed in your own mind for you. Like, imagine you're some super being and this is all just playing out for you. For some reason. Like, we don't know. Not that it's like everyone's watching you or anything. There's no one. It's just... It is just you. But all your experiences and everything is just a manifestation of what's in your mind, but nothing might be real other than that you are experiencing it. But there's no way to guarantee or know ever that anyone else experiences what you do. But like, if you take that seriously, even just for a minute, it's like, well, what if that is how everything works? And what if it is all just in your mind? Like, the simulation theory is just not in your physical mind, but in your consciousness, I guess. I don't think you can do anything about it, but it's just kind of interesting. It's like, imagine if that somehow was broken open some... Well, actually... It's like, oh my god. It's not even false memories. It's that you are living it. But there's no other consciousness but your own. It's all like, none of it's real. And it's just one of those fun theories because it's like, well, it is just it's almost like a logical paradox. It can't be proven, therefore it's interesting. Not to say that there's any science behind it that says that it might be that way, but it's just like, well, we can't rule it out because there's just no way to know. And it's the whole topic of consciousness. It really goes to AI and stuff, like proper AI, not language models or whatever, but like proper AI. If a robot wakes up and we've given it tons and tons of CPU power, and it tells you that it wants to live, and it feels pain, and it convincingly tells you this, as a human would, a lot of people will be like, well, no, that's not real, right? They're like, it's just a machine. Just moving parts, and it's programmed to tell you that. There's a very fine line between saying that we're genetically programmed and that's mechanically programmed. Like, people all have the same behaviors around the world. You look at lower intelligent animals, they do the same thing on instinct, right? Because they're genetically, they were always going to do it not at the same time or whatever, but they have the habit and the instinct built in to do certain things. So because we can't prove what a consciousness is, if something is sufficiently complex enough and it tells you that it wants to live and it has its own free will, how can you say that it doesn't? How is that different than a person? I'm not projecting one way or the other. I don't know the answer. But it is an interesting one, because it's like, oh, well, if we can't prove it to each other, then why can we say that we know what it is not? No? Anyway. So these have to be divided 3 times each. Why did I'm short. 1, 2, 3, 5. I need one more. To bed I go. Thanks, Junior. Glad the goal was met. Yeah, thank you all again. I'll mention that again at the end. And thank you for being part of it. I'll never forget it. What's the train station name? 2 hands. Translate. What kind of name is that? Hertengunbusch. Hertogenbosch. Hertogenbosch. Normally it's called like Amsterdam. Is that a real city maybe? Hertogenbosch. Good point, you know? Like, is there any proof that people think? No. That's the mini theory or whatever. It's like that maybe no one does. I don't mean it in that like funny literal sense, but anyway, it's a fun theory. I like those ones just because it's like we can't know, fun to think about. Yeah. Other than like something that's like, are we alone? It's like, well, we could know that. That is knowable. There's no way to like, the way consciousness is set up from our experience, there's no way to experience anyone else's. So therefore, we just will never know. Anyway. Gottberg? You're time traveling right now? Yeah, we're all time traveling. We're all going into the future at a relative rate. I would love to make a space game that deals with time and distance. That'd be sick. Like Stellaris, but you have to actually think about like how long it might take for things to travel. Even if you did it on a local level. That game Falling Frontier is quite cool because things aren't like, there is faster than light travel, I guess. I just love the idea of like actually sending things. Maybe, I don't know how you do it. I guess it is difficult because things are just so fucking far away. But if you had like a local cluster of stars and you set a game in those stars, and it's like, look, it's going to take... How long does it take to get to the nearest star? Isn't it like 2 million years or something at the speed of light? Let me look that up. Interstellaris. Brilliant. That's a great name. How long does it take... What's the nearest star? Sirius, I think, or something? I think Andromeda, I haven't hit enter yet, by the way. I think Andromeda takes 2 million years. I think the nearest star is much shorter than that. Let me just back up. Yeah, 4 years. That sounds more accurate. 4 years seems really short, actually. I would have thought maybe something like 30, but yeah, let's see. How long does it take to get to the nearest star when traveling at the speed of light? It's Proxima Centauri. It takes 4.24 light years. Drug was correct. You're traveling at the speed of light, which is approximately just shy of 300,000 kilometers per second. So you'd have to make a game where it's like, back when I was in school, I made wrote little fanfic, not fanfic, what would it be called? An essay, and a short story. And the short story was about an invasion in our system, or not in our, I have to think about it. I don't know, it might have been, basically it was that something shows up on the far edge of our solar system, and it's an alien. But you don't know that at first. And the idea is that it would take us, like with everything being hard sci-fi, it was like, we won't know what this is, for like 65 years, based on how far it is. So it's like this intergenerational thing, and it was the story was just like dialogue between the people trying to figure out how they could like, what they could do, send probes, what they think it is, how it's reacted, the current data that they're getting from it, And it's like at our best technology, if we want to go out to it, it'll take us 65 years. And I think it was something like at the rate, some sort of thing, I can't remember, it's so long ago now, but it's like at the rate it's moving, it could get to us first, but we can meet it like further out to see what it is, to know it before it gets to us. And it was like this thing. I love the idea of like hard sci-fi. It's like, oh, maybe there is no faster than light ever. And everything will just move at like, you want to get to your next star system, you better buckle up for a 4-year journey minimum. Maximum. No, yeah, minimum. Full pickup. But it would be kind of interesting to try and do a game of politic in that way, where years are going by fairly quickly, but the rule is just that you'll never break the faster than light barrier. So then you're trying to connect things and supply things over multiple years. But it just, the numbers do get so crazy when it starts to get even just outside of like a local group of stars, basically. Right, anyway. But it would be kind of, it's cool to think about, because no one really approaches it that way. It's always, you gotta have faster than light travel. No one considers time. Because maybe it's just really difficult to make something interesting out of a game that way. I'm just being a smart butt. I know he's talking next closest. I know in space where all the islands keep getting further and further away from each other. Deep. Well, recently the JWST thinks, or people are speculating that it doesn't seem like the universe is actually speeding up. Like maybe it isn't. But instead it looks like things are getting further away because there's significant gaps in space, like voids. So you've got a concentration of matter, and then you've got nothing, and then you've got a concentration of matter, right? Of like planets and systems and gases or whatever. And in that void, that's expanding faster than the other ones, thus pushing the one further away. The space between galaxies, let's say, is expanding. But there, it's all expanding at the same rate, but there's less time. Or time is playing out faster in the void. Because time slows down when there's more matter, right? And I don't know why this hasn't been considered before. I mean, I never thought of it, obviously. But like, just recently, they're like, we're finding stuff that makes this seem way more plausible now. And that maybe stuff isn't speeding up the way we thought. Maybe it's just the gaps between systems is faster because it's empty. Nothingness is getting bigger. It makes no effing sense. Oh, it makes sense. Because there isn't anything. There's no such thing as nothing. We're within space. It's like being within a sea. The fish probably don't think there's anything there. But there is. There's forces that react in it. Anyway, the net rate of expansion is positive, and we don't know. That is true, but it might not be exponential. That's the fear, isn't it? Because otherwise it's a runaway universe, what they call it, where it's like, oh, it's just going to keep getting faster and faster and faster, and eventually atoms will rip apart because everything will be stretched. So it's a big deal if it's getting faster or if it's just things are just moving away because it keeps expanding. But if it's a set rate, that's different. As far as I think, I don't know. What do I know? As far as I've read. Get over to that point. Anyway, fun to think about. Alright, great. Now we don't need to be at this height, but we do need to clear this thing. That's a lot of hogs. Shout out to Hogs of War, am I right? The rate of expansion, the velocity of expansion is getting faster. That means acceleration, which means it permanently expands faster and faster. But I'm saying that this recently is being debated whether or not that's the case. That's what the understanding has been since the early 90s, I think. But my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, is that recently the JWST has looked and found galaxies where they shouldn't be, like way earlier than we thought. And this has led to, for some reason, thinking that it's like, well, the rate of expansion is actually fixed, rather than speeding up. Because, and the leading theory as to why we've been getting it quote wrong is that there's super voids in between clusters, big clusters of galaxies, that they're expanding, making it look like the galaxies are getting faster and further, but really it's just an effect of time. This is all in the last like couple weeks, so I don't know, but this is just like news I was reading, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. But maybe it's just BS, I don't know. It certainly kind of made sense. Where it's like, oh, there's like gaps in space, and which there are. There's a super void really close to us. And with the absence of mass, time does move faster. If time is moving faster, space would stretch faster. If space is stretching faster in a void, it would look like it's pushing everything on the other side of that void away. But that could be it. I don't know why that wasn't considered before, but something to do with JWST has made this like a theory recently. But I agree with you with what you said before, which is like, yeah, the current understanding since the 90s was that it's actually speeding up based on what we can see. That might not be true. Or it might not be how we thought it was. Might have to fight these guys. They're just gonna bother me. Well, looking through the voids and looking through locations with matter, would you believe that you're observing time like looking through water? I don't really know what you mean. Is this in relation to the comment that I said that's not the same as saying it's like nothing? Do I play Warhammer 3? No. I used to. When it came out, I used to work for Creative Assembly, and when Warhammer 3 came out, I was reviewing games at the time. And I was working on a big review for it. But then I just stopped doing reviews. It was like one of my last... That game beat me, I guess you could say. But it was just one of my last videos that I did, mostly edited, and then never finished. And then I decided to stop doing reviews. The reviews were doing good, and Total War reviews always got me like a couple 100,000 views. So I'm sure it would have done well, but I just had enough. I've lost these hogs. Looking through the voids and looking through locations with matter, would you believe that you're observing time like looking through water? Yeah, I don't really know what that means. I mean, you're looking back in time, the further out you look. Or at least you're looking at older light, which kind of is an allegory to looking back through time. But I'm not sure about the water comment. Time is light and light is time. Stick your hand in water. Hand? Well, I don't get the correlation, I suppose is what I'm saying. Did he die? The gas killed him. Alright. Bad. Bomb this. The void would be air and water matter, but I still don't get it. I'm sorry that I don't get it, but to me these two things are not the same. The absence of matter is, to me, is not like... Well, I think I kind of see what you're saying. You're saying that light travels through water slower. Or it bends. I mean, it bends in space anyway because of gravity, I suppose, but... And is observed at another angle. Let me just read some other things as well. Sorry, Two Hands is... I don't know if you're still here, but I missed that. Have you watched The Expanse and For All Mankind? I saw the first 6 episodes of The Expanse. I watched it on a flight, and then I never watched any more. I thought it was great, though. I just don't watch much TV. So no, I haven't seen For All Mankind. The only TV shows I watch are with Rosie. If I'm not with Rosie watching something, I just play video games. too much to catch up on, and I enjoyed them too much. I just much prefer a video game than a movie or a TV show. Like, I'm playing Mass Effect right now. And I'd rather do that than watch any TV show. Yeah, I've heard great things about For All Mankind. We are watching Severance at the moment. But I was a bit of a Severance hipster. I have Apple TV, and when it hit Apple TV, I remember just watching it super early on. It was before the... It was like... It wasn't even all the episodes out at the time, I think. And I was like, this is dope. And it is. It's pretty great. Really like it. I've watched it a few times. Still going. Still here. Still alive. Yeah, my hot take for Warhammer 3 is that I actually really liked it even on launch. I was a pretty harsh critic for Total War games. But I actually thought 3 was great. Which is funny, because the community didn't. And I was like, I'm really not in line with what you guys want. Because I thought 1 sucked. And the community were like, this is great. And then I thought 2 was like, good. Bad for the Vortex, but good once Mortal Empires came out. But lacking in many areas. And then over time, they rectified almost all those things for that game while it was being patched. Almost everything. They added like river battles. They fixed everything from Warhammer 1 basically. And I was like, great, you've done it. They broke everyone out into their own regions. All that stuff. Like, people forget, Warhammer 1, it's like, there's 4 races to play. 4. 2 Dwarf Lords. They both start in the same place. They've got no differences, basically. The rosters were tiny. None of the DLC was out yet. There was no Mortal Empires. It's like, and people were like, yeah, this game's great. And then Warhammer 3 comes out years later. And it's like amazing, in my opinion, in comparison. People are like, this fucking sucks. Realm of Chaos sucks. Where's my big campaign? And to me, it's a great lesson in expectations. And how the longer you take with something, between sequels, the expectations just run wild. In my opinion, unfairly. But anyway, and then, yeah, people were very unhappy with it. And now I think people are relatively happy with it where it is. Which is fine. But I liked it for its mechanics more than anything. I think a lot of people were upset with they perceived as bugs or issues. I really didn't feel like I had any bugs, and the optimization was awesome. But maybe it got lucky because I streamed it. We were streaming it, it was running like super good. And other content creators were giving it great scores, and then when the community turned against it, they turned against it. I'm like, I don't know, man. I had Legend of Total War, a friend of mine on my stream, and we were chatting about that, and he was basically like, yeah, I was kind of soft on it because I thought it would view better and stuff. It's like, wow, okay. And that was interesting that he admitted it, I suppose. I knew what he meant. He didn't mean it in like a mean way, but he just thought like, yeah, I think like it's good and they'll make it better. But then he later on went on to say like it wasn't good enough. Like an 8, and he's right. He gave it an 8, and I think it was an 8. But people wanted it to be a 10. Anyway, I don't know why I'm ranting about Warhammer 3, but some things never change, I guess. Do I need to? No, I don't need to go this high. Sorry, I need to go down to here. I don't know why I went up so high. No issues with 1.1? Yeah, so I was saying earlier, someone described it as a mixed bag, and I agree. It's a mixed bag. There's certain things that are great. A lot of it's just like quality of life, better building. And some of the things I was kind of really looking forward to, like the splitters, the vertical splitters, the blueprints auto-connecting. And I called it, because it'll be in my next video. But I was like, I don't think the blueprint thing connecting works the way it should. Now, after playing with it, I'm like, it's like, not to be redundant, but I think this update just has a lot of caveats. Like, nothing, it doesn't really work as well as it should in a lot of things. And it feels like there's concessions. It's not done yet. Maybe they will update and change things. They always do. So it makes me pretty confident that they'll shape it up. But certain things where it's like, design-wise and how you've done the blueprints, I don't know you can fix it the way you've done it. And the vertical merger thing, it's like, well, you'd have to make some pretty big changes to how that works too. Like, my issue with vertical mergers and splitters, I think it's great. It's awesome that we can now place them on lifts. Don't get me wrong. It's like, everything is like, it's great, but it'd be great if. It'd be even better if. Yeah, that's what this update feels like. It's like, oh, this is great. It'd be even better if, and it's like, it's like it's all a step in the right direction, but there's just something leaving you wanting, like, oh, you almost had it, and then you didn't quite get it. But the vertical merger thing, it's like, okay, cool. So I have a vertical merger. I tried to use it today, and I was like, great. I'll build a setup where there's going to be a container on top feeding this from the top, and then I will, yeah, pull it out of here, and I'll send something else in here. So I wanted to feed top and side, and then pull outside. There's still only 3 inputs, or 2 inputs, and 1 output. Totally reasonable, I thought, but you're not allowed. If you feed from the top or the bottom, then you have to exit the top or the bottom. You can't exit any of the sides. Like, that's a shame. So it's just kind of like, you were so close, you know? There's use cases for this, definitely. But it'd be nice if it was really, truly dynamic. And maybe they'll update it. Or maybe they won't. It's not a big deal either way. It's still better than not having it. So yeah. Oh, I don't need to build this. I keep forgetting. We have a blueprint now that does auto-connect. So it's the same with the auto-connections. It's like, most times you want blueprints to connect, it's because you're placing them down next to each other. And you want them just to line up, right? Manifolds, things like that. They did something interesting where they took it further and they said, like, we're going to make it more dynamic than that, where you can connect to a blueprint and then drag it to somewhere else, and the belts will just drag with it. Much more of an ambitious way to do things, because it's like, you can now click a blueprint, click another one, and rotate it, and the belts will try to connect in. Complicated. I don't think I've ever needed to do that in my time playing the game ever. But I can appreciate the trying the hard way. The easy way would be just like in a blueprint designer, it just detects the inputs in, like you have, like, so for instance, you've got a splitter here or whatever, and it's feeding across and across. Maybe, yeah, I guess I don't know how you'd have to do it, but you could say, like, this is the connection one. See, the way they've done it is you have to build a belt out. And the way I thought it would work is you sort of say, like, do you see the green input here? You like tag that somehow. Like you interact with it in the designer only. And this becomes like your, like, this is a connect piece, right? It's like a connector piece. And you tag all the connect pieces that you want to be connectors. And it will look for, this is an output, it will look for an input in front of it when you place it down. And it will just build in. That's how I would have done it. Something like that. It's like, okay, you build a design, you build your blueprint. On the edges of the blueprint, you're like, okay, I want this to be a connector. This power line, that's a connector. And then on the other side of the blueprint, you say, that's a connector, and this is a connector. And you'd have 2 variants. Well, you wouldn't really actually have to. For power, you'd need 2 variants, like an in and an out. But the actual logistics already has in and out for you. So it's like, yeah, on the left side, I'll tag this, and I'll tag that. And then this is going to look for that, you know, on the other side of the blueprint. So it can only pair with ones that's neighboring, or if it's aligned perfectly with ones that have the same tag. Maybe that's more restrictive in some ways, but that's how I would have done it. Because most times I build blueprints, I just want to build things next to each other or above each other. And you can't auto-connect vertically. It's like, you know, I build all these stacked blueprints and now it's like, well, I still have to manually connect them. You were so close. But okay. So I keep finding use cases where, like, these new features won't work for me, and maybe it's just a me thing. And then there's the belt speed thing. We've been over that. You put down the belt throughput monitor, and let's say you've got 4 machines in a line, so 4 constructors, they're all taking 100 per minute, and you're sending 400 along a belt into these 4 machines. Let's say they take 2 minutes to process whatever it is. Maybe it's some high-end goods. They're manufacturers. It takes 2 minutes. I'm just dying here, by the way, somehow. You couldn't see the gas. Because they're going into machines with a high wind-up time or high production time, the belt stops. So the 400 per minute stops, and then when they consume their items and they push stuff out, then this moves again. And the counter drops to 0 and then comes back up. Or it starts dropping and then it comes back up. I'm like, what are you doing? It's the true amount that's on the belt. It can only consume what's going into those 4 machines. I know what's moving along it. And yet it's reading like 30 per minute, 40 per minute, 50 per minute, and then it jumps up to like, yeah, 390, 395, 400. Like, cool. Once the machines are done, then it goes like 395, 360, 200, 100. I'm like, this doesn't help anyone. So it's like, it's a good idea. I love the feature, but there's a very specific use case for that now, where it can only measure what actually passes through a belt. What good is that information to anybody if it doesn't like show you like the intake of the machines, like an average over true time? It'd have to be, I think, a great way it could work if they do decide to modify it, and they've almost got it, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's easy by any stretch, but let's just put a belt down really quickly. Go there. And by the way, there's a lot to love about the update. I don't mean to be all negative Nelly. I keep saying that. I love the new buildables, the new beams, the new cosmetics. I'm all about cosmetics, and I've always asked for them. Elevators, mostly love them. They're great to build, function well, they move fast, they travel power vertically. It's great. So there's lots to like. And curved pipes, curved belts, straight pipes, all great. Even priority merger, super cool. Now, there's obviously nothing moving on this, but what I wanted to show is you can interact with it. You can configure it, and it just says what the rate is. You can see it going up and down over time. And the time intervals are actually really long. It takes it might be about 20 minutes or something that's from here to here, I think. Something like that. Because we were seeing it go down to like 20 per minute and then come back up, but it would say like 0 because it was, I don't know. Anyway, if you could just interact with this and say, so it has a calibration timer. It needs a certain amount of items to pass through or a certain amount of time where this winds up and gives you a readout that it feels like, yeah, this is probably accurate. If you could just set that time, you could set it to the machines that you know are up ahead. So let's say you've got a bunch of machines. Set it to whatever the one that takes the longest is. Just even broadly, just say, I want to set it to 2 minutes. Don't calibrate for 2 minutes. And that way, when the machines take in their thing and they back up, and then they take in their thing again, and things flow, the window of time will encapsulate all of that, and it would show the right amount. Because it is taking an average, it is calibrating. It's just doing it way too fast, I think. So that would be what I would do with that. It's like they're really close with it, and it's a cool idea just to have it like actually scan the items and physically tell you. But it needs to be an average. Anyway. I can't get my rail blueprints to auto-connect because the snap is either too far or too close to connect. That's the other thing. So the blueprint connect, I haven't tried it with rail yet, but with belts, it needs to be within like 4 meters to detect what it's connecting into. So for instance, if we build one here, actually I have to build now anyway. This will be our blueprint. So I made sure to get the belt direction facing the right way. 2 belts in this one actually at the moment. So the reason that this is half a foundation in is on purpose. It means that I can place this down. And then up here, using blueprint auto connect mode, I can look at this part of the blueprint, or just here, whatever. Turn it forward. And then we get the link symbol. The link symbol means it is going to link together. Because from the edge of this blueprint to the belt is right at the front, but there's less than a half foundation gap. So it's going to build tiny little belt, and it's a shame that it has to build a tiny segment, but if you put this edge to edge, they don't connect, and it's like, why? That's how it should be done. That's the easy way to do it. Doing this where you have to detect what's 4 meters in front of you, what are we doing? I mean, it's great because it means I can do this, but who does that? Why would you do this? It is dynamic and interesting, but it's a weird use case where I feel like this could have been much more easily solved by just connecting them. The one instance I can think that this will work really well is if you're building long belt tracks. Like I just built that big railway pipe system in my other playthrough, right? Spire Stream pipeline. And I had to connect all the pipes manually. Whereas with this I wouldn't have to do that. And you could extend it out further if you wanted to. I would have still had to fill the gap between, I guess, but I don't know. There's maybe a use for that. But I do think it's weird. If I just build the belt up to the edge, and the other belts are at the edge, and this is moving to the right and that's moving to the right, just connect them. It's okay. You can just connect them. That's how I would do it. That's how anyone who asks for this would do it. There's a mod that does it. I wonder how they do it. I've never looked at it. Anyway, so this is how you do it where it connects. Just know that belt is 4 meters. A pipe inexplicably has an 8 meter window rather than a 4 meter. So a full foundation for a pipe. You have a bigger gap. But the other little mini problem is, it's great, right? We're auto connecting. Maybe this can be solved easily enough. But it doesn't take the color of the paint of the connection. So it just uses default colors. It's like it puts down a default belt. It's like, well, you recognize that you're a Mark IV belt. Can you recognize the paint that's you're coming from? Otherwise, I have to go around and paint everything. So there's still like a lot of manual effort still being put in there. So you're almost there. It's a weird choice, but it's better than not having it. It's certainly quicker to build these now. However, I'm going to actually just quickly change it because we only need 1 belt, not 2. That real quick. Save out another version of this belt. Only got half an hour left. Let's try to get this coal in there. Sorry for all the rants. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, that's funny about the time thing, yeah. One thing I've always wondered about time is like, is time different than entropy or is it the same thing? I'd like to ask that to someone who's in the know. To me, it just feels like everything is just burning energy and that's what time is, but I don't know. What does it matter? Can you build a blueprint so the belts would touch? But then the second blueprint... But then place the second blueprint just a meter away to get the link, then nudge one in. Someone did say that you could do that. I haven't actually tried it, but yeah, someone, I think Joe here earlier said yes. By the way, I retested it to make sure I'm not crazy, and you can connect them edge to edge, but it takes some finesse. So is it the case that you do need the... We could just test it if people want. I might as well just answer this. So I'll delete this. Delete this. Put that there. Go to the far edge. Put one in there. I'll get this belt to go all the way down. Right. Now, I'll just delete these because they might cause problems. Now we just have a belt running forward with a direction. These, by the way, the poles aren't needed. Right, we have a belt. It knows its direction. We can see its output there, the green, the orange. So that's correct. Right, so we'll just save this. This one's actually 1 belt. Good job, Darren. The tiny speck there. Okay. So let's see. Here we have our 1 belt walkway. Build it. We're on blueprint auto connect. We'll place this one in. Now, ideally, when we're building blueprints, the whole point is that they're supposed to snap to each other and connect. Now, clicking that, we got no connection. So fair enough. Can it be done with a little finesse? Let's see. Now, just to be sure, this is aiming... Oh, did I aim it the wrong way? Hang on. Oh, I did. That's my bad. Let me aim it the right way. Apologies. Sorry. The arrow is supposed to face out this way. Right, so the arrow is facing out the right way. We're on Blueprint Connect. That's the input. Or the output. Our input is right here. You'd think that they're connecting effectively, right? Seem like they should be. But they're not. So, okay. Let's see if we can do it with some finesse. Or just find a way to get it to work, I should say, instead of saying that over and over. Right, so we'll click it here. We'll nudge it forward. Still nothing. Now there's something. You needed 2 meters to get your connection. Now, I'll bring it back. 2 meters. Click. And then bring it back. Let's now send something along this and just see what that looks like. Okay, it did totally fine. One thing I'm kind of curious about with this technique in particular is the length of the belt that it's putting between these things. I'm gonna do another little test. I'm gonna make it a Mark 1. I want to see if there is a hidden belt in between these that slows things down. If it's the wrong speed, let's say. Alright, so try this again. Alright, facing it out away from me. All good. That's nice, we can auto-connect from this. You can't auto-connect from a... Wow, the distance on that's super long. Like a full meter. Or a full foundation. So weird, because it's not with blueprint to blueprint. Anyway. What about this? Does this work? I've got another output in front of us. Yeah, that works. That's great. I thought we'd just identified that you can't send it into inputs. Or is it just the inputs of other blueprints? It might just be of other blueprints, actually. This is a static blueprint, or this is a static object that's already built. Whereas if it was... Yeah, that's good. Well, that's nice that you can do that. I'm kind of confused by that, because when we tried building machines earlier today, they wouldn't connect into each other. We had to build a belt coming off of it, and a belt going into it, to get it to recognize that it was snapping into another one. That'd be nice, yeah, hit F and see everything in the machine, like a recipe. How long will you be streaming? Another 30 minutes. See you later, Jerry, by the way, and thanks for hanging out. Oh, and that's good to hear. Oh, the Road to Rome series? Sorry that hasn't uploaded in a while. There may be good news on the Anna front soon, though. Right, so rotate this around. Now we know that we have to go 1, 2, connected. We click, and then we join it back in. Now, my little test. I'm just curious. Not sure if this is how it's going to work or not. If I make this a Mark 3, Mark 4, make this a Mark 4. I'm wondering if there's a tiny belt in between this, or if it has truly just connected the two that were here. It'd be great if it did. It means that they're almost there, that this wouldn't be too hard to get it to work the way I want. And I'm guessing other people want to too, but I don't know. Alright, so the question is, will it slow down in the middle at all? First one's off. Where is the middle actually? Here. No, doesn't look like it. Let me do something that's running at 480. Does it create any gaps when it comes out? No, so that has worked. There's no secret level 1 belt in the middle or something. That is good. So it does work, but like you said, it requires finesse. You have to place it, move it back. They're almost there. Almost there. Yeah, it's like, in order for it to snap together, you have to create a gap. And then remove the gap, basically. It's like, it's almost there, which means that they might be closer than I thought. That was 2. Jesus. Can't see anything. Gas. Can't even see them. It's like blindly firing into the gas, just hoping. There we go. Happy now? So angry all the time? I didn't want to do that. Let's see. I remember that earlier, but it's working belt into splitter for me as well. Yeah, it definitely happened. I'd have to look back at why that happened. I don't think I did anything wrong. Is it working belt into splitter? Okay, let's just test it. Do people mind? I just want to test another one really quickly. So here's what we did earlier. I was like, cool, let's test this out for the first time. So the first thing I did was I was like, let's get a constructor. Your standard manifold, right? So it's like, okay, we're going to go from left to right. Presumably to another constructor eventually. And we'll have a merger going one of the other directions, right? Not that it matters, but there. We'll say like, yeah, let's do an iron plates. It's great. This is our little baby constructor. So sweet. New blueprint has been saved. Now, obviously, just on its own like this, we would expect it, I would expect it, not to know where it's going to connect. You've given it there's no way to tell it. Move off to the right, or to be received from the front, or anything. So how does it know? We place one down. And then we've got blueprint auto connect on here. And as we can see, doesn't matter, right? Neither side is connecting. Okay, fair enough. So we try again. Now I'll say, well, what if we have this go to here? And we have this go to here. Now I'll save it. My theory is that this will work, this one. Start here. And I'll place it here. So there's a link on that side, not on this side. Now if I move it, no? Why is that? We're able to link one merger, not a splitter. Done them the exact same way. And they've connected, but it is 2 separate belts. Science. But you guys are talking about protons and... Would you not be able to tell if it was the wrong belt speed by the mass when you build it connecting? Sorry, Hurley, I'm not sure what you mean. By the mass when you build it connecting? So when the belts connect, it uses the belt it's looking at to use the same belt speed. So I started with Mark 1, and then I was just wondering if, like, either way, this one's created a it's new created belt. It's joiner, if you will, like the one that's joining from here to here. It's just using this as a reference, as a Mark 1. So I was wondering with the bridges, when I connected those 2 bridges together, I was like, oh, is there a secret belt in here that's using Mark 1? Because we started with Mark 1. If I upgrade this to a 4 and the other one it was touching a 4, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like it actually just connected the 2 that I had, actually. Mats? The painty thing is the only L I see? Yeah. Oh, right. See if it was wrong speed because the material would be different. Yeah, that's a good point, but I was thinking that it would be literally like something you can almost not see because they were next to each other. So I was like, oh, is there a secret, like a 1-inch belt in between these? But that, yeah, when you're building out mass blueprints, as we've been doing before, I've been building them like black or orange, and then you just have this yellow in between so you can easily see where the connection points are. Like you said, yeah, you have to then paint them again. Where's the input on the splitter? Oh yeah, I'll just make sure that this is right. It is there. We're coming in from the right. It was supposed to go here, but it couldn't see it. Definitely in the right spot. Like it even gave me the line. Oh, that's the line in the middle actually, never mind. But yeah, this one is tethered. Like it, recognize. But why? You're going a belt to the left into an input. You're doing a belt to the right. You know the difference? This one's already placed. That's the difference. So I know what to do. This will solve it. I'm a genius. So it's the one that you're actively building, builds the connections to the other things. But it can't build a connection unless it has a belt. This has a belt. It didn't before. This did, but that didn't matter. We're actively working with this hologram. That needs a belt to say, you're the connection point. Got it. At least we know. Very weird and oddly specific rules, but okay. Now we can keep doing it. They will just keep connecting to each other. So, man's gotta learn. Still don't like it, you know, but at least we know how to use it. That's the important thing. So, the rule is, the hologram you're building with needs the belts to find the connection points in the world. It can connect into things, but just like splitters or storage containers, but it's the thing that you're building with needs active belts coming out of it, either to be received or sent. That's the rule. Them's the rules. This is 1.1, only experimental at this point. Alright, well, at least we know, so let's clean that up. Yep, hologram needs the belt for the connection, indeed. Blueprint auto connects. Doesn't rely on inputs, it relies on belts to seek inputs or outputs. Trying the train blueprint right now, and it's not connecting the rail from the blueprint. Even though I have a gap. Yeah, I've never used it. Should we try that as well? I kind of like to just finish this actually, so I'm going to say no, unfortunately. But people told me, someone else was here earlier saying like, the new train, being able to just play out trains is amazing. So I don't know what technique you need to do, but as you can see, there's some sort of, everything seems to have some sort of way of doing it. Right. So let's get our belts. Let's start now playing the game again. We're using a single belt track. It is still the Mark 1. Let me just update that. Oh yeah. Well, I'll stick with this method then, because to prevent me having to rebuild it every time. So we'll just leave it for now. I'll just nudge it forward and nudge it back, just for now. But ideally, I'll probably just let it do the small gap thing. I think I prefer that. Unless I get really fast with this. Right, so we're aiming this way. It does kind of auto snap back, which is kind of nice, so that if you lock it in place, nudge it forward, you hear the ding, you click, you look forward, and then it appears and you get it. Perfect. It's a great user flow. Click, bring. There you go. Held it. It's just a skill issue on my part. There we go. These belts all connect now, apparently. Oh, stop. Another 2. Winds are back. Fine with train blueprint. Oh, yes, I read that already. Stefan Greenmore. So sorry, but you got it. I think probably just before I got it. Or at least you mentioned it before I got it. You might have got it way before that. Yeah, I agree, Nathan. It could be the case. We were just watching a video earlier where they said that there was actually no features, or at least Mikhail, that's his name. He had just said like, no, there was nothing that we were reserving. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He was saying something along the lines of like, no, there was nothing that we wanted to get in 1.0 and we pushed to 1.1. That's what he said. As far as I watched that video anyway. He was like, oh, there was some things where it's like ideas that we would like to get done when we were doing 1.0 that we didn't get done in time. Or not that we didn't get done in time, that we left for 1.1. But it was nothing that they wanted for 1.0 they didn't get done. So that's what he said. Kind of hard to believe. A lot of these things are things that people requested for such a long time. I would imagine it's just like it's sat in a Jira task list somewhere. Things they'll get to. And on the lead up to console, they're like, yeah, let's get all the quality of life stuff in. Make building as easy as possible. The console version has been delayed. Maybe because of compatibility issues, but I would imagine that they may have gotten some testing and group feedback saying like, it's really finicky to build. How can we like improve this and streamline this? And it's like, well, we've all this feedback about what people want. Like maybe we can, maybe I'm stretching a bit, but maybe they felt the two could go hand in hand. It's like, well, if we're developing a console controls and stuff, maybe we should get these things in now. Sand Tiger Wolf, thank you very much for the channel membership. This is the one that's weird, where it's like, okay, so you want me to link, so I'll click, then I'll move this, turn, move it back, and then it does it, I think it does it automatically in curved mode, doesn't it? Yeah, it's curved mode. It looks good though when it's tight like this. That's the first time I've ever linked two blueprints facing a different direction, so it works. Good for belts, good for tracks, I imagine as well. Not so good for machines, manifolds or something, but yeah, still good. Oh, this one doesn't connect. I say all this, it should be worth mentioning. It's very hard to develop anything. I was just talking about earlier how I work as a designer, well, really a writer and additional design on Manor Lords. And I do a little bit of Unreal coding and logic and stuff. Some actual C++ code, but not much. And like I introduce problems all the time. And I'm not even doing that much. Even with just like tooltips, it's like, oh, this tooltip's not displaying correctly because it's like connected to all these different things and the use case for it isn't right. So it's like, who the hell am I to say anything, you know, about how this works? It's so easy to play the final product and point out what's wrong than it is to know that beforehand and develop it correctly. It's like Sorry for running back and forth, but yeah, I still have to just hook up the power and build a miner. I think I did build a miner, but I didn't connect it yet. I'll call this stream Building a Billion Walkways. So that is correct. Okay, cool. Hook this up here. I have to put the power shards in it, I guess. As before putting the power shards in. Gonna do 480 with our current belt speed. Soon we'll be at the 780 there. As soon as we build this place, we'll be able to go up to 780 Mark 5. Difficult to focus on solving one problem without adding others. Yeah, that's funny. So this is a really minor problem, but in Manor in the trading post, there's a list of trade items, and in there you can import, export, or do no trade, or full trade, which means it can go either way. So you set the desired surplus, you say I want 50. If you have lower than that, they'll purchase. If you have more than that, they'll sell. So you're always, that's the full trade version. Import is only buying, export's only selling. Then there's an option called allow foreign trade, which means that it's always toggled on. You can toggle off if you want. It means that traders will come from outside the map and trade with you. Great. Then there's the prices, right? The prices are listed for each item. Now, if you're exporting, the prices will change. If you're importing, the prices will change. If you allow full trade, you'll see both prices with a slash between the two. If you allow foreign trade, the number also changes for both of all these situations. Because trading locally, you get like a cheaper price. You're just trading to your other region, so it's way less. But if you're trading with merchants, it's different. There are perks to like change those numbers. Anyway, I mention all this because there's a specific use case where we need buffers here. The specific use case is if you toggle off. Oh, the other additional thing is there's minor trade goods and major trade goods, right? It's two classes of trade goods. And the main difference is that some of them are more expensive. The main difference in the code anyways. Like what determines what is a major trade is actually its price. It's not, I thought maybe it was set in the database, like, I don't know, weapons, like this is a major trade, but it's not. It's actually like, it just has a high value and then the game detects like, hey, it's a high value, therefore it sits in the major trade section. Anyway. In order to trade a major trade item, you need to establish a trade route and you have to pay for that. So you pay silver or whatever, regional wealth, and then that unlocks the route and you can trade with it then forever. But each one you add costs more. So every time you add a new established route, it's like, okay, I want to trade, it's like wheat and barley. It's like, this is free. It's a minor route, so that's fine. But I want to trade now like weapons and iron and stuff, and it's like, oh, this is a major trade. You have to pay for each one you set up. Only once. Then, yeah. Keeps getting more expensive. Anyways, the use case that I found that was a problem is the price displays not applicable if you turn off global trade. So you're saying that I'm not trading with foreign entities, I'm trading locally, but I also haven't set up a route. You don't need to set up a route, but only if you haven't set up a route, the number doesn't display, like the cost that it would be that you're going to get for it with your own local. And the reason being is like, it's so specific because there's so many different permutations of how that could have gone, that there's one way that I missed, and then it doesn't display. It displays the wrong thing, and people are like, I can't see the price, you know. And it is a problem. It's a bug. It's a proper bug that I caused, and it's in the game. And I need to fix it. And I went to go fix it today or yesterday. And I couldn't fix it. I was like, there's so much that I have to undo here. That all of the like the if statements I had of how this will check this, it's just all needs to change. So anyway, long story short is, I get it. I get it. I didn't design the trade thing. I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but I've tried to build on top of someone else's work and I missed something vital, and now I'm paying the price for it, where I have to undo all of that and really re-look at it and think about it again for something so simple. Just displaying the price of something. You think, like, how hard is that? Really difficult for me anyway. I haven't told Greg yet. If he's watching, now you know. Maybe I work with AI all the time. Other people on the team do too, in terms of asking it coding questions and how could I better word this and stuff. It's great. It's, for me, I'm looking at all these other coders and their advanced code. So I pop their code into AI and I'm like, could you tell me what this does? And I can read code. I have a degree in it, but it's been a long time since I've worked with it. So it'll like say like, oh yeah, so this is doing this, this, and this, and this is probably why. It's really good at, like, even when someone's code is slightly wrong, they're like, oh, I can see what they were trying to do. And it knows. It's like, geez, man, that's great. Quite encouraging, actually, to learn. You spend a lot less time learning, guessing or looking through code. And it really does explain it well, where you understand it. It's not like just giving me some answer that I don't really think about. It's like, actually, this is super helpful. Damn, I keep forgetting to do the thing. Alright, so I have to ultimately just go over there. Wonder is there power here? Can I float? I minimize if. Yeah, seems like a big help as a coder. Bugs are the rules for programming. Bugs are the rules for any computer science. Yeah, so I should also note that, like, I can actually, if this was a normal coding if statement, there'd be no issue. I just want to point that out. There's no issue there. I have to do it in Unreal blueprints, and I'm learning. I'm not 100% familiar with Unreal. And you have to use, like, it's interesting. You know my Milano document? You're like dragging arrows into other things and pulling things together. And it's like, it is just code logic, but like built in a graph so that you can understand it better. But as someone who learned to code, I find it really difficult to understand like the graph editing. I'm like, look, if I could just code this, I could solve this really easily, or at least a lot easier, quicker. But I have to go through all these steps, and like, for me, it's like quite weird and difficult that way. And I remember when I was in college, we all hated using other engines, because it's like we just wanted to code our own, because you had to jump through all these hoops to get things. Now obviously something like Unreal is doing so much heavy lifting for you in so many ways, but I still just find it funny when it's like a basic script should be able to just create a statement that solves this quite quickly, I think. But also if someone who understands Unreal could probably do it quite quickly, but I just don't. Not yet. It doesn't help that I keep taking large breaks from it too. So, but that's where AI is great, where I'm like, I just ask it, like, I'm in Unreal's graph editor. I need to find a node that allows me to make an if statement, and I code out the if statement that I'm looking to do, and it's like, oh yeah, you need these elements and drag them together this way. I'm like, oh right, okay. So it's really funny. I feel like no one has that issue except me. Most people are learning Unreal and then they're trying to figure out how code works, and I like know how to code. I'm trying to figure out how Unreal works, at least to some extent. Yeah, oh yeah, temporary power poles for the hover pack. I'll do that for the next one. Yeah, this could be quicker. A show. Really build a bridge. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. Hook up the power first so I can just fly along the bridge. I hook up the power last, because I'm a genius. And also some brilliant mind decided to sneak power poles deep beneath the thing in here. They're not readily accessible in like any shape or form. Ooh. Don't care that it drags across. I don't care. hell did that go? Did I connect these ones already? No, I just built a pole, I think. But the wire was coming out for it. But... It's quite fun doing this. I don't know why I really enjoy it. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna fly along here and try to time the clicks correctly, because it's like kind of finicky. Do this for now. Send that up. So power needs to be done. I'll make a blueprint to fit all of these walkways, and that way we can make them all look good, relatively easy. Alright, better. That works now. We should see coal coming up, I think. Going. Oh yeah, we have to actually send them in. That'd be good. And then on Thursday, we can actually build the factory, because all the material is going to be there by then. So it'll be the coal, the bauxite, except the water. But it's a good thing, actually, with water, because we can do the pipes now using blueprints, and they will auto-connect, and we can do straight pipes also. So that'll be nice. That will be quicker, for sure. No, blueprint auto-connect does not connect power across it. It's a shame. Alright, so there's still one more node to go. How much time do I have left? 1 minute. Give me a couple minutes and see if we can get this done. I'll really focus on it. So let's see if I can do one of these quickly. So it's all the way down and to the right. Now, we need to bring it in from somewhere over here. That in line? Yeah. So ultimately, I just need to know it's in this foundation. As you said, I'll bring out the power poles with me, just temporarily. I can fly my way down. Holy crap, how far is this? It's all the way over here, isn't it? Yeah. My house from here. Hub. There it is. Just scan again, in case I went past it. Seems pretty far. Oh, it is over here. Might be actually quite high up. Straight east from here, I think. I don't need trains running. The trains have stopped because I cut the I cut one of the train lines at some point, but none of them need to run. It's okay. It's all feeding one factory, and we're building that factory, so there's no, it's fine. They'll all run again. It'll be okay. Can't remember exactly why. It's either I cut power to them, but I don't think so, because we have power now. Or I cut the line and haven't gone around this factory yet. I think that's the case. Thanks for the heads up, though, I should say. In the woods near a cave. Did I just go by it? There it is. Okay. Well, we can actually go pretty low down with the walkway before we have to go up to the big thing. See if that works. It does. How high will we go? I don't know. Just wing it. We'll go this high. Hard to see, but I don't think there's anything over there. There's a rock arch. We can avoid that. Right. Do a little bit out here, and then we'll just put the blueprints down. Just make sure they keep auto-connecting, and we should be good. Power is above me, so that should be fine. Oh, I've got the finesse. I've got it. Imagine if I just concentrated this whole time. I would have been able to do this so much faster. Little baby. Alright, we won't hit the rock arch. No. I'm out of iron plates, actually. Well, while I'm here, do it the lazy way. We'll just bomb this place. Bomb the crap out of it. Fine. That's from above, yeah. Little bombing run. Nice. Cool. Clear bridge for the most part. Once they go over the walkway, you're actually okay. Man, 100 plates every time? I'd have to probably go get some. There's some down below me right here, isn't there? Down there is. Try go quick. The explosions are staggered for FPS reasons. But it is a cool effect. No iron plates, goddamn. Go to the iron factory, I guess. Yeah, I know. Those containers need to be removed, really. These are before dimensional depots, so none of them really need to exist anymore anyway. It's another thing that needs to be done and removed and changed and updated for this world. Alright, this is the iron factory. We can go pick up our plates in here. There we go, something new. Is it always black? Can you not paint it? Surely you can paint it. That looks great. Like, can you not paint it? Hang on. Let me try now that my watch has changed. I love the door, yeah, I think it's super cool. Good sound design on it too. You change it? Oh, right. What material was it? Oh, it was steel. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine then. I thought earlier we had it painted. Changes in that blue color we have. The royal blue, I think. Guardsman blue. White would be best. It's a bit awkward, just the way they've done the trim on the walls. Okay though. Cool. Iron plate. Alright, let's go. Space is not empty enough? The space in there. The space in there is for trucks to drive in and circle around and pick up stuff. It needs lots of room. I would like to know why those machines have turned off. Something not right there. They make smart plating that goes to a factory that I powered down. But even so, they shouldn't back up. They should go into an awesome sink. Maybe they're not hooked up for some reason. Space is not empty because there's light passing through those empty space. Oh, you guys are talking about space. Oh, that kind of stuff, is it? Is that still going on? I thought you were talking about the factory. Hey, Ace, again, by the way. Sorry, I didn't read the name earlier when you asked about blueprints connecting. Or power. How chaotic. Just destroy bits of it, but not everything, you know? These little parts there. Someone else to find. The weather was nice, so I had to take a break, and we had a fire in the backyard. Oh no. Hope nothing's lost. My parents had a fire in their garage recently, and they lost loads of memories, photos, things like that. Right. I don't know why I'm floating. I could fly. Where do I need to go? Yeah. Belt doesn't need to auto-connect here. Get rid of this part. Again, I'm like, why am I hovering? Or not hovering? There we go.
Zero out of 10.
0 out of 10. Wow. That's good enough. Keep going. Auto connect. Auto connect, face the right way. Nudge twice. Click. Click again. Lock in place. Nudge twice. Click. Click again. Got it. Got it nailed. At a quartz crystal now. Alright, we've gotten far enough. We'll connect some of the power through here. That was the last one to destroy the other ones legitimately. Alright, let me extend power underneath and connect it to the miner. This will be the last one to connect. Then it's just a matter of bringing the train in and then we'll call it for tonight. It is working well once you get the habit of it. How it learn its quirks, I guess. I think I'm still unsure why they did is the jump height increase. It's so strange. It's just strange to feel. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but I keep like over jumping things big time. I just think if someone joined the stream and is just watching this, just for the first time, just be like, what is he doing? High IQ plays, that's what I'm doing. Alright. Now this temporarily just to here for a minute. Alright, now I can get rid of this top bit while we're waiting for the quartz crystal to build up. I know what you think. It's just pure efficiency and time. I know. If you want to see real pure efficiency and time, the next video will be good actually that way. Like, fastest I've ever built that many machines and connected them all together. Although probably had one of the longest planning times, so. Thought the jump increase was because of April Fools. I don't know. That would be funny, but annoying as hell. I have the April Fool's stuff I think turned off. I didn't intend on turning it off, but I have seasonal events off because I didn't have Fix It on. So I assume we haven't seen anything to do with April Fool's. But Ada is saying weird things. I know she has new lines, but she's saying particularly weird things. And the jump is off, which is super annoying. I mean, an April Fool's joke to make playing the game frustrating is funny, I guess. Bold move, I guess, is what I would really say about that. But it will feel so amazing tomorrow if that's not the case. And it just works like the way it should. Alright, there we go. Ball's rolling along. We're almost over to the destination. Ah, my later robot referral link got deleted in Discord. Someone wasn't paying attention to stream. I thought I was a bot. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. You can always DM me it if you want. But yeah, I'll look into it. I'll ask Rosie about it. We've got 2 litter boxes. Maybe when they start... Or if we decide to... I was going to say if they start sharing them, but they probably would never do that. Our other cats didn't. But it might be good. Because obviously we could just use the same litter, right? A bot that could clean it out. Alright, so somewhere here we'll actually have to come up because there's a giant cliff in the way. Oh, we're going through. Oh, this complicates things. Because I'm running low on time, I'll just have to bring it across via regular foundations. With the walker, we'll just go around. We'll just do it with foundations for now. The walker will just sit on top of this. Here. That's super interesting because that's also in the way. Can I go to the left then? Yes. Always could connect to get that jump thing is so annoying. Now I just don't know if it's a meme or not. That'll be along the same lines. This is correct. Okay. DM'd, thanks. Yeah, we'll check it out. How'd you get a referral link? Be honest, do you work for them? God, this is so much quicker. Just using the belt on its own. Right, so let me just fly up. We'll get the floor hole, bring it down. Hopefully that'll just line up with this somewhere. Well, I guess we'll make it. Yeah. Okay, that's all good. This to come down. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Ah. It's before the edge of the cliff. Ooh. It's echoey. They said that was one of the new changes in this update as well. It's like better soundscapes, like it knows where caves are and if you're indoors. That's cool. You kind of hear it. Like it's echoey. Didn't we in this world build a new... Oh yeah, the Sam ore down here. Or just Sam. That'd be kind of cool to see that place. Probably looks pretty good with the changes. Let's see if we can make it down there. Alright, so just to check. Yes, it's rolling up. Good. Make sure it's doing 480 per minute. This is looking busy. Yep. Okay, seems fine to me then. Take it as word. Why is that happening? What? Why is it coming up in chunks? What the hell's going on there? Just a belt attached to a miner. Why would there be gaps? I can't think of any reason that happened even just earlier. Like, why? Hooked up to... What? That is crazy. Check the miner. Is it backing up and then shutting down and then it's not doing anything for a while? $4.80 per minute. Stop. Ah, the fucking jump thing, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell's going on? Something really weird's going on now. That's not right at all. I'll just have to leave it. We'll have to look into this. This must be something to do with the autoconnect, I would think. We didn't notice it until now, and this is the first time I'm doing this technique. Now it's... I don't know what's going on. The visual bugs with lifts. If it's all going in fine, then I don't mind. If it's just visuals, yeah. Because I did notice the lifts were reversed. Visually. But obviously, logically, they're fine. But the miners actually, it stopped. But it's 480 the whole way. So why would that happen? Because the miner had a yellow light. It's like, yeah, it's backing up for some reason. There's nothing on that belt. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. I don't have the time to check that out now, but that's a weird... And why aren't you getting anything? Maybe not, yeah. Oh man, alright, let's see. Maybe I just didn't connect it to power properly. There's a yellow light too. That's no good, is it? It just disappeared. It's definitely the auto-connect thing. I don't think they're meant to have no gap. I would avoid that if I were you. None of the other belts we built this way have done this. This is the only one I've brought that close together. I think there is a tiny belt or something between these. And somehow that's been sucked into the void. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like all the other places, we use the same blueprint. Just without the auto-connect being like on top of each other. And it worked. So some issue with that. We'll have to fix that tomorrow. But if I could just get this train running anyway, I'll still be happy. So this is the one that needs to change. Yeah. This one just goes straight in. That's fine. This one's the one that has to go around. But that's why we left room on this side. That's the whole point. There's a spider there. Yeah. Oh, at least we found it. That would have been an annoying one if I never did find it. Like the trains were just running and I didn't know what was wrong. Jin, I'm so sorry for bringing up that idea. It's okay. It's okay. I did doubt it the whole time, but it's okay. I'm the one that committed to trying it. But I did have that gut feeling. I was like, I don't know, man. That's why I was looking for like the tiny belt piece. I was like, there's something to this. I don't know. Maybe it's not that and it's something else, but yeah, I would just in caution recommend people don't do that just in case it is that. Seems likely anyway. But hey, you live and you learn. It's okay. Like before this update, I just had that blueprint and I would build out the belt myself anyway. So I'll just do that. We'll just delete the belt, not the walkways, and I'll just belt it myself. No big deal. Won't take too long to fix. But you're banned. So, maybe it could fix after reloading. Doubt it. Maybe. Find out on Thursday. That stuff like that makes me wonder if I should use 1.1 with the new... No, the next video... Oh yeah, I don't have to worry about the next video is done. I don't have to do anything. Oh, so glad actually I even recorded the cinematic shots. Oh, I guess I could have just stayed on 1.0 anyway. Yeah, never mind. Let's count 12. This can go to 12. That's so far. That's 2 more. Okay, I think the trains will run again now. And I think I've hooked up this place to go into the other station. It just needs... We're lacking some signals on this side. These trains go that direction. Wait a sec. Yeah, they do, don't they? Have I put this on the wrong side? Well, I'm so confused. Where are we? Oh, yeah, no, this is correct. Yeah, yeah. Wait a sec. No, it's not. This station needs to be over there. Because if you're going this way, we're going this way. I spend too much time without a hoverback. I just never think to use it. Nothing else needs to change. These stayed where they are, so that's totally fine. They're taking in the same amount and everything, so it's okay. Alright, that should be working for the coal train now to go around. We'll set up a second coal train. Weird that some of the coal is coming through. That's the bizarre thing, isn't it? It's like some, and that was just disappearing when I looked at it. Talk about quantum mechanics. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Edit timetable. Coal delivery pickup 2. We need to do coal delivery 2. We could do that at the other station. It'll just get here automatically. And turn on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember why this isn't... I thought we've hooked up this station, the second station. Maybe the output isn't hooked up yet. The other track isn't symmetric. I know, I'll have to redo that. I've run out of time. Yeah, I will fix all this. This is going to look amazing. And I do mean it. Well, I'll spend a decent amount of time like getting a couple blueprints together and making it so that this can look better. Your problem. You're just waiting for the guy in front of you. It's just like a really long block. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't been putting these signals down frequently enough. We have a problem. Junction problem. What's the issue? You want to turn left, and you want to turn right. Well, why can't one of you just reserve your path? This is a path signal. What's the problem? What have I done wrong? Oh, it needs a block signal on the way out, doesn't it? There you go. Problem solved. This one still has an error. Needs to be moved back. It came too far forward. Where are you trying to go? What's your problem? Full pickup, 1. Let me just drive it for a second. You're going straight through. Well, that block signal's in a terrible spot, right? Because it would obviously block the junction. That's not a good spot. Let's get rid of that one. Move it way further down. About there. Let's forget that one. Red block too big. See about that. Oh yeah, it doesn't seem like it has any of the signals. That was probably it then, thank you. Yeah, I haven't done that side, so that's why. But okay, I thought with the signal here it would be okay, but I don't think, because yeah, there was a signal there, and I pushed it to here, so, but I guess, that's why I've said it feels like it checks the one in front of the one next to it. I don't know. What do I know? Oh, there you go. Trains collided. There's no signals up here, to be fair, so that is okay. To be expected. It's the two coal trains that hit each other because, yeah. No signals. So, not unexpected. Would have been so much easier if I had the blueprints initially, because then everything would have been spaced out the same. Did you just hit the other? Did I just park the other one? Did I tell it? Oh shit. Turn on self-driving. Oh yeah, you couldn't get to where you were supposed to go. Oh, I've named these wrong. This is coal pickup. Sorry if anyone pointed that out. Coal pickup 2. Can I cancel docking? Can we move? Can I stop docking? No? F? Cancel docking. God, I hate trains. Let me just fix the other end as well. I know sometimes the animation thing just has to play out. I'm any less happy about it. Alright. There you go. That connected? Or does it just look like a bigger gap than it is? Right, edit timetable. Pickup, and then delivery. Old delivery 2 isn't there. I don't know why. Venray? Oh, because we didn't give it a name. Next station, coal pickup 2. Next station should be Venray. Can I do that? Alright, cool. Off you go. Godspeed. I think we're okay. Yeah, so I still need to put a few signals down on this side, just to space things out a bit. And I think we'll be okay. I would like to go over all these signals. I might do some of that more tedious stuff myself when I get time before the next stream on Thursday. Just a little bit. Because I know the issue. I've been lazy just throwing them down randomly. Alright, turn on self-driving. You're just going to go straight through. You're going to coal pickup 1 around the corner. And then coal delivery 1. Perfect. Alright, we'll ride the rails with this. This will be the final thing we do today. I think this will be alright. I need to hop out and put down signals. There should be some signals on the other side though as we get to the station, so I think they'll be okay to be behind each other now. Need a block before the stations? There is a block before the station though. It's just further back, it's not right before the station. That one needs to be removed, it's too close to the other one. Need some when entering and exit the station to prevent collides. Why would they collide? I don't understand. If there's a... I don't understand. The block is just bigger. Use them every 10 foundations. It all depends on the length of your train, right? So if your trains are 10 foundations, it won't be any good to do it every 10 foundations. My trains are, I've got 6 carriages. They just have to be longer than 6 plus the engine. 7 carriages or whatever. The reason I don't understand is just that the best way I can describe it is in paint. This is your track. And you've got a block there and a block there, right? So 1, 2, 3. We'll give them different colors. Block, block, block. Let's say the station I build is like here. Right, so station is here. Let's say the station is here. Right, my block signals are like further up than the station is. In fact, just to be even clearer, station's small, right? So there's a long track before. Why would the train collide? It'll stop here. The blue is occupied when someone is going into that. So it'll just, wouldn't it just stop here? It doesn't need to be right before it. I'm not saying there's any problem with having right before. It's more space efficient, but wouldn't the train just stop anyway? Because there's the track in front of it's occupied, technically. Or is there a limit to how big it detects a block to be? They collided a few minutes ago because one train was just sitting on the track without any, what's it called? Any destination, and I drove the other train over the signal line and then hit turn on self-driving. It was all, I put 2 trains in the same block. As far as I understand. This guy doesn't have his Audi block yet. So here's an example, right? So that's pink. He stopped before the pink. That's pink there and pink here. That's red, red, and red. Yeah, that makes sense. You're not going forward because there's no signal on the other side yet. I just never built one. This isn't connected anywhere yet. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Alright, this is the final one to hook up, and then we should be fine. It's not great, but it should be fine, and I will make it a bit more clean. Because, yeah, I don't like it being unclean, let's say. Right, so we want this. Yeah, when it got back to the junction, I drove it through a signal and then hit turn on self-driving. The other train was just sat at the station because it couldn't have a destination. That's basically what happened. think so. Right? And we need a signal here. Alright, so now they won't have that problem anymore. You'll come in, and then you'll come in. They'll both come in at the same time. That was the whole point of this. It's like they're all supposed to be able to occupy and have trains waiting behind them. Now, ideally, it would be best to make use of the space and have a signal like one foundation away from the station maybe, and just take up like the majority of this lane, and then if it really, but there's only going to be one train per train station anyway. But if there ever was two, we'd still be okay. And that was the reason for doing such long lanes. Did you unload? Oh, these aren't set to unload yet. Ugh. Too bad. I need to give the train names and name the stations just a little bit better as well. Pickup and delivery is a bit lame. There we go. I mean, it took me 3 weeks basically, but we now have, once it's upgraded, over 6,000, so 6,900 bauxite in 3 stations. One station doing 300 per carriage, one station 500 per carriage, and one station 350 per carriage. But they all merge underneath and become one single line belt of 1150. So of course we needed to be upgraded to use it properly, but it's ready to be upgraded. And as soon as we build this place, we can upgrade it 1 level, and then it'll be quite a while before we upgrade it to the tier 6 belts. But it means that all the bauxite in the pink forest is ready, hooked up to be used. Subsequently, all the coal that we need to get the scrap going is ready here as well. So that's ready. We now just only need 35 refineries in one group and another 35 in another group to make both the aluminum slop or solution and then also the scrap. The water out from the scrap will feed back around to the beginning. That should be that. Good work. It was a mission. I did it in a very painful, slow way. There's still like so much to do, but especially in cosmetics, just like so many things to be removed and trees to be removed. But now we can actually build the factory floor and decide where that's going to go. I mean, obviously it's just going to go somewhere over here, but I might raise it or like have lower down bits. I want to make use of the terrain a bit better. The idea was that we would use the under part of this factory too. Not just going to remain completely empty. I mean, obviously if there's a hill we can't use too much, but this would be a room. We should be able to walk under this and see it and stuff. I'm just going to wait until the train comes in last time just to fill up these, but yeah, there we go. I'm happy with it now overall. After now it's all built, it's like, cool, we have 5 train lines, 5 trains, 5 outposts, and a very high volume of ore coming in. And hopefully no collisions and stuff like that. Because of the way it's built, there's only 2 crossover points. So that's not bad. The coal can't really ever interfere with bauxite. And vice versa, because the timings of all these are quite sensitive. Especially the one that's doing 500 per carriage. It only has 6 minutes 40. Or 6.4 minutes. So that would be, what's 0.4 of a minute? 30 seconds? 25 seconds or something? I don't understand how these aren't full yet. Oh, well, we're having belt issues. Like, oh, it is actually full. Okay. Surprised that the freight cars aren't full, though. No? What's going on there? And they're at very weird numbers. 169. 79. I'll look into that later. Check on where the coal is. Coal is going clockwise, aluminum's going counterclockwise. The next coal should be coming around now, I think. I love the photo mode. So cool. Taking all day. We did it. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate everyone's help on it and bearing with me today in what was kind of a weird stream. Obviously, because a bit more almost like partial IRL stream in a way, taking care of the cat. I give him some pets and then I'm gonna go to bed. Did it. Working. Now, there's still the problem of those belts to be solved. I'm just going to write that down here because I might forget. But these are done now, basically. The next up is the 34.5 refineries and then getting water up here. We need 54 water extractors. And it's something like 2,200 water, so divided by 120. If we wanted to, we'd need 18 pipelines, a lot. Or sorry, not 18 pipelines. That's not right. Hang on one sec. Maybe I never adjusted the number of water extractors. That might actually be less than we need then. That'd be great. We'd need 18 water extractors. 19. So 2760. So hang on one sec. 6,900 water. The total water divided by 120. Okay, so that number hasn't been updated yet. Oh, that's good news. So 2760 divided by 120. We need 23 water extractors. Nice, that's much better. And 2760. Let's say we don't want to use the full 600 because there's so many flipping issues. Just to guarantee, we try to avoid those issues. We could just use pipes of 300. You'd need 9 or 10. Or we could try to use like pipes of 500 or something, and then you'd only need 6 pipelines. Tempted to do that. We'll create like a blueprint of 6, 3, 3, and send it over. 6 works quite well because of the different groups that we have. We'll think about it. That's anyway what we'll decide. That'll be quite fun. Be designing full new blueprints for that. Try to see if they can... We don't need them to auto-connect too much because there's not that many machines. Like 34 refineries. And each one is taking 200, I think. Yeah. 200, we have 1150 divided by 200. So each belt goes into 6 refineries, and there's 6 belts. So we have groups of 6, like 6, then 6, then 6, then 6, and they feed into each one individually. And then 5.75, that's how much water we would need as well then. For each group. Once it's all fed back into itself. Anyway, we'll think about that on Thursday. That's it. GG. I don't use a program for planning. Well, really, this is not really a planner. This is just a mood board. I upload the photos to it and I just build arrows and connect them. So it's not a planner. Like it's a visual planner, but it's not an actual game planner. Like it doesn't do any planning for me. But that's just what I use. I just like using it. It's basically I use it because it's the nicest looking one to me anyway. But I do all the planning on paper and just using Satisfactory wiki and stuff and the in-game stuff. Next stream is on Saturday. So I don't normally stream this late or this long. This was a special stream for my little cat, Rex, who is just sitting over there in the Rex cam. I don't know if we do that. He won't be on camera again. Maybe if people really ask every now and then, we'll do it again sometimes. But see how his recovery is going. But he was hit by a car a few days ago. We put up a GoFundMe. He wasn't my cat then. I was just there. And I felt bad, so we took him in, we paid for his stuff, because there was no other option for him, and then I said I'd do a 24-hour stream to support him. Then people said, why don't you do GoFundMe? I thought about it for a while, because I was a bit unsure. you know, I don't like asking people for things really, and I've never have. So I feel like people knew it was legit when I did. Hopefully. And in doing that, we hit that goal like basically within 24 hours of it being up there. Before this, like 74% before the stream even began. And it wasn't a small goal, it was a big one. So I really appreciate it. Everyone that just came here, even just throughout over the course of the day streaming. Even if you just stop by. I know people just stop by just watching the game, they don't even know anything about this, but it means a lot. It helps the video. There's ad revenue on the video. All of it's going to go towards like helping with his bills. And then any excess is just going to go to Cat's Protection. So go to a charity as well. But we had great news. We brought him to the vet today. Midstream. Took 2 hours off. And then they said like, you don't have to pay for the next x-ray. We'll take care of it. It's like part of the deal. It's like, oh, okay. So it's not even as expensive as we were led to believe. They told us it would be 800 for x-rays. But that was his first x-ray, and they seemingly just took care of that because we weren't technically his owner, and they never charged us, so got away with that one. The surgery and everything and all that stuff is still ours, and then the medication. But yeah, finding out that it's even potentially a little less than the goal I set, and then we've exceeded the goal, and I truly only found that out today. But yeah, all of it's just going to go to Cat's Protection and stuff, so go to the right people. And Rosie volunteers there, so we'll make sure it goes into good hands. Stole from the developers. Where do you get the images from Milanote? I went to the Satisfactory wiki and saved it. Saved images. So anytime I looked up like iron rod on the wiki, there's an image of it. I just saved it. I have a folder with pretty much all the game files, the game images in there. So anyway, just really appreciate it. I was saying earlier, it's not, and it's true, like I'll never forget that, you know, it's like the kindest thing anyone's ever done for us, so really do appreciate it. That was great. I'll have to do more crowdfunding in future. I'll get that Kickstarter going for the game soon. But no, on a serious note, really do appreciate it. It's been great. So I'm gonna go to bed. It's like 4:30 or something now. Went a little longer. Nearly 5. Almost done. And yeah, I'll just sleep in today, and then I'll get this video done for you guys tomorrow. It's right around the corner. It's all edited. It just needs some audio and transitions for the scenes. It's a little long. It's like an hour and 10. I'll see if I can trim it down a bit. Make it more succinct as I go through it on a final pass sort of edit. That'll be out tomorrow. Desert series continues. A 1.1 video. I might do a thoughts video on it. Try to branch out and do some other things. People often ask, so if I get some time, I'll see if I can do that too. I don't want to be late to the party though. I've like everything patched by the time I get my video out. Everyone else has probably already got theirs out. Sean as well, thank you so much. And thanks again. Any super chats? People have donated privately in PayPal, and people went to the fundraiser, so I don't know the total amount. When I do, I'll post it on Twitter and my Discord just to let people know. Maybe on YouTube as well. And that'll be that. And then I'll let people know in a couple weeks' time when we donate it. Alright, and thanks for all the kind words. I really do appreciate it. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today and helping me with the build. I'll be back on Thursday, and we'll be just mainlining this aluminum factory now. The most exciting bit is to come, which is just the machines and turning it on. I think we could do that in one stream. I believe it. Alright, can you get one of those big checks? No, I don't think so. It's like, yeah, it costs like $3 grand for the check or something. That'd be funny. Alright, see you guys later. Have a great rest of your day, evening, and tomorrow, and hopefully I'll see you Thursday. If not, have a great rest of your week, and take it easy out there. Thank you. Good night. Goodbye. And goodbye from Little Rex. Eh? Are you alright, boy? Bye. Perfect. Alright. Bye-bye.